Chapter 1822. This earth-vein immortal goo was shaped like an earthworm, but it was very heavy when held in the hand. It was not slippery or cold, instead it was warm. It was translucent, like a piece of brown amber. It was very exquisite. With this rank 7 Earth Path immortal goo, Fang Yuan could construct the 5 regional limit formation. Fang Yuan's time path clone had already completed the modification of the 5 regional limit formation. The light of wisdom was as powerful as ever. Fang Yuan's formation path and rule path foundation was also a strong support. In the new 5 regional limit formation, Fang Yuan not only added Earth Vein Immortal Goo, but also the Formation Spirit and Formation Flags. With the Formation Spirit, Fang Yuan had an extremely strong assistant to help him control the formation and observe any changes at all times. With the Formation Flags, Fang Yuan could directly move the formation out of his immortal aperture, or move it from outside the 5 regions into China. The immemorial year beast fishing formation had been in use. The progress was stable. There were already over 20 immemorial year beasts in the year essence pool. There were as many as 7 different species. He had already collected more than half of the species, but whether he could collect all of them in the future, Fang Yuan could not be sure. It would depend on luck. To strengthen his own luck, Fang Yuan began to order the Hairy Man Goo Immortals to refine Luck Path Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan had a huge number of Immortal Goo. It had already surpassed 100, but he did not have many Luck Path Immortal Goo. Especially when Fang Yuan had the Luck Path True Inheritance. Once the Luck Path Immortal Goo were refined, he could use them immediately. Moreover, Celestial Court's foundation in the aspect of Luck Path was very weak. Thus, raising their strength in the aspect of Luck Path was very effective. As for Luck Path Immortal materials, even though they were rare and hard to collect, Fang Yuan had so many Southern Border Righteous Path Goo Immortals to extort. After these Luck Path Immortal materials were gathered, Fang Yuan asked the Hairy Man Goo Immortals to refine them. Because they were not advancing the refinement of Immortal Goo, but refining a rank 6 Luck Path Immortal Goo, even if they failed, Fang Yuan could bear the losses. He now had a solid foundation and ample funds. Compared to his previous life, he had improved tremendously. Regarding the practice of immortal killer moves, 5 restriction profound light chi could be put aside. Even though he did not practice time cutting edge, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of experience from it. He understood the essence of this move even more clearly. This move was like an eraser. It used the power of time path to erase the enemy, and at the same time, erase himself. The drawback of the memory dissipation could not be erased. This was determined by the structure of the killer move time cutting edge. Once this flaw was removed, the entire killer move structure would be overturned. As a result, the time cutter's powerful offensive ability had completely disappeared. Fang Yuan could only helplessly accept this shortcoming. The main body's progress was not small, but the clone's progress was even greater. The pure dream doppelganger's soul gradually changed and began to merge with the doppelganger's physical body. Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone had already advanced from a rank 1 Goo Master to a rank 6 Dragonman Goo Immortal. He had a high-grade blessed land. Fang Yuan began to spend most of his time exploring dream realms. During this period of time, he had transacted with Qi Chuyu many times. His immortal aperture had already accumulated a certain amount of dream realms. Fang Yuan's soul left his body and entered a Qi Path dream realm. His vision changed. He was at the peak of a mound. Looking around, there were layers of fog and bone-chilling winds. He looked at himself. He had rank 6 Goo Immortal Cultivation level. He was in a sorry state and had many injuries, some of which were still bleeding. What is this? Fang Yuan was pondering when suddenly, intense winds blew behind him, the fog dissipated and 3 Inkman Goo Immortals appeared. Wei Yushu, where are you going? Die. Before he finished speaking, 3 killer moves slashed at Fang Yuan. This change was too sudden. Fang Yuan had yet to familiarize himself with the goo worms in his immortal aperture when he fell into a life and death situation. Boom! At the next moment, his body exploded into pieces. He died on the spot. Fang Yuan had no choice but to leave the dream realm and return to reality. To think that I would encounter such a crisis and die once in the dream realm. He inspected the injuries on his soul. Unexpectedly, the injuries on his soul were not serious, they were light and could be healed with 100 guts goo. It seems that after obtaining Desolate Soul, my soul has undergone a qualitative change and can endure stronger dream realm backlash. Fang Yuan rested for a while before continuing to explore the dream realm. It was the same familiar scene. After Fang Yuan entered the dream realm, he immediately inspected his goo worms. He found that there was only one immortal goo in his hand. It was shaped like a cockroach, grayish-white in color and had the texture of a rock, but it was very light. It felt cold and rough to the touch. Fang Yuan quickly recalled this goo from his memories. This is Qi Transformation Goo. A rank 6 Qi Transformation Immortal Goo. Other than that, there were large numbers of rank 5 Qi Path Mortal Goo. There were also 3 immortal materials, one was Painted Iron Hard Qi, one was Orchid Life Qi, and one was Swimming Dragon Qi. Fang Yuan was a little dazed. Qi Transformation Goo is only a supplementary goo, with just these mortal goo, how can I block the pursuers? Just as he was thinking, a loud shout came from behind him. Wei Yushu, where are you going? Die! Bam! At the next moment, Fang Yuan exploded into pieces again. After returning to reality, Fang Yuan healed his injuries as he pondered, looking at the current situation, it is clear that I need to use an Immortal Killer move to block these 3 pursuers. Qi Path Immortal Killer move. Fang Yuan's Qi Path attainment level was very low, but he had a huge inventory. Forget about Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance and Giant Sun's True Inheritance, Shadow Sect's True Inheritance was very vast, there were many Qi Path killer moves recorded in it. At the same time, Langya sect also had their own collection. Even if they did not have these, just based on Langya sect's huge collection of Qi Path Immortal Goo recipes, Fang Yuan could use his refinement path attainment level to transform them into immortal killer moves. With such a rich foundation in theory, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to quickly think of a killer move to resolve the first difficulty of the dream realm. However, he was still very unfamiliar with Qi Path killer moves. Thus, he practiced them in reality. He naturally did not have Qi Transformation Immortal Goo, but he could imitate this move and practice it. After returning to the dream realm, Fang Yuan finally had some confidence. After several attempts, Fang Yuan succeeded in activating the killer move. His whole body was covered in a layer of black armor, the 3 Goo immortals chasing after him could not kill him instantly. Wei Yushu, you still dare to resist. You are just a slave, you have such guts. You dare to offend Master, your death is not to be regretted. Kill him. Blast him into meat paste and bone dregs. The 3 Inkman Goo immortals roared as they attacked Fang Yuan fiercely. Fang Yuan barely managed to hold on for a while before he could not hold on any longer and was eventually killed by the 3 of them. After leaving the dream realm, Fang Yuan summarized his experience. It seems that I should not fight them, but escape instead. He tried again. This time, he did not use the previous move, but changed to an immortal killer move that could move. He only succeeded after 1 failure. With this success, Fang Yuan successfully entered the second stage of the dream realm. Guh. Before he could look around, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. I am heavily injured, and the immortal material aura in my immortal aperture has been reduced by more than half. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Although he only had Qi Transformation Goo, he could use this immortal goo as the core and use the aura of the 3 immortal materials to activate immortal killer moves. The first wave of steel Qi could turn into black armor to protect Fang Yuan. The second wave of orchid Qi could heal himself. The third wave of roaming dragon Qi was used by Fang Yuan to move. In the first stage of the dream realm, Fang Yuan escaped from the pursuit of the 3 Goo immortals using roaming dragon Qi. Now, Fang Yuan entered the second stage of the dream realm. He immediately found that the roaming dragon Qi and steel Qi in his immortal aperture were mostly expended, but the orchid chi was still intact. My situation is not good, I should heal myself first. Fang Yuan silently activated an immortal killer move, Orchid Breath. Immortal essence poured in, and the orchid chi suddenly decreased by a small amount. Fang Yuan's throat moved, his cheeks puffed up as he breathed out naturally. The breath he breathed out was fragrant and full of vitality. It was like a lump of thick smoke with a faint green color, quickly enveloping his whole body. After a while, the smoke dissipated, and Fang Yuan's injuries were mostly healed. Where should I go next? Fang Yuan was troubled again. He was in a cave, it seemed to be inside a mountain, but also seemed to be underground. In short, there were many caves that extended in all directions. Fang Yuan had just taken a few steps when he saw an Inkman Gu Immortal charging in front of him. This Inkman Gu Immortal was first stunned when he saw Fang Yuan, before becoming overjoyed. Wei Yu Shu. So you were here. Ha ha ha, very good, I actually bumped into you, allowing me to get this credit. It is truly better to come at the right time than to come early. Fang Yuan was also shocked. The Inkman Gu Immortal in front of him was not one of the 3 immortals in the first stage, but an unfamiliar face. Most importantly, he did not have rank 6 cultivation, but was a rank 7 variant human Gu Immortal. The rank 7 Inkman Gu Immortal pounced at Fang Yuan. How could Fang Yuan resist him? His limbs were soon broken and he collapsed on the ground. The Inkman Gu Immortal sneered, looking down at Fang Yuan. Wei Yu Shu, aren't you very arrogant normally? You didn't expect to land in my hands, right? Ha ha ha, to speak the truth, I didn't expect it either. You were originally living a luxurious life, being doted on by the princess, but you were actually stupid enough to run away. You truly committed a grave sin. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's soul was injured, he was forced back to reality. This means that even if I was captured and not killed, it would be considered a failure. It seems that this dream realm was an escape dream realm. In that situation, there was indeed no way to resist a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Again. Fang Yuan charged at the second stage of the dream realm. He tried many times, but failed again and again. He found that there were many Inkman Gu Immortals chasing after him. There were 5 rank 6 Gu Immortals and 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals. They were all Inkman Gu Immortals. Together with the information leaked by that rank 7 Gu Immortal, Fang Yuan had a rough guess about the era of the dream realm. If it was not the remote antiquity era, then it was the olden antiquity era. The mutants were still very powerful. There were so many Gu Immortals chasing after him, they also had many methods. Fang Yuan failed again and again, but he was not discouraged. He soon found an opportunity to escape. In this cave in the mountain, there were several auras of immortal materials. Among them, autumn scale concealment chi was the most helpful to him. Eventually, Fang Yuan relied on his rich experience of failure and the killer move he used after gathering the materials. He successfully passed the second stage. At the third stage, Fang Yuan was surprised to find that the dream realm was moving on its own. He could not interfere at all. He collapsed on the ground. In front of him stood a female Inkman Immortal with a beautiful figure. Her body was brimming with rank 8 aura. Her gaze towards Fang Yuan was filled with anger, hatred, love, and pity. Wei Yu Shu, when I bought you back then, you were only a youngster, you did not even know what cultivation was. I nurtured you step by step, raising you to become a Gu Immortal. Is it because of my love, my indulgence and my protection that you've become so audacious? Tell me, why did you betray me? When did I, Princess Yitong, mistreat you? You lived a life of luxury, you only needed to serve me, and I had never been cruel to you. The rank 8 female Inkman Immortal asked in a stern voice. Wei Yu Shu smiled bitterly. However, no matter how good my life was, I was only your slave. The female Inkman Immortal was even more furious. What's so bad about being my slave? Many Inkmen want your life, but they do not have such an opportunity. Wei Yu Shu's gaze was dazed. He said slowly, I did not think it was bad in the past, but when I heard that there was a celestial court in this world, and that there were people living like that. So, you wanted to escape to the celestial court? The female Inkman Immortal sneered. You are too naive, you can even believe the bewitching words of an evil demon? Wei Yushu closed his eyes, his voice was hoarse. It is not that I believe it, I am willing to believe it. Hearing this, the female Inkman Immortal's gaze froze, her anger slowly dissipating. She recalled the good times of the past, how much she doted on this slave of a different race, but those days were gone forever. She said regretfully, "Oh Yushu, I have forgiven you many times in the past, but I can't do it this time. If I were to pardon you, it would damage the dignity of my clan. If I did not act personally, you would have escaped. As expected of the hard work I taught you personally. Actually, this place is very close to the celestial court sphere of influence." Hearing this, Wei Yushu felt like he was injected with strength. He opened his eyes and stared at the female Inkman Immortal. He begged, "Before I die, I do not have any other wish, I only have one thought, please let me crawl out of this hole and take a look at the celestial court." The female Inkman Immortal was silent for a while. She sighed, "All right." She moved to the side to make way. Wei Yushu stretched out his bloody hands, using all his strength to crawl forward. He was panting, sweat and blood mixed together. It took him a long time to crawl out of the hole despite the short distance. This hole was located at the waist of the mountain. His field of vision was wide. He looked forward expectantly. But he only saw thick fog. What a coincidence. It's common to have fog in the mountains. The female Inkman Immortal walked out from behind him, but even without this fog, you would not be able to see the celestial court. I said, this is only the periphery of the celestial court sphere of influence. It is actually just a piece of barren land. But Wei Yushu seemed to have obtained great satisfaction. He sprawled on the ground powerlessly, he no longer had the strength to raise his head. But his eyes shone like stars. He sighed, "No, I see it, I see the celestial court." You. The female Inkman Immortal was moved. After Wei Yushu said this, his last breath finally dissipated, he lost his life on the spot. The female Inkman Immortal fell into silence. She stared ahead in silence. That was the direction of the celestial court. Her expression was unprecedentedly solemn and dignified. Chapter 1823. In the entire third stage of the Chi Path Dream Realm, Fang Yuan was completely reduced to a spectator. However, when this third stage was completed, the entire Chi Path Dream Realm vanished without a trace. Fang Yuan's exploration was completed. This dream realm was difficult at the start and easy at the end. The first two stages required continuous failures to accumulate experience. Even with my Unravel Dream Killer move, it was not very useful. But in the final stage, I did not even need to make a move, I passed it. This was the most comfortable time for Fang Yuan as a spectator. If he could watch it like this every time, how wonderful would it be to explore the dream realm? This dream realm is either the remote antiquity era or the olden antiquity era. Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's gaze was somewhat complex. Even though he was the enemy of Celestial Court, he had to admit the greatness of Celestial Court. Immediately after, his gaze turned cold. No matter how great you are, if you block my path, I can only use all my strength to eliminate you. This dream realm was successfully explored. Fang Yuan advanced to Chi Path Grandmaster. The improvement was quite huge. After all, Fang Yuan's previous Chi Path attainment level was completely poor, it was ordinary. No wonder that Wei Yushu in the dream was able to obtain the favor of the Inkman Princess. His talent in Chi Path must be the main reason. In this dream realm exploration, Fang Yuan's greatest understanding was not the dream realm or the celestial court, but his own soul. Desolate Soul. After forming Desolate Soul, exploring dream realms became much easier. If it was at human soul level, the damage from this exploration would be much heavier. Although Guts Gu could recover, it would greatly affect the exploration efficiency. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Maybe in the future, when I use the pure dream reality seeker physique body to explore dream realms, the damage to my soul will be even less than now. Like when Fang Yuan was cultivating in Luopa Valley, the Luopa wind was blowing. Once Fang Yuan's soul escaped into his body, the power of the Luopa wind would plummet. If Fang Yuan used the pure dream reality seeker physique to bring his soul into the dream world to explore, his soul would also be tightly protected by his physical body. An ordinary physical body would not be able to withstand the power of the dream realm. But the pure dream reality seeker physique was different. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not know the correct way to use the pure dream reality seeker physique to enter a dream. If the pure dream reality seeker physique was directly sent into the dream realm, it would be able to enter and exit freely without being disturbed by the dream realm. But at the same time, he couldn't immerse himself in the content of the dream, so he couldn't talk about exploring the dream. Next, let's explore this dream realm of the Tao of ice and snow. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had already stored many dream realms. The Chi Path dream realm just now was the largest, it had already dissipated. This dream realm related to the path of ice and snow took its place, becoming the largest dream realm. Other than this dream realm, there were some other dream realms, including Chi Path, Sword Path, Wood Path, and so on. I have desolate soul, the efficiency of exploring dream realms has greatly increased. I felt that these dream realms were not bad before, but now they are somewhat lacking. Furthermore, the dream realms are divided into different categories, they are scattered and trivial. Hehe, this is Chi Chu Yu's little scheme. Fang Yuan was very clear. Even though Chi Chu Yu and Fang Yuan continued to transact, he could secretly control the formation, and because he had obtained many dream path research results, he could roughly distinguish the types of dream realms. Thus, he deliberately controlled his transactions with Fang Yuan. He tried to give fragments of dream realms of different paths to Fang Yuan. There was not a single human path dream realm that Fang Yuan truly wanted. There were not many Chi Path and Ice and Snow Path either. But these dream realms were useful to Fang Yuan. Even if it was a Time Path dream realm or Refinement Path dream realm, as long as it was not a dream realm explored in his previous life. After all, Fang Yuan's highest attainment level was only Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, there was still room for improvement. Fang Yuan did not reject any of them, these dream realms could raise his attainment level. And if he could raise all of his paths, he would no longer have any shortcomings, that was a good thing, he would not have to worry about this when annexing immortal apertures in the future. While Fang Yuan was exploring dream realms, the hairy man Gu immortals had some results. Lord Fang Yuan, we have refined this immortal Gu. Sixth hair handed over an immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was like a water droplet, shining with a blue diamond-like radiance, it had a smooth and cold surface. This was Time Anchor Immortal Gu, rank 6. Even though Fang Yuan was mainly refining Luck Path Immortal Gu during this period of time, Gu worms like Time Anchor Immortal Gu were still part of his Gu refinement plan. Even though Fang Yuan had over 100 Immortal Gu, he could afford to raise them, he had plenty of resources and was extremely wealthy, the more Immortal Gu he had, the better. He had come into contact with Time Anchor Immortal Gu long ago, it was the former Eastern Sea Immortal Zombie Su Baiman's Immortal Gu, it could mark time. Afterwards, Su Baiman died, Time Anchor Immortal Gu was obtained by Shadow Sect, but it was used in the Battle of Tian Mountain. This time, Fang Yuan ordered the hairy man Gu Immortals to refine it again. Time Anchor Immortal Gu combined with Spring Autumn Cicada could form a killer move that could allow Fang Yuan to revive at a specific time. This killer move had a high value. For example, right now, Fang Yuan could mark this time and continue to explore dream realms without caring about anything else. At a certain stage, he could use this killer move to return to the past and return to this time to explore other dream realms. Attainment levels in paths could be accumulated. Fang Yuan could use this move to accumulate attainment levels. It is a pity that if I use this killer move, I cannot use Spring Autumn Success anymore. Without 100% success rate, there is a chance of failure. Once I encounter it, it would be suicide. I would be laughed at by the world. Even though Feng Yuan had quasi-great grandmaster attainment level in time path and had the light of wisdom, the obstacle here did not originate from him. As I expected, Fate Gu is injured but not destroyed. It is restricting the effect of combining Time Anchor Immortal Gu into Spring-Autumn Success. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive was a loophole in this world. Because this would disrupt reality and change the past, it would affect the balance. Providence would not allow such a thing to happen. For the current Feng Yuan, if he just used Time Anchor and Spring-Autumn Cicada together, the killer move would be able to make use of this loophole. Or Spring-Autumn Success could also make use of this loophole. But if the two were added together, the loophole would be too small. It seems that I have to wait until Fate Gu is completely destroyed and fuse Time Anchor into Spring-Autumn Success, only then will it be effective. The various killer moves in Red Lotus True Inheritance were the same. Even if killer moves were fused together and had greater power, they would not have a good result when used in real life. The Dragonman clone had already gone through one heavenly tribulation and more than 10 earthly calamities. His cultivation level was rising rapidly. In order to raise his cultivation level quickly, Feng Yuan used a time path killer move to accelerate the Dragonman clone's immortal aperture's time to the limit. Before each calamity or tribulation, Feng Yuan would use methods to deduce the content of the calamities and tribulations. Thus, he was prepared. With Feng Yuan's great strength, these heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities posed no threat. They turned into fireworks that provided Dao marks to Feng Yuan's Dragonman clone. Feng Yuan had time path methods and most importantly, he had the killer move exposed heavenly secret. Even when Providence sent down calamities and tribulations, it could not win by a surprise move. With the help of his immense strength, these calamities and tribulations were nothing. Feng Yuan could not only raise the cultivation level of Gu Masters now, he could even raise the cultivation level of Gu Immortals rapidly. However, this method was not worth promoting. Because the cost was very high. The time path killer move that accelerated the immortal aperture's time was at rank 8 level. It consumed a lot of rank 8 immortal essence. Exposed heavenly secret was also not something ordinary wisdom path Gu Immortals could use. Adding on the cost of each tribulation, all these factors added together would only produce a rank 6 or rank 7 Dragonman clone. The cost was not proportional to the cost. If not for Dragon Palace, Feng Yuan would not have been willing to create the Dragonman clone like this. Southern Border's beacon towers were set up like wildfire. Southern Border's righteous path Gu Immortals also started to make a ruckus. They asked Feng Yuan to release some hostages to show his sincerity. Thus, Feng Yuan released Yi Yang. Yi clan was dumbfounded after getting Yi Yang. Because Feng Yuan only released Yi Yang's body, his soul and immortal aperture were all gone. Just the body was just a corpse. What use was it? Southern Border's righteous path was furious, but they could not do anything to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan persuaded them, the body is only the first step. It is time to show my sincerity. Now it is time for you to show your sincerity. Southern Border's righteous path felt that the future was bleak. If Feng Yuan separated the hostages and extorted them, how long would it take? Thus, there was another clamor. Feng Yuan changed his attitude. He became unyielding and cold. He threatened each clan. If you really want me to release the hostages, I will release your enemy forces. Moreover, I will humiliate your clan's Gu Immortals. They will not be able to raise their heads in the future. Feng Yuan had done this in his previous life, and this time, it was very easy and was very familiar with it. Southern Border's righteous path shamefully cowered. They had no choice, especially Ba clan and Xia clan, these two poor clans. Their first supreme elder was captured by Feng Yuan. The other clans also lost important battle strength. If they did not rescue them, they would lose the support of their clans. Feng Yuan requested Southern Border's righteous path to give the Dream Realm to Feng Yuan as a bargaining chip. Southern Border's righteous path was extremely unwilling at first. After all, dream realms represented the future. But Fang Yuan guaranteed, he did not ask for much, he would not empty this place, he would even leave most of it to Southern Border's righteous path. To express his sincerity, he was willing to release the bodies of Gu immortal captives in each batch of dream realms. Southern Border's righteous path had no choice but to accept this plan. Qi Chuyu felt a chill in his heart, he knew this was Fang Yuan's counterattack and warning. Thus, the extortion of Southern Border's righteous path reached the next level. Fang Yuan did not go back on his word, every time he obtained a batch of dream realms, he would release the body of a hostage. These dream realms were much larger than the secret transaction between him and Qi Chuyu. Moreover, Fang Yuan had carefully selected the types. Fairy Myrtle was extremely anxious, she tried many times to ruin this transaction, but to no avail. It is time for another battle. Fang Yuan calculated the time, he controlled myriad-year flying warship and entered the River of Time again. Chapter 1824. River of Time. Fang Yuan had just entered myriad-year flying warship when Gu Lu Ru appeared to obstruct him. You are Fang Yuan? I am Celestial Court's Gu Lu Ru, I am here to take your head. Gu Lu Ru was sitting in a wheelchair, his face was pale but his eyes were cold as ice. Saying so, lumps of gray-white light shot towards Fang Yuan like meteors chasing after the moon. Boom boom boom. These gray-white light lumps crashed into myriad-year flying warship but were blocked by this rank 8 immortal Gu house. But myriad-year flying warship also shook intensely from the explosions. This person is actually a time path rank 8 great expert. His time path killer moves have been amplified too much in the River of Time. Celestial Court's foundation is truly unfathomable, it has only been such a short time and an old geezer has already appeared. The immortals in myriad-year flying warship were shocked. I am afraid you don't have the ability to take my life. Fang Yuan sneered. At first glance, he was surprised, but at second glance, he recognized the person in front of him. In the previous life's battle, Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court. To gain Fang Yuan's trust, Bing Sichuan directly informed the situation of Celestial Court to Fang Yuan. And Gu Lu Ru had also awakened in the previous life's battle and participated in this battle. Thus, Fang Yuan quickly recognized Gu Lu Ru's background, and even knew his methods very clearly. Immediately, Fang Yuan activated myriad-year flying warship and fought with Gu Lu Ru. A fierce battle erupted, and it caused the surrounding rivers to surge and surge violently, causing raging waves to arise. Gu Lu Ru's moves were exquisite and full of foreshadowing, he was clearly a time path great expert but seemed to have the style of wisdom path. In fact, he cultivated time path primarily and wisdom path secondarily. When Fang Yuan fought with him, it was like he was playing chess against a powerful chess player. If he was not careful, he would be led into the opponent's rhythm and fall into one trap after another. Fortunately, Fang Yuan was familiar with Gu Lu Ru's fighting style. The myriad-year flying warship was rude and unreasonable, repeatedly ramming and destroying Gu Lu Ru's layout. After a long battle, Gu Lu Ru chose to retreat. Didn't you come to take my life? Fang Yuan shouted coldly. He stood at the bow of the ship and took advantage of the situation to pursue. Gu Lu Ru sneered, this old man isn't anxious, so why are you anxious? Fang Yuan, you are indeed a world-famous devil. You do have some skills. When I get back, I'll study this boat of yours thoroughly, and then I'll take your life. Even though half his body was paralyzed, the wheelchair he was sitting on was a small and exquisite immortal Gu house. The two wheels spun rapidly, carrying Gu Lu Ru on the river surface at a very fast speed. Lord Fang Yuan, let us use the killer move Torrential Charge. A variant human Gu immortal suggested. That torrential charge could change the flow of the water of the River of Time around myriad-year flying warship, allowing it to move faster and erupt with terrifying speed. No need to be anxious. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light, but he rejected this suggestion, just use Daybreak Sword. No one dared to refute his orders. Myriad-year flying warship's aura rose by another 10%, shooting out a dazzling white light. The silver light created the water of the river of time, and traces of silver light were reflected from the water. The silver light quickly condensed into the shape of sharp swords that shot out. This is... Gu Lu, who was ahead, was naturally paying attention to Fang Yuan's movements and immediately sensed it. Thoughts surged in his mind as he rapidly deduced, this is the first time Fang Yuan has exposed this time path killer move. It is truly exquisite. He is actually using the water of the river of time to refine traces of the sharpest power of time path. Even though it looks like a flying sword, its essence is still time path. If I get slashed by it, I will definitely lose a layer of skin. Gu Lu's heart jumped. He was inwardly shocked by the power of this killer move. The killer move itself was at rank 8 level, and Fang Yuan had ingeniously used the river of time to purify it, causing its power to increase by several times, far surpassing ordinary rank 8 killer moves. This demon Fang Yuan, his talent is truly terrifying. Not only can he use reverse flow river, he has even started to research the river of time. Gu Lu's wariness towards Fang Yuan deepened, his killing intent surged. This demon cannot be left alive. I need to use all my strength to get rid of him, otherwise, he will become a huge threat in the future. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Silver flying swords shot towards Gu Lu. Gu Lu was soon injured, his defensive killer move could not block the sharpness of the flying swords. Kill him. Some variant human Gu immortals shouted, their morale surging. Ever since they killed a rank 8 of Celestial Court, their confidence soared, they now viewed Gu Lu as their prey. With their rank 7 cultivation level and strength, chasing after a rank 8 great expert, and a member of Celestial Court at that, this sense of accomplishment and excitement made their bodies tremble. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, mocking Gu Lu, didn't you want to take my life? Now it seems that you are about to die. Gu Lu snorted coldly, he did not speak, he continued to run. The wheelchair he was sitting on was already riddled with injuries. Fang Yuan laughed at him, you are panicking like a stray dog, you have thrown away the face of Celestial Court. The sharp swords were controlled skillfully, they cut off Gu Lu's robe, blood and flesh flew out. Gu Lu was silent. Fang Yuan sneered, Celestial Court only has people like you, it is truly the #1 force in the world. It seems that Celestial Court is only a so-so. Gu Lu heard Fang Yuan's insults toward Celestial Court, he became impatient and retorted, shut up. How can a lowly demon like you understand the greatness of Celestial Court? Swoosh. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp sword brushed past his scalp and cut off more than half of his long hair. Bright red blood rained down from the sky. Gu Lu cried out in pain, he slammed his wheelchair and burst out with an unprecedented speed. Chase. He can't last long. That's right, his immortal Gu was destroyed by Daybreak Sword, causing his wheelchair to start breaking. Many Gu immortals under Fang Yuan shouted loudly, their morale was at its peak. Indeed, the wheelchair that Gu Lu was using to escape was continuously breaking apart, large numbers of Gu worm corpses were scattered along the way. But Fang Yuan restrained his expression and smiled coldly, stop. What? Even though the immortals were surprised, they did not dare to be negligent, they worked together to stop myriad-year flying warship. Gu Lu, who was fleeing for his life, shuddered at this scene, a stifled feeling welled up in his chest, but he could not vent it. Fang Yuan smiled as he looked at the empty sky above the river, commenting leisurely, what a good time path Gu formation, I wonder which member of Celestial Court is waiting for me. I am Li Huang. Li Huang's voice resounded, at the same time, a large formation revealed itself. Most of the Gu immortals on Fang Yuan's side were dumbfounded, some variant human Gu immortals reacted and shouted, so this was a trap. That damn old man acted really well. We almost fell into an ambush, if not for the wise and mighty Lord Fang Yuan, our current situation might not be so good. Gu Lu Ru slowly flew back with a gloomy expression. In order to put on a good show, he intentionally gave up on an immortal Gu and even purposely got injured, causing blood to flow out. It was truly a ruse to injure himself. But who could have thought that this ruse would turn into a show? Fang Yuan watched it for a long time. Li Huang pondered. It seems that Fang Yuan is very familiar with this river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Fang Yuan did not hide it from him, he admitted, indeed, I suffered a lot in the previous life. So what if you saw through it, leave your life behind? Gu Lu Ru sneered. He had just said that when two immortal Gu houses appeared on both sides of Fang Yuan. One immortal Gu house was elegant and elegant, the orange roof was like a crane spreading its wings. The immortal Gu house was covered in 3 layers of autumn light, it was extraordinary. It was 3 autumn yellow crane platform. The other immortal Gu house was a huge lever, it was snow white like jade, there were 7 huge sharks in front of the lever, they had sharp white teeth, they were dragging the huge lever as they flew. It was shark flow lever. Fang Yuan destroyed present and past pavilion and eternal yacht, while celestial court side was still rebuilding. Meanwhile, 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever had been constructed long ago, they were ready for this battle. 3 autumn yellow crane platform blocked Fang Yuan's path of retreat, while Gu Lu Ru forced his way forward and stalled myriad year flying warship. Shark flow lever drew a beautiful arc at the edge of the battlefield, it first caught Li Huang before joining the battle. A huge battle erupted, the river water surged and countless waves were created. This rank 8 immortal Gu house has such a tough shell. Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru were shocked. Myriad year flying warship displayed an extremely strong defense, causing the various attacks of the heavenly court to be rendered useless. It looked like it was unmoving, and no matter how dangerous the situation was, it would not budge. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan laughed heartily, Gu Lu Ru, I have seen through your moves. With that said, myriad year flying warship aimed at the flaw and rushed over. Oh no! Gu Lu Ru's expression changed. At the next moment, the time path killer move he used to restrain myriad year flying warship shattered, the backlash caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Stop him! Shark flow lever and 3 autumn yellow crane platform activated their killer moves. Charge through! Fang Yuan instructed plainly. Myriad year flying warship charged out of the battlefield in an unreasonable manner with a series of rumbling noises. Don't chase! Gu Lu Ru quickly stopped Li Huang, who was about to give chase. His expression was gloomy as he said in a heavy tone, this immortal Gu house is indeed worthy of being rank 8, we cannot stop it. Damn it! Li Huang clenched his fists, he felt quite sullen. Because he was a fire path Gu immortal, he could only use shark flow lever to fight in the river of time. If Fang Yuan fell into an ambush, he would naturally have the chance to display his might. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not give him such a chance. However, what made Li Huang even more sullen was yet to come. Fang Yuan saw that Celestial Court did not chase after him, he stopped myriad year flying warship and smiled, friends, my myriad year flying warship has another move called myriad year hunting, please appraise it. Celestial Court side quickly went on guard, they saw a strange fragrance coming from myriad year flying warship, not long after, countless beast roars could be heard from all directions, getting closer and closer. These are, year beasts, ancient year beasts, and immemorial year beasts. There are too many year beasts, they seem to have formed a beast tide. Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru looked at each other, feeling the shock in each other's hearts. Chapter 1825. Inside myriad year flying warship, He Lulan and the rest watched with rapt attention. The scene was extremely majestic. The Nian beast army was vast and mighty, surrounding them from all directions. Such a powerful killer move. No wonder this move was not used in the sovereign immortal aperture. Too many year beasts were attracted, if it was used in the sovereign immortal aperture, it would definitely cause a calamity, countless lives would be lost. Celestial Court side was also shocked. Myriad Year Flying Warship. Gu Lu Ru muttered this name with a solemn expression. Li Huang had a solemn expression as he said in a heavy tone, "This has already formed a beast tide, it is actually so powerful." Even a legendary figure like him couldn't help but sigh when he saw such a majestic scene. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Myriad Year hunting was a concept he had derived from the immemorial year beast fishing formation, and he had used it to its limits. With years flow like water immortal Gu as the core, through the amplification of the river of time, it had an incredible effect. Myriad beasts roared as the beast tide surged forward. Bam bam bam. Celestial Court attacked, killer moves came one after another, crashing into the year beast tide. Wave after wave of year beasts were destroyed. Celestial Court's 2 time path immortal Gu houses were rank 7, they could resist rank 8 battle strength, they had no problem dealing with most year beasts. But the problem was, what was the use of killing these year beasts? As long as Myriad Year Flying Warship existed, there would be an endless supply of year beasts. This was an enslavement path tactic, it was to expend the battle strength of Celestial Court's side. Celestial Court's killer moves all expended immortal essence. These year beasts have fallen into Fang Yuan's trap. We need to capture the leader first. Inside 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, a rank 7 Gu Immortal suggested. The moment he said that, a Gu Immortal beside him said, "But we already know the toughness of that Myriad Year Flying Warship. How can we execute the tactic of killing the leader?" The rank 7 Gu Immortal was stunned, but at the next moment, he heard the surrounding people shouting, "Be careful! Fang Yuan is back!" Myriad Year Flying Warship sped up, and instead of retreating, it advanced towards the shark flow lever. "How dare you!" Li Huang, who was on the shark flow lever, was infuriated. Fang Yuan actually dared to come back. It was obvious that he was looking down on them. Immediately, the 2 immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court and the Time Path Great Expert Gu Lu Ru surrounded Myriad Year Flying Warship and started fighting. Myriad Year Flying Warship withstood the barrage of attacks. At the same time, it was surrounded by countless silver flying swords that whizzed out like a storm. Both sides fought back and forth, fighting an abyss of fire and water. "No! Fang Yuan wants to stall us so that the Nian Beast army can surround us." Gu Lu Ru saw through Fang Yuan's plan. Li Huang sneered, "As long as we are determined to break out of the encirclement, no matter how many Nian beasts there are, what's the use?" Gu Lu Ru sighed, "Don't forget that we still have the river suppression lotus ceiling formation behind us." Li Huang was stunned, he did not think of this in such a hurry. Now that he was reminded, his heart jumped as he cursed in his mind, "This scoundrel Fang Yuan is so sinister and vicious." The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was painstakingly constructed by Celestial Court, it could slowly float on the surface of the river of time. There were a large number of Gu Immortals stationed inside, controlling their respective formation cores. If this formation was broken, Celestial Court would not only lose a large number of immortal Gu, they would also lose these rank 7 Gu Immortals. Moreover, they might not be able to construct a second river suppression lotus ceiling formation in this short period of time. Celestial Court's situation was very awkward. They had originally wanted to use the river suppression lotus ceiling formation to ambush Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan saw through it. Instead, this formation became the weakness of Celestial Court side, which Fang Yuan did not let go. Even though the river suppression lotus ceiling formation could float, it was very slow, there was no way it could escape this situation. "Let's evacuate the Gu Immortals in the formation first." Gu Lu Ru thought about it and said. Li Huang, however, spoke at the same time, "Kill Fang Yuan and get rid of the culprit, we can settle this." The 2 Gu Immortals looked at each other, at this crucial moment, they had different opinions. Roar roar roar. Because of Fang Yuan's obstruction, the vanguard of the year beasts had reached here. The first to bear the brunt were 3 immemorial year beasts. These immemorial year beasts had thick skin and flesh. They withstood the attacks of Celestial Court and charged into the battlefield of the Immortal Gu House. Courting death. Li Huang was furious. He manipulated the giant shark in front of Shark Flow Lever to bite the beasts. At the same time, he activated Shark Flow Lever's killer move and killed 2 immemorial year beasts in a dozen or so breaths of time. Clowns. Li Huang's killing intent dissipated slightly, but he heard Gu Lu Ru's pleading voice, "Help me." It turned out that Li Huang had gone to deal with the immemorial year beasts while Gu Lu Ru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform attacked Myriad Year Flying Warship. They were evenly matched. Next, Fang Yuan activated Daybreak Sword Killer move to attack the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation. This formation was strong on the inside and weak on the outside. It was originally used to deal with the Stone Lotus Island, but after being attacked by Fang Yuan, it could not hold on any longer and started to break apart. Many Gu immortals in the formation cores died on the spot. Myriad Year Flying Warship was extremely sturdy. Gu Lu Ru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform could not attack it. They could only block Fang Yuan's attacks and cover the retreat of the Gu immortals inside the formation. This way, Fang Yuan had the initiative. He attacked wherever he wanted. Gu Lu Ru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were in a sorry state. They could not do anything. Li Huang saw that the situation was bad. He quickly went around and attacked Myriad Year Flying Warship from behind. Fang Yuan was not afraid. If he was alone, he might not be able to take care of everything, but there were many Gu immortals inside the warship. They were experienced and could provide great support. In order to kill another rank 8, their eyes were bloodshot. They were extremely excited. Fang Yuan stood at the bow of the warship, ignoring the dangerous winds and waves outside. He suddenly found a flaw in Gu Lu Ru's defense and used a killer move. It was Spring Scissors. Spring Scissors flew out. It was not aimed at Gu Lu Ru, but avoided his obstruction. With a snap, a Central Continent female immortal's neck was cut short. Gu Lu Ru was shocked. Isn't this Xia Cha's signature method? Fang Yuan has already grasped it. He even modified it to rank 7. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, activating Summer Fan Killer move. It was also at rank 7 level. Li Huang could not take care of everything. He could only watch as the intense winds blew and created more holes in the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation. Several immortal Gu were destroyed instantly. Ha ha ha, if I want to kill someone, can you stop me? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, mocking them without restraint. Li Huang's eyes were bloodshot. He scolded, "Scoundrel, I will definitely grind you to ashes." Boom! An immemorial year beast pounced on Myriad Year Flying Warship, causing this rank 8 immortal Gu house to tilt. Celestial Court side was stunned. Almost instantly, the 2 rank 8 great experts reacted. It turns out that even though Fang Yuan can cause the year beast tide, he cannot control them. In fact, these year beasts' target is Myriad Year Flying Warship. After discovering this secret, Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru almost vomited blood from anger. After fighting for so long, they had dealt with these year beasts earlier because they wanted to block Fang Yuan's blade. No wonder Fang Yuan did not watch from the sidelines, but directly attacked and pestered them. Fang Yuan had no choice. He had already reached his limit. Using years flow like water to lure year beasts and cause a year beast tide, this was the power of Time Path. If he could control this year beast army, that would be the effect of Enslavement Path. As more and more year beasts appeared, the battlefield became very crowded. Earlier, Celestial Court side had attacked these year beast tide indiscriminately, slightly stopping them. But because of Fang Yuan's pestering, attacking the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation and killing those rank 7 Gu immortals, Celestial Court side had no time to deal with him. Fang Yuan, go and die. Get lost. Li Huang shouted, but Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship and stuck close to his Shark Flow Lever or 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. The year beast's target was Myriad Year Flying Warship, but Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were both destroyed. Didn't you want to get rid of me? I am right in front of you, go ahead and do it. Fang Yuan smiled. Li Huang's eyes were bloodshot from anger, even Gu Lu Ru's breathing was rough. He stared at Fang Yuan with a gaze that was like ice from an abyss, filled with killing intent. The three immortal Gu houses gradually had no space to move around. If one looked from afar, they would see year beasts charging towards them. At the center of the battlefield, these year beasts, ancient year beasts, and immemorial year beasts were densely packed, forming a ball of ants. The ball was getting bigger and bigger. The three immortal Gu houses at the center of the ball were like meat grinders. Even immemorial year beasts could not last more than 10 breaths of time before dying. Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru were truly enraged. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was completely finished. Celestial Court's efforts during this period of time were all for naught. Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru had already tried their best to save the central continent Gu immortals, but most of them still died at Fang Yuan's hands. Let's go. There are no more survivors. Gu Lu Ru shouted. Without the formation restraining Fang Yuan controlled myriad-year flying warship to move freely in the battlefield. He could not be captured or killed. At this point, Celestial Court's battle tactic had completely failed. Fang Yuan, just you wait, you won't be arrogant for long. One day, you will die at my hands. Li Huang gritted his teeth. This was the first time he fought with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan's actions made him feel extreme anger, hatred, and disgust. This demon was truly sinister and crafty. Humph. Li Huang, in my opinion, you are the arrogant one. Myriad-year flying warship suddenly attacked, using the killer move Torrential Charge. Daybreak Sword surrounded it. The silver flying swords plunged into the Torrential Charge, bringing with them an explosive speed that exceeded expectations. These two moves can actually work together? Li Huang was shocked, he could not defend in time. Myriad-year flying warship directly collided with the heavily damaged shark flow lever. Rumble. With a loud sound, the shark flow lever was directly destroyed, the few remaining giant sharks died on the spot. At the crucial moment, Li Huang activated his proudest killer move, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. After Myriad-year flying warship destroyed the shark flow lever, its momentum did not decrease as it slammed into Li Huang's body. Li Huang's Verdant Sun Flame Cloak shook intensely. A moment ago, it was a blazing flame, but after the collision, it instantly weakened into a small flame. Li Huang, your death date is here. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he used Summer Fan and Spring Scissors to attack Li Huang. Rank 8 level? Li Huang stared with wide eyes. He felt a fatal threat from Summer Fan and Spring Scissors. He did not even have time to catch his breath as he defended with all his might. But in the end, Spring Scissors and Summer Fan immediately revealed their true appearance. They were only rank 7 level. Fang Yuan, you lied to me. Li Huang shouted, his attention was successfully diverted by Fang Yuan. Next, Myriad-year flying warship followed closely behind. Li Huang's wide-opened eyes were instantly filled with Myriad-year flying warship silhouette. Boom! The flame cloak on Li Huang's body was completely destroyed. Li Huang's chest caved in as large amounts of blood gushed out like a fountain, mixed with pieces of his internal organs. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless silver flying swords attacked him like a swarm of bees. They pierced deeply into Li Huang's body and continued to penetrate his front, back, left, and right. Li Huang's body trembled unceasingly due to the impact of daybreak swords. The light in his eyes quickly faded. Before his death, the last thought in his mind was still disbelief. I am actually going to die here? Let's retreat. Gu Lu Ru growled with tears in his eyes. Veins bulged on his forehead as he showed a malevolent expression. Although Li Huang was stronger than him, in this river of time, without the protection of an immortal Gu house, he would definitely perish. It was not that Gu Lu Ru did not think of saving him, but Fang Yuan had planned this for a long time. How could he give him the chance to save him? The densely packed Nian beasts were also a huge obstacle. Gu Lu Ru controlled 3 autumn yellow crane platform and quickly left the battlefield. Fang Yuan chased relentlessly with surging killing intent. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, leave your lives behind. Gu Lu Ru did not make a sound, he only cared about escaping. Chapter 1826. The river of time surged with strong winds and fierce waves. The myriad-year flying warship kept shooting out daybreak flying swords like a torrential downpour, enveloping the 3 autumn yellow crane platform. Inside 3 autumn yellow crane platform, many central continent Gu Immortals were determined to die. They said to Gu Lu Ru, "Lord, please retreat first." Gu Lu Ru hesitated. These people added, "Zhongzhou state doesn't have us, but it can't have you." The current battle situation was too dangerous. Even if they retreated together, they would still be trapped by that demon. Furthermore, the Celestial Court has also passed down a definite order. Fairy Myrtle had already ordered the 3 autumn yellow crane platform to block myriad flying warship with all their might, allowing Gu Lu Ru to retreat first. Gu Lu Ru let out a long sigh. "I didn't expect things to end up like this. Everyone, your sacrifice will not be in vain." He leaped out of the 3 autumn yellow crane terrace and dove straight into the river of time. On the myriad-year flying warship, Fang Yuan quickly sensed it and immediately turned around. However, the 3 autumn yellow crane platform risked its life to intercept it. Fang Yuan was held back by the 3 autumn yellow crane platform and could not escape quickly. He could only watch as Gu Lu Ru followed the tributary of the river of time and returned to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. "If that's the case, then all of you can die." Fang Yuan snorted coldly and concentrated his firepower on the 3 autumn yellow crane platform. At this point in the battle, the 3 autumn yellow crane platform was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Under myriad-year flying warship's ferocious attacks, it completely shattered into pieces with a loud bang. More than 10 Gu Immortals fell into the river. It was chaotic. The surrounding year beasts surrounded these Gu Immortals and attacked them. "Scram, beasts!" Fang Yuan bellowed as he steered myriad-year flying warship in an attempt to snatch back the spoils of war. But there were too many Nian beasts. Wave after wave of Nian beasts violently attacked the myriad-year flying warship. In this short delay, many central continent Gu Immortals were already devoured by the frenzied year beasts. Not even a trace of them was left. Boom! A huge immemorial bull crashed into the side of myriad-year flying warship like a meteor. Myriad-year flying warship almost flipped over. After struggling to break free, a part of the ship's hull had been completely deformed, and there were even 2 large holes. It was a direct collision with the bull's horn. Fang Yuan's subordinates panicked. "Quickly repair it. Many Gu worms have been destroyed. This immemorial year beast is not ordinary, its strength is exceptional." Fang Yuan glanced sideways and sized him up carefully. The surroundings were filled with Nian beasts, those that flew, those that ran on the river, and those that swam in the water. All of them treated the myriad-year flying warship as their target. At this moment, 8 immemorial year beasts surrounded Fang Yuan from afar or near. The primordial bull from before had smooth fur and a golden color. Its 4 hooves stepped on the river surface steadily like a mountain. Even the chaotic year beast army couldn't shake it. A glint flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. The 12 zodiac battle formation was still missing a primordial bull. Moreover, even if he had an immemorial year bull, Fang Yuan would want to exchange it. The power of the ancient battle formation was directly related to the strength of the immemorial year beasts. This immemorial year bull was undoubtedly one of the best immemorial year beasts. But now is not the time to subdue it. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, immediately ordering, "Retreat." Myriad-year flying warship also started to escape. But no matter where it went, there were year beasts blocking its way. Woof woof woof. An immemorial year dog came to pester it. Its body was strong, its muscles were bulging, its dog eyes were emitting electricity, and its fur was also golden in color. Myriad-year flying warship continued to activate daybreak swords, but when they landed on its body, they immediately broke apart and only cut its fur. Woof! The immemorial year dog suddenly jumped, its speed surged as it approached the bow of the ship. It opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp silver teeth. With a crack, Myriad-year flying warship's bow was bitten to pieces. Quickly leave, this dog has a wild time path immortal goo. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. The immemorial year dog was also an immemorial year beast that he lacked, but in this chaotic situation, he did not want to fight an unknown enemy. Fortunately, year beasts competed and suppressed each other. There was only one immemorial year dog, while immemorial year monkeys were the most numerous. Fang Yuan made a sharp turn, charging towards these immemorial year monkeys. Myriad-year flying warship was like a silver bolt of lightning, moving between the gaps of the year beasts. The immemorial year dog was intercepted by these immemorial year monkeys. Flying like this, they finally arrived at the entrance of a tributary of the River of Time. Myriad-year flying warship struggled as it charged out of the tributary, returning to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. A large number of year beasts chased after it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A small immemorial year rat suddenly appeared like a golden bolt of lightning, crashing into Myriad-year flying warship. Oh no! Fang Yuan, quickly attack. We can only rely on you. The immortal's expressions changed. Myriad-year flying warship was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. If the immemorial year rat destroyed it, the entire immortal goo house might be destroyed. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan did not bother concealing himself. He erupted with rank 8 cultivation level and blocked in front of the immemorial year rat. The true rank 8 level spring scissors killer move burst out, moving agilely in the narrow space, cutting the immemorial year rat's body. This immemorial year beast was extremely small, only the size of an adult's fist. It was like a golden lump that was extremely hard. Spring scissors killer move cut its body, producing a clanging sound, like it was cutting a rock. Golden sparks burst out. Fang Yuan had already used his full strength, but this immemorial year rat was not afraid. Its eyes shined brightly as it looked at a time path immortal goo. It opened its mouth and grabbed it with its mouth before turning around and running. It was extremely fast, like a golden bolt of lightning, vanishing from Fang Yuan's vision in the blink of an eye. Lord Fang Yuan, this is bad. Rank 8 years flow like water immortal goo was taken away by this immemorial year rat. Fang Yuan did not know whether to laugh or to be angry, but he also felt a trace of joy, replying calmly, "This is my disguise, although it is a time path immortal goo, it is not the true years flow like water." Fang Yuan had personally deduced Myriad-year hunting killer move. How could he not know the huge flaw of this move? Therefore, he had already prepared for a rainy day and set up bait in the Myriad-year flying warship. When Myriad-year flying warship was damaged to a certain extent, he would throw this bait out and cause the immemorial year beasts to fight over it, creating a chance to escape. This method might not be able to deceive the celestial quartz goo immortals, but the immemorial year beasts had limited intelligence. They could not compare to the rank 8 great experts of celestial court. As expected, after the immemorial year rat took away the bait, the year beast army immediately felt a strong temptation. They moved from Myriad-year flying warship to this small golden year rat and immediately attacked it. Only then did Myriad-year flying warship truly break away from this terrifying year beast tide. After it was safe, Fang Yuan immediately placed this rank 8 immortal goo house into his immortal aperture to repair it. The entire surface of Myriad-year flying warship was full of holes. The tip of the ship's bow was bitten off. There were several large holes on the sides of the ship. It was a shocking sight. There were also several claw marks. It was like a huge machete chopping wood. After inspecting, a vast number of mortal goo died in Myriad-year flying warship. There were also many immortal goo that were damaged. Especially precaution immortal goo, it was the core of Myriad-year flying warship's defense after all. Even years flow like water immortal goo was slightly damaged. On the surface, myriad-year flying warship still had its skeleton intact, but if they fought for a while longer, it would have been destroyed beyond recognition. There would have been heavy casualties. The River of Time was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was home to a terrifying number of lifeforms that could not be estimated. Among these time path lifeforms, there were no lack of powerful ones. Even Fang Yuan could not do anything to them in a short period of time. What left the deepest impression on Fang Yuan were those 3 immemorial year beasts with golden fur. However, this is also within my calculations. As long as it is an immemorial year beast that attacked myriad-year flying warship, it will be marked. In a short period of time, I can find them and suppress them one by one. To gather the 12 zodiac battle formation, I still need to take a risk. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. The 12 zodiac battle formation needed to gather 12 different kinds of immemorial year beasts. They were rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig. In the River of Time, every once in a while, there would be a type of immemorial year beast that would prosper. The size of the group would rise to the top, becoming the strongest group and suppressing the other groups. Then, in the following 10 or so years, the size of this type of year beast would fall from the strongest to the weakest, and in the process of survival, they would be pushed aside and attacked by other year beasts. But because of this, the surviving year beasts were usually the strongest of the same level. If they were not strong, they would not be able to survive. Like the immemorial year bull, immemorial year dog, and immemorial year rat that Fang Yuan encountered earlier, they were the best examples. Most of the immemorial year beasts were easy to collect because of their large numbers. But there were a few types of them, because their entire group was at the lowest point. Not only were they rare, they were also very strong. Repairing myriad-year flying warship was not a problem. Even though many mortal goo were lost, Fang Yuan had more than enough. The damage to immortal goo was the most troublesome, but Fang Yuan also had the goo as before formation. Fang Yuan's refinement path foundation was too deep. He could easily repair these immortal goo. It is just that the immortal apertures of these central continent goo immortals are completely empty. It seems that Fairy Myrtle has learned her lesson. Fang Yuan smiled. The immortal apertures of these central continent rank 7 corpses were barren. Countless resources had been purposely moved out before the battle. Ever since the first battle in the River of Time, Fairy Myrtle was afraid that these resources would nourish her enemy, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not mind. To him, these resources were just icing on the cake. They were dispensable. Next, I will first repair myriad-year flying warship, then I will go to the River of Time and capture the immemorial year beasts I lack. After that, I will explore dream realms. I have already extorted a large number of dream realms from southern borders righteous path. Fang Yuan calculated the time. There might not be enough. Not long after, the 5 Xiang's public grotto heaven would open. The 1,000 years bet would be completed. I will do my best. Fang Yuan sighed. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle, who was inside Celestial Court, was also sighing bitterly. She was deeply worried. Celestial Court had suffered a crushing defeat in the River of Time again. What should they do? Myriad-year flying warships' methods and combat strength made her feel very embarrassed. She knew that Fang Yuan's strategy was to use the River of Time as bait, but this matter concerned Red Lotus' true inheritance. Celestial Court had no choice but to take the bait. Even if it is a pit of blood, we have to grit our teeth and jump in. Celestial Court is never afraid of sacrifice. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with a sharp light, but she soon frowned. But now, we need to modify the time path Immortal Goo House and focus on speed. When we fight in the future, we will focus on disturbing Fang Yuan. As long as we stop him from obtaining Red Lotus' true inheritance, we will have made a huge contribution. Chapter 1827. Immemorial White Heaven. A white cloud looked ordinary, but it was secretly carrying 6 Chi clan Goo immortals, moving forward at a fast speed. Be careful, this is immemorial white heaven, immemorial desolate beasts often appear here. Currently, this route is safe, but we need to be vigilant. After entering that grotto heaven, we will be able to obtain heaven form. Qi clan's revival and prosperity is just around the corner. Qi clan's Gu immortals conversed secretly, they were excited and agitated. Even though they did not know the power of heaven form, they did not underestimate its power. After all, this was half an inheritance left by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Suddenly, the scene abruptly changed. The originally peaceful and tranquil day seemed to have been turned upside down, and it abruptly transformed into a pitch-black curtain. This pitch-black space was like a huge sphere that surrounded the 6 Qi clan immortals. Threads of silver light, like silk threads, weaved into a net, embedded in all directions, above and below his feet, in the black curtain. This is an immortal battlefield killer move. Who in the world is ambushing us? Quickly come out. Qi clan's Gu immortals were shocked. After a moment of panic, they shouted angrily. Thereupon, a rank 8 immortal Gu house carrying a Gu immortal appeared. This immortal Gu house was like a small boat, it had a long and narrow bow, it was shining with silver light. At the bow of this boat, a Gu immortal wore a white robe and had his hands behind his back. He stood quietly, smiling as he looked at the Qi clan Gu immortals. This Gu immortal had a handsome face, he was almost beautiful, his black hair was like a waterfall that reached his waist, he looked like a weak young man with peerless beauty. But when the 6 Qi clan Gu immortals saw this person and this house, they were completely shocked. Qi Kai was the second supreme elder of Qi clan, he was the bravest among them, but right now, he had a shocked expression on his face. Qi Jin was the third supreme elder of Qi clan, he was like the other Qi clan Gu immortals, he had a pale expression, he felt his heart pounding, a cold chill was spreading through his limbs. Qi clan's first supreme elder was usually calm and composed, but now, he panicked, his voice trembled. Fang Yuan, why is it you? Why are you looking for trouble with us? Fang Yuan's appearance alone gave the 6 Qi clan Gu immortals a huge fright, their high morale fell to rock bottom like a bucket of cold water was poured on them. The shadow of a man and the bark of a tree. Fang Yuan's current demonic might was vast and mighty, far exceeding that of his previous life at the same time. Previously, during the second battle in the River of Time, Fang Yuan had announced the details to the world. The Celestial Court suffered a crushing defeat. Defeat after defeat, Li Huang died a horrible death. Fang Yuan stepped on the body of the Celestial Court. The reputation of the demonic path had already shaken the heavens. Most of the Qi clan Gu immortals were scared stiff. Fang Yuan was a peerless demon. Why had he suddenly come to deal with the Qi family? Moreover, he even set up an ambush? Fang Yuan. Milord, my Qi family is a hidden family. We've never done anything to you, and we have no enmity with you. If there is any misunderstanding between us, we are willing to compensate you. Qi clan's first supreme elder Qi Fa said. Fang Yuan smiled, don't be nervous, as long as you join me, I will let you live. As for compensation, why don't you hand over heaven form to me? Hearing this, the Qi clan Gu immortals felt like they had fallen into an icy abyss. We are finished. The biggest secret has already been seen through by Fang Yuan. How can he know? He is an otherworldly demon, he used spring-autumn cicada to rebirth. The 1,000-year bed is here, our Qi clan's goal for 1,000 years is about to succeed, are we going to give it up? I cannot accept this. Qi clan's Gu immortals had complex expressions. They were afraid, they were angry, they were furious, they were flustered, they were filled with hatred, and they were helpless. Qi clan's strongest Gu immortal was only rank 7, they had spent a lot of effort to enter immemorial white heaven, but now, they had to fight against Fang Yuan? He. I am meat on someone else's chopping block. It's too difficult. Let's go all out. Qi Kai gritted his teeth, he clenched his fists, his arms were shaking. What are we going to do? Can we win? You know Fang Yuan's battle achievements, we will only be dying if we go. Qi Jin said hatefully. A peculiar light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, he threatened, now, I will give you 3 breaths of time to consider. After 3 breaths of time, if you do not submit to me, you will all die. What should we do? Qi clan's Gu immortals were flustered, they were at a loss, they looked at Qi Fa. As the first supreme elder of the Qi family, Qi Fa was usually very prestigious. He was a skinny old man with a hale and hearty spirit. His back was ramrod straight like a spear. But after 3 breaths of time, he relaxed, he lowered his head and bowed as he cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan. Lord Fang Yuan, our Qi clan, surrenders. Ha ha ha. A wise man submits to circumstances. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Qi clan's Gu immortals did not dare to look at him. You have made the best choice. Bai Ningbing and the rest were inside myriad-year flying warship, they witnessed this scene and sighed deeply. In the battle to defend Langya Blessed Land, in the first and second battles in the River of Time, Fang Yuan stepped on Celestial Court's body and became famous in the world. His demonic might and ferocious might could make even rank 7 Gu immortal surrender without a fight. Qi Fa continued, Heaven form is yours, but I would like to be bold enough to report the situation inside to you. Fang Yuan looked at this Qi clan first supreme elder deeply, he said with a faint smile, no need. I am not afraid to tell you, in the previous life, I obtained heaven form and killed all of you, occupying Qi manifestation grotto heaven. Of course, some of you submitted to me. After pausing for a moment, Fang Yuan continued, I am far more familiar with the secret of heaven form than all of you. Fang Yuan's words were like a heavy hammer, smashing on the hearts of Qi clan's Gu immortals. They were shocked and did not dare to believe it. Fang Yuan did not care whether they believed it or not, he directly planted a method on each of them and took away their Gu worms. He was very familiar with the immortal Gu that Qi clan's Gu immortals had. After taking them away, Qi clan's Gu immortals were arranged to sit at the bow of myriad-year flying warship, they stood there in a daze, their expressions were pale as paper. After controlling these Qi clan Gu immortals, Fang Yuan put away the immortal battlefield, Yama Net. Yama Net battlefield was modified from Yama battlefield, it completed Fang Yuan's goal, by gathering the power of time path, it became stronger and more stable. Myriad-year flying warship had been repaired long ago, it flew all the way to the crucial location. After a while, the immortals saw that in the empty sky, a huge gatehouse appeared. The gatehouse had tall eaves, there were 2 brick carvings on the lintel, there was a huge plaque on the door with the words, 5 Xiang's Gambling Battle Door. The entire gatehouse seemed to be made of brass, it gave off a grand and mighty aura. Initially, it was only a phantom image, but as time passed, it became more solid and clear. After the gatehouse became solid, a large area of clouds gathered and supported the gatehouse. Fang Yuan's subordinates were shocked, this was the first time they were seeing this. Qi clan's 6 Gu immortals had complex expressions, but there was still a trace of hope in the eyes of Qi Fa and the rest. At this time, the door frame started to shine in 5 colors, each representing the power of the 5 Xiang. First, red light shined down, causing the clouds to turn red. Fang Yuan smiled, looking at He Lulan, go. He Lulan was expressionless, she got out of myriad-year flying warship and flew towards the gatehouse. On the way, Fang Yuan waved his hand and sent an immortal killer move into her body. He Lulan's body shook slightly, she landed in front of the gatehouse. The red light enveloped her before vanishing, He Lulan's qualifications were recognized. Impossible. Oh heavens, how can this be? Shuexiang recognized her. Is she really a descendant of Shuexiang's Shui clan? Qi clan's 6 Gu immortals were shocked, they could not believe it. Fang Yuan turned around to look at them, he smiled and instructed the Rockman Gu immortals, you guys go. The Rockman Gu immortals were hit by Fang Yuan's killer move, their auras underwent a mystical change, under the yellow light's inspection, they passed and obtained the qualifications to enter the 5 Xiang Grotto Heaven. Seeing this, Qi Clan's 6 Gu immortals' bodies shook intensely. Some even shook, they were on the verge of collapsing. Earlier, He Lulan was a human, she might have the bloodline of Shui Xiang's Shui clan. But what about these rockmen variant humans? Rockmen were only male, they could not marry or have children with other races. However, the gatehouse recognized them. The cold truth was like an iron sword, stabbing into the hearts of Qi Clan's Gu immortals. They finally gave up on the last trace of hope in their hearts. They had to admit that this was caused by Fang Yuan's method. Qi Clan's first supreme elder Qi Fa had a bitter expression. He had surrendered to Fang Yuan earlier because he would die if he did not, and also because he wanted to use the 5 Xiang's gambling gate and heaven form killer move to deceive Fang Yuan and try to find a chance to escape. But now, it seemed that there was no such possibility. Fang Yuan's preparations were too ample, he had come prepared, all his actions proved that he was not lying. In the previous life, Fang Yuan might have really obtained heaven form. He has spring-autumn cicada, he has unlimited chances of restarting. This is too shameless, who can stop him? The 1,000 years bet, to think that an outsider would benefit from it, he. Some of Qi Clan's Gu immortals were furious, some were furious, they blamed the celestial court for not helping them, while some had already suffered a huge blow, they were disheartened. Their emotions were fluctuating intensely. But they could not be blamed. When they came, they were filled with anticipation and excitement, but halfway through, they were ambushed by Fang Yuan and became prisoners. The treasure that Qi Clan had fought for 1,000 years, heaven form, was about to fall into someone else's hands. The difference was too huge, it was too sudden and cruel. These people are so pitiful. Lady White Rabbit looked at Qi Clan's Gu immortals, feeling pity. Humph, what hope do you have for something that Fang Yuan wants? Bai Ningbing had a cold expression, she understood Fang Yuan's methods the most. Next, several Gu immortals landed in front of the gatehouse, passing the test. Fang Yuan did not let Qi Clan's Gu immortals enter, he kept them at the front of the ship, watching as Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin took their places and obtained the recognition of the light of Qi Xiang. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing participated, they also obtained the right to explore. Chapter 1828. The scene in front of her changed, Bai Ningbing focused and looked around, thinking, this is 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven? Just as she thought about it, an indescribable information was transmitted to her mind, she understood the 5 Xiang's arrangement. So this public Grotto Heaven was created by the heaven surveying 5 Xiang's donating a portion of their immortal apertures. The entire Grotto Heaven is divided into 5 parts, the regions cannot move between them, only the mountain range at the center is unique. Heaven form is at the center of the Grotto Heaven. As long as Gu immortals are acknowledged by the gatehouse and teleported here, they will have the qualifications to try and obtain the treasure. Furthermore, along the way, there are some resources that the heaven surveying 5 Xiang's arranged here in the past. If you have enough strength, you can take them for your own use, but I suggest that you do not dig up the roots and kill the goose that lays the golden egg. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan, she hesitated for a moment before informing Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan looked ahead and waved his hand nonchalantly, I already got this information, no need to tell me. Bai Ningbing nodded and did not say anything else. In the previous life, Fang Yuan went through many obstacles in front of the gatehouse. Not only was familiar face exposed and he was pushed out, he even had to use the light of wisdom to deduce a killer move, successfully disguising himself and entering 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven. After entering 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven, the information about the 5 Xiang's arrangement did not enter his mind. It was only after Bai Ningbing informed him that he understood the existence of this layer. But in this life, after Fang Yuan's modifications and deductions, the immortal killer move that he created could not only be used on himself, it could also be used to deceive others. Now that he stepped into this 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven, information was transmitted to his mind, explaining the arrangements of the 5 xiangs. Let's go to the peak at the center. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved together. In the previous life, he was in a hurry because Qi clan's Gu immortals had also entered 5 xiangs grotto heaven. Fang Yuan had to compete with them for heaven form. In this life, Fang Yuan directly made a move and kicked out his biggest competitor. The whole of 5 xiangs grotto heaven was on his side. Although the situation was not tense at all, it was very leisurely. They could collect resources along the way and slowly conquer the dungeon. But Fang Yuan knew that at the center of the mountain range, there was an immortal Gu house that contained heaven form killer move. Even though it was crude, it contained the 5 xiangs grotto heaven. If he controlled this immortal Gu house first, it would be very useful for moving resources in the future. On the way, Bai Ningbing was surprised to find that there were a lot of resource points in the 5 elements grotto heaven. Ice mirror snow lotus, 100-year profound ice, 1000-year profound ice, moon water, heaven-made divine jade, jade frost antelope. Although there aren't any large or super resource points, they are all small or medium-sized ones. However, these resources are very dense, and the reserves are very rich. That's right, this place only opens once every 100 years. Naturally, a lot of resources have been accumulated here. Bai Ningbing was envious. Undeniably, these resources would enter Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If she obtained it herself, she would be able to greatly supplement her foundation, and her assets would multiply several times. She would instantly become rich. But for Fang Yuan to obtain it, it was just the icing on the cake. The journey was very smooth. Fang and Bai arrived at the central mountain range without any problems. In the previous life, Qi clan's Gu immortals created a beast tide and lured immemorial desolate beasts to obstruct Fang and Bai, obstructing them and causing trouble for them. But now, these Qi clan Gu immortals were all captives. They were trapped in myriad-year flying warship and could not even look after themselves. The immortal Gu house palace at the peak of the mountain range was nothing special. Fang Yuan had already lost interest in it. There were already many Gu immortals standing in front of the palace. They were all Fang Yuan's subordinates. They had entered before Fang Yuan. After greeting Fang Yuan, the Gu immortals reported what they saw along the way. Fang Yuan looked around. He did not find anything unexpected. He nodded slightly and led the immortals into the palace. Heaven form was at the center of the palace. It was shaped like a single-legged crane. Its feathers were pure white like snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. Its long beak was red in color. Right now, the crane's neck was lowered, its wings were folded and its eyes were shut. It seemed to be sleeping. Rank 9 aura. Bing Yuan and the rest breathed in deeply. Their gazes were filled with surprise and joy. Fang Yuan led the immortals and sat around the heaven form flying crane, injecting their wills into it. The gatehouse was the test of the 5 xiangs. They could not add any methods to this heaven form killer move. Thus, anyone could inject their wills into it. All sorts of wills went in. The moment they entered, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's information was transmitted to them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable explained, he had once found a natural heavenly spirit in immemorial white heaven. After spending a lot of effort, he managed to capture it, but he found that heaven form was very profound. Even someone as strong as him could not refine it. Thus, he designed heaven form and set up this half-inheritance, leaving it to a fated person. After the 5 xiangs found this inheritance, none of them were willing to give in. Thus, there was the bet of the 5 xiangs that lasted for 1,000 years. The immortals understood the ins and outs. They were shocked and sighed. Fang Yuan had already experienced it in his previous life. He did not feel any emotional fluctuations, but he had a new connection to the existence of heaven form. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's killer moves, like divine concealment, ghostly concealment, heaven form, and others, once activated, they can last forever and will not break apart. In my previous life, I thought this was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's style, but after the Battle of Fate Gu's restoration, I found that all Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables have such methods. Giant Sun Immortal was like this, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was like this, and even Limitless Demon Venerable was like this. These killer moves and methods all have vast power, they can last forever. Normally, they are calm and unaffected, but once they erupt, their power will be earth-shattering. If one or two venerables have such methods, it can only mean that it is their specialty. But if almost all venerables are like this, then it is not a matter of path or person, it is attainment level. Every venerable had the attainment level of Supreme Grandmaster. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. That means, Master attainment level produces intuition. Grandmaster attainment level produces comprehension by analogy. Great Grandmaster attainment level uses the Tao marks of nature. Supreme Grandmaster attainment level allows killer moves to last forever and operate on their own. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered. Even though he was guessing, he felt that his guess was not far off. Even though the true inheritances he obtained did not have any description of this, Fang Yuan himself had two paths that were at quasi-supreme level. He had the ability to peer into the scenery of Supreme Grandmasters. Several hours later, Fang Yuan successfully took down the final providence of heaven form. In the previous life, this providence lump had used the tactic of feigning weakness to numb Qi Clan's Gu immortals, causing them to suffer a lot of losses. Fang Yuan reaped the benefits. In this life, Fang Yuan commanded even more wills to completely destroy this stubborn providence lump. There were no mishaps during the entire process. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was worried that Bai Ningbing would betray him. But now, he had even more subordinates, and these variant human Gu immortals were extremely loyal to Fang Yuan. This was Fang Yuan's leadership talent, his political skills, as well as his charisma and grand might that he had created by defeating the celestial court time and time again. He did not use any enslavement path killer moves. The variant human Gu immortals were obedient. Shadow sects immortals also did not dare to go against Fang Yuan. But even though he refined heaven form and destroyed all of the remnants of providence, heaven form still had a large number of Gu immortal wills that were stiff like rocks. These wills were the accumulation of over 1,000 years, the wills of the 5 Xiangs and their descendants. If he did not get rid of these wills, Fang Yuan would not be able to truly activate heaven form. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was prepared. He modified several killer moves, especially the move that used Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu as the core. It would become Fang Yuan's main method. In the previous life, when I used Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu alone, it had great effects. This time, with this killer move, I will be able to control heaven form very quickly. Fang Yuan took away heaven form but did not take away the Immortal Gu house. He assigned several Gu immortals to control the Immortal Gu house and move the resources inside. 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven had once annexed an immemorial 9 Heavens fragment, so it did not have any calamities or tribulations, but it was not something Fang Yuan could annex. After Fang Yuan made the arrangements, he led a group of people out of the Grotto Heaven, heading towards Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven. Inside Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven, there was still a rank 6 Qi Clan Gu immortal guarding it. But even First Supreme Elder, Second Supreme Elder, and Third Supreme Elder surrendered. This Qi Clan Gu immortal was dumbfounded. He obediently let Fang Yuan in. After Qi Clan's Gu immortals saw Fang Yuan's heaven form killer move, they no longer had any hope. They had pale expressions. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan sent Bai Ningbing to attack Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven, they were even attacked by unlimited Qi Si. But in this life, the heavenly spirit in Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven had not woken up. It was still in slumber. Lord Fang Yuan, how do you want us to move the resources here? The variant human Gu immortal asked. Qi Clan's Gu immortals looked at each other. Someone said anxiously, "We are willing to defend this place for Lord Fang Yuan." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, "No need, watch me devour it." His Qi path attainment level was already at Grandmaster level. After the second battle in the River of Time, he repaired Myriad Year Flying Warship and entered the River of Time to hunt immemorial year beasts. During the long process of searching, he explored dream realms inside the warship, leaving the task to his subordinates. Only when it was time to fight would he wait for an opportunity to strike. Thus, he saved a lot of time and successfully explored dream realms again and again. Fang Yuan's attainment level of all paths rose, especially Qi path. It reached Great Grandmaster level. With this attainment level, he had the qualifications to annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven. During the annexation process, Qi Si Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was awakened, but Fang Yuan was already prepared. He suppressed it. The heavenly spirit scolded Qi clan's descendants for being unfilial. Qi clan's Gu immortals had ashen expressions, they were filled with despair. Eventually, they watched as their homeland was devoured by Fang Yuan, fusing into the sovereign immortal aperture. A vast amount of Qi path resources could not be calculated yet. The biggest gain was unlimited Qi Si. This killer move was Qi Si Grotto Heaven's greatest trump card. It was used to resist the calamities and tribulations. Unlimited Qi Si contained rank 8 Immortal Gu Big Qi, rank 7 Immortal Gu Big Family Qi, and others, as well as countless immortal material Qi currents like Metal Qi, Water Qi, Fire Qi, and others. There were also special Qi currents like Divine Qi and Luck Qi. There were all kinds of them. In the previous life, Fang Yuan dismantled this move, but now that he had Qi Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, he had a deep foundation. He did not want to dismantle it. What was worth mentioning was that Qi Si Grotto Heaven gave Fang Yuan 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks. Chapter 1829. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini White Heaven. The Dragonman clone smiled as he stretched out his hand. In front of him, there was a young deer floating in the air. The young deer obediently lowered its head in front of Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone, stretching out its pink tongue as it licked the Dragonman clone's palm. Master. The young deer spoke in human language. It was not an ordinary deer, it was Qi Si heavenly spirit formed from Qi Xiang's obsession from back then combined with Qi Si Grotto Heaven's heavenly power. Qi Si heavenly spirit was like a young deer, it was snow white and had large eyes that shone with golden light. It was extremely dazzling. However, on the right side of the deer's body, there was a terrifying wound that was so deep that bones could be seen. The wound extended all the way to its abdomen. There were dense Dao marks left behind. The Dragonman clone sighed, "Your injury is very severe, my methods are probably not enough." This was an injury that the young deer suffered when it used unlimited Qi Si killer move during Qi Si Grotto Heaven's myriad tribulation. In the previous life, when Bai Ningbing attacked Qi Si Grotto Heaven, the heavenly spirit fell into a deep slumber because of this injury. It woke up later. The young deer was a heavenly spirit. It was a very special existence. It was a combination of obsession and the power of heaven and earth. To heal the young deer, wisdom path was clearly one of the best methods. However, even after Fang Yuan tried, there were no results. Fang Yuan's refinement path methods were even more powerful, but he did not dare to use them casually. It was not that he could not do anything to a wound, but even though these methods were powerful, they were not meticulous. They were very harmful to the heavenly spirit deer. If he continued to heal it, Qi Si heavenly spirit might even be destroyed. If healing ended up killing Qi Si heavenly spirit, why would Fang Yuan spend so much effort to heal it? For now, Fang Yuan could not do anything about the young deer's injury. But this heavenly spirit was very optimistic, it was very happy. Because even after Qi Si Grotto Heaven was annexed, it still existed and was not destroyed. All lifeforms had survival instincts. Land spirits were the same, they tended to recognize masters and protect the blessed land as well as themselves. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to fulfill the conditions of recognizing a master before they would obey. Or he could use methods like blood light spirit suppression. Fang Yuan pondered about the mysteries behind the existence of the earth spirit and heavenly spirit. There were so many mysteries in the Gu world. The more Fang Yuan interacted with them, the less he knew. When ordinary Gu immortals devour apertures, even if they have a land spirit, the land spirit would vanish after the absorption. But the sovereign immortal aperture broke this rule. there had to be a reason behind it. Unfortunately, the Shadow sect did not have any records of it. Maybe Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had some reservations. The contents of Shadow sect's true inheritances were not everything that he knew. Or perhaps, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's transformation was unexpected even to Spectral Soul. Even Feng Yuan, who had such high refinement path attainment, could only refer to goo recipes to understand the foreign immortal goo that he refined. He did not have a complete understanding of it. Especially when refining an unprecedented new immortal goo, when trying to use this immortal goo, the goo immortal would often have new discoveries. Right now, there were many land spirits and heavenly spirits in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Land spirits were the most numerous. The first to enter was the land spirit of Langia. It was very special. It was formed from two obsessions. Because the increase in Dao marks would cause a huge change in the environment of the immortal aperture. Without wisdom path methods, goo immortals would not be able to adjust the environment. The immortal aperture that they had meticulously developed would suffer huge losses. They might even become penniless. The ecology of the immortal aperture would be affected by a slight change. In the food chain, the extinction of a small blade of grass could very well spread to countless lives. Not to mention the huge change in the environment after annexing the immortal aperture. The reason why Feng Yuan had been benefiting was because the sovereign immortal aperture was too big. It weakened the influence. Most goo immortals' immortal apertures were very small compared to the sovereign immortal aperture. It was like the same volume of water being poured into a bottle and a wine jar. The bottle would be filled up while the wine jar would only have a thin layer of water at the bottom. Other than that, Feng Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment level and the corresponding path attainment level allowed him to deal with all changes easily. Forget about annexing Xia Cha's immortal aperture. But after annexing Qi Si Grotto Heaven, I gained 1,000,000 Qi path Dao marks. The changes in the sovereign immortal aperture are much more obvious. Xia Cha had not gone through 1 myriad tribulation, so she only had about 70,000 time path Dao marks. In the previous life, Feng Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and gained more than 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. This was because Beast Calamity Immortal died after the first myriad tribulation. The remaining Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had not faced the second myriad tribulation yet. Qi Xiang was quite strong back then. Back then, the 5 Xiangs dominated the 2 heavens. They were famous in the 5 regions and were unparalleled. After Qi Xiang passed away, Qi Si Grotto Heaven remained. It did not devour the immemorial 9 heavens fragment. It suffered from calamities and tribulations. Suffering created wealth. After 1,000 years, Qi Si Grotto Heaven had gone through more than 10 myriad tribulations. Each myriad tribulation would gain at least 100,000 Dao marks. Together with Qi Xiang's accumulation, it had over 1,000,000 Qi path Dao marks. This was an astonishing achievement. It was not easy. Myriad tribulations were terrifying. Even rank 8 goo immortals would feel uneasy. They could not survive them. But Qi Si Grotto Heaven reached its current state step by step. It mainly relied on the killer move Unlimited Qi Si. The land spirit controlled this move and had enough rank 8 immortal essence. It helped Qi Si Grotto Heaven overcome danger time and time again. Of course, this move is exquisite. Not only does it expend immortal essence, it also expends all sorts of Qi currents. The expenditure of Qi currents can reduce the expenditure of immortal essence on one hand, and also increase the power of this move. In these 1,000 years, Qi clan's goo immortals have been helping to collect these Qi currents. In comparison, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was just a youngster. Even though Langia Blessed Land had a longer history, it was a Grotto Heaven that purposely fell into a blessed land. It did not face myriad tribulations. The highest tribulation it faced was only a grand tribulation, thus, it obtained very few Dao marks. Other than that, Langia Blessed Land also used a killer move to influence the contents of the tribulations. It intentionally added a lot of water path Dao marks. These water path Dao marks fused with refinement path Dao marks to create refinement water. Langya blessed land lost countless refinement path and water path Dao marks to create a secluded domain of heaven and earth. If I did not annex Chi Si Grotto heaven, with young dear heavenly spirits' injuries, it would not be able to hold on. The next few myriad tribulations are likely to destroy this grotto heaven. Thus, the land spirit Langya's choice was not wrong. If Langya blessed land remained at grotto heaven level, even if it obtained dozens of times more refinement path Dao marks, it would not be able to hold on until now. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate. On one hand, he adjusted himself and tried to fully digest Chi Si Grotto heaven. On the other hand, he started to practice Chi path killer moves. Originally, Fang Yuan had only tried Ba Shi Ba's consecutive attacks, he had already given up. Now, his focus was on all sorts of Chi path killer moves, especially unlimited Chi Si. Unlimited Chi Si's power was extremely powerful, it could help Chi Si Grotto heaven resist the grand tribulations time and time again. In the previous life, Fang Yuan's Chi path foundation was insufficient, he did not have enough time and resources, thus, he split up unlimited Chi Si. But in this life, Fang Yuan was a Chi path great grandmaster. He annexed Chi Si Grotto heaven and carried unlimited Chi Si with him. The time flow in the sovereign immortal aperture was much faster than in the previous life. This gave Fang Yuan more opportunities to practice killer moves. Fang Yuan's Chi path foundation soared to the sky, when it turned into battle strength, he would advance at a tremendous speed. If my Chi path battle strength succeeds, it will surpass time path and become my main offensive method. 1,000,000 Chi path Dao marks, hehe, this is no joke. By then, I can try to subdue Dragon Palace, I will be able to forcefully take this immortal Gu house under the attacks of rank 8 Gu immortals. Chapter 1830. 1. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was practicing a Chi path killer move. Several immortal Gu flew in the air, followed by a large number of mortal Gu that revolved around them like a tornado. Large amounts of astral Chi were involved. Rank 8 immortal essence was injected, immediately connecting the auras of these Gu worms together. But the killer move could not be used for a long time. Cold sweat appeared on Fang Yuan's forehead. Finally, after more than 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan managed to salvage the situation, the killer move was finally prepared and activated. Chi Path Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe. A set of gray-white linen clothes appeared on the Dragonman clone's body. The clothes looked ordinary, but if one looked closely, they would find that every single thread of the grayish-white clothes was made up of stellar energy. This was only a rank 7 killer move, but with the amplification of 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks from Fang Yuan, its power increased by 1,000 times. Fang Yuan then tested it, this shirt looked thin, but its strong defense made him have a whole new level of respect. This is rank 8 level power, much stronger than Winter Coat killer move. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Of course, it could not compare to Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Over 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks, it was not a joke. With a simple amplification, a rank 7 killer move could be used as a rank 8. And most importantly, the immortal essence consumed was rank 7. After a myriad tribulation, a Gu immortal can obtain over 80,000 Dao marks on average. The stronger the tribulation, the greater the number of Dao marks obtained. In theory, after a Gu immortal passes 3 myriad tribulations, they can become venerable. The average number of Dao marks is about 300,000. Over 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks, only rank 9 can have it. The core immortal Gu of Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe is rank 7, but with the amplification of Chi Path Dao marks, it is at the peak of rank 8. If the core immortal Gu is rank 8, with the amplification of Chi Path Dao marks, would it have rank 9 level power? Fang Yuan's heart moved, bright light flickered in his eyes. He thought about the battle in the previous life, the methods that the venerables used. At the same time, his main body was helping with the calculations. Soon, Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone shook his head. The possibility of this was not high. A rank 9 killer move probably needs a rank 9 immortal goo. It's not something that can be achieved with just the amplification of Dao marks. More accurately speaking, I can't just rely on my million chi path Dao marks to break through. Maybe, with tens of times more Dao marks, the energy will undergo a qualitative change and reach the 9th rank? Fang Yuan wasn't too sure either. Even though he was a rank 8 goo immortal, when he looked at the rank 9 scenery above him, it was still shrouded in a mysterious fog. According to a simple theoretical calculation, the starting point of a venerable's Dao marks was 300,000. However, Fang Yuan also learned from the land spirit of Lengia and his own experience that every venerable in history was a monster that could not be measured with common sense. Ignoring everything else, just limitless demon venerable alone had goo immortal level Dao marks when he was still a goo master. If this continued, how many Dao marks would he have when he became a venerable? Fang Yuan couldn't imagine it. Then what about the other venerables? When they first became venerables, did they only have about 300,000 Dao marks? Fang Yuan smiled, the possibility of this was close to zero. There were no invincible goo worms in this world, only invincible goo immortals. If these people only had 300,000 Dao marks when they became venerables, how could they have the battle results of dominating the world? How could they have the reputation of being invincible? The current Fang Yuan was already one of the top experts in the world. He stood at the peak and looked down on the world. There were only a handful of people who could fight him alone. However, every time he raised his head, he could still see the 10 towering mountains in the clouds above him. These were the 10 strongest people in history, each of them was a legend among legends. In the long history of humanity, they were the 10 most dazzling suns. Other than them, no matter who it was, anyone. No matter how talented they would be shrouded in their shadows, they would lose their luster under their radiance. Even Fang Yuan was no exception. He was able to reach this stage because of the legacy of many predecessors, especially these venerables. Forget about others, just the sovereign immortal aperture. This was something that belonged to spectral soul demon venerable. Ever since Fang Yuan started cultivating, he had often sighed at the heaven-defying advantages of the sovereign immortal aperture. Take annexing Qi Si Grotto Heaven for example. Under normal circumstances, who could directly annex it? Almost no one. Unless primordial origin immortal venerable was alive. Because immortal apertures could only annex small ones with large ones, the large and small here referred to the foundation. Perhaps only primordial origin immortal venerable had such a chi path foundation to annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven, which had over 1 million chi path Dao marks. If they cut the Grotto Heaven and annexed it bit by bit, the loss of Dao marks would be too great. Every time the Grotto Heaven was cut, it would cause damage to the Grotto Heaven. The net-like chi path Dao marks would be continuously cut, the losses would be huge. And because of the conflicting Dao marks, goo immortals could only obtain a few. When Qi Si Grotto Heaven was cut to a certain extent, because it was too damaged, the winds of assimilation would be triggered. Thus, the remaining parts of the Grotto Heaven could only be destroyed. But the sovereign immortal aperture could annex large ones with small ones. Fang Yuan's previous Chi Path foundation was simply nothing. But he could annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven. This was no longer a snake swallowing an elephant, it was an ant swallowing an elephant. What was even more terrifying was that the Dao marks did not conflict. Fang Yuan could perfectly digest the results and absorb all the Dao marks without any waste. It was too heaven-defying. No wonder even the heavenly Dao could not tolerate it. In order to stop spectral soul, it did not hesitate to nurture this otherworldly demon, Fang Yuan, using all sorts of methods to send Fang Yuan back to 500 years ago, ruining the Shadow Sect's plan. The more heaven-defying the sovereign immortal aperture was, the more it proved how terrifying spectral soul demon venerable was. Every time Fang Yuan used spring-autumn cicada to revive, he would understand the greatness of red lotus demon venerable. Giant sun immortal, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Using the glory of these venerables, Fang Yuan became the greatest demon of the current generation. But with every step he took, he could feel the immeasurable gap between him and the venerables. He did not feel dejected. Every time Fang Yuan looked up, he would feel deep admiration. He was never arrogant, he was not arrogant, he respected each and every one of them. The accomplished were the teachers. Other than admiration, there was also a trace of indescribable excitement. Even the 10 venerables did not have eternal life, they passed away one by one. Then, can I succeed? The possibility was minuscule, almost non-existent. Ignoring everything else, as long as Fate Gu existed, it would not allow any life form to obtain eternal life. This was a truth that had been proven in the Legends of Renzu. That's why this kind of chase is interesting. Fang Yuan smiled. After collecting his thoughts, his main body continued to practice Chi Path killer moves. As for the Dragonman clone, he had already tested Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe. He flew away and communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. He wanted to purchase a lot of immortal material Chi currents from Jewel Yellow Skies. Many Chi Path killer moves needed to use these immortal material Chi currents. For example, Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe earlier used a large amount of astral Chi. It was not strange to use Dao marks in immortal materials to activate killer moves. Grandmaster Formation Path Gu Immortals could use immortal materials to set up formations. Early on, Water Path killer moves also used different types of immortal material water currents. But later, because the cost was too high, Gu Immortals gradually chose to use Gu Worms. They abandoned this method. This characteristic was most evident in Chi Path. No matter how low their Chi Path attainment level was, Gu Masters, Gu Immortals, could use Gu materials to replace Gu Worms and use killer moves. The reason was that Chi Path Gu materials had the best mobility, they were the most suitable. Water Path Gu materials were slightly inferior, and those Earth and Rock Path Dao marks were even more difficult to use. Fang Yuan did not care about this, he had abundant resources now, he had ample funds, he continued to collect Chi Path immortal materials in Jewel Yellow Skies. He did not extort immortal material Chi currents from the southern border Gu Immortals. He needed to keep his Chi Path battle strength a secret for now. Profound Yin Chi, Minor Yang Chi, Astral Chi, Tyranny Chi. I will buy them all. Blood Chi? The Dragonman clone saw this and thought about it. Even though Blood Path was hated by everyone, which Righteous Path Force was not secretly researching it? Thus, in Jewel Yellow Skies, Blood Path Gu materials were quite popular. These Blood Chi were only mortal materials, but there was a lot of them. If it were other Chi currents, Fang Yuan would not want them, his sovereign immortal aperture could produce them himself. But Blood Chi was different. This Chi current not only contained Chi Path Dao marks, it also contained Blood Path Dao marks. Thus, it was considered a Blood Path mortal material. And Blood Path had a terrifying advantage: when mortal materials were stacked together, they could barely be used as immortal materials. Such a huge amount, it can be treated as an immortal material. The Dragonman clone thought of this and bought it without hesitation. Central Continent. What, there is no Blood Chi? Guyue Fangzhen communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies, he had an incredulous expression. You clearly had so much in stock last time. The Gu Immortals that was selling Blood Chi in Jewel Yellow Skies shook his head. A few hours ago, a Gu Immortal with incredible wealth swept through the entire Jewel Yellow Skies market. He bought all the Chi Path immortal materials. You should know that these Blood Chi can be stacked together, that is why it is like this now. Guyue Fangzhen was dumbfounded. Sweeping through the entire Jewel Yellow Skies market and buying all the Chi Path immortal materials in the market, how deep and terrifying was this person's wealth? Guyue Fangzhen had already become an immortal for some time. He understood deeply that sometimes, wealth represented strength. If a Gu Immortal had deep wealth, it meant that they had a huge amount of resources. With such resources, they would definitely be able to cultivate smoothly. Maybe it is not one person, but an entire super force. Guyue Fangzheng muttered to himself. His divine sense visited many more stalls. He did not find anything good. There was no longer any blood qi in the market. But Guyue Fangzheng cultivated blood path, he needed blood qi. After his divine sense left jewel yellow skies, Guyue Fangzheng thought, do I need to ask the sect for blood qi resources? He soon dispelled this thought. Chapter 1831. One blood qi was very easy to obtain. By killing a group of mortal beasts and using blood path methods to extract them, one could obtain a huge amount. By raising desolate beasts in the immortal aperture, one could obtain an endless supply of immortal materials and blood qi. Precisely because blood path was so easy to obtain, blood path was so terrifying that it was eventually banned by the righteous path of the 5 regions. If it were any other immortal material, Fangzheng might ask the sect for help. But this was just blood qi, Fangzheng did not need much of it. To Fangzheng, obtaining the blood qi he needed was just a slightly troublesome process and a waste of time. Thinking of this, Fangzheng told Fan Shilu his plan. His identity was special, he could not leave Feihe Mountain casually. After Fan Shilu learned of this, he gave Fangzheng a mission, perfect. There is a golden mountain bull causing trouble in the northwest, go and resolve this matter. Kill it or capture it. If you can capture it alive, the sect contribution points will be doubled. Fangzheng's heart shook. The golden mountain bull was a desolate beast, he had never fought against a desolate beast before. After coming back to his senses, he was a little excited and immediately agreed. Fangzheng was no longer a young lad, he had gone through many hardships in Langya blessed land. After thinking about it, he had an idea. He was not in a hurry to find trouble with the Golden Mountain Bull, he first went to Crane Gate's letter building. White Crane Letter Building was an immortal goo house with 9 floors, it was located at a remote part of Feihe Mountain. There were thick clouds and fog, there was lush greenery. Fangzheng rode a crane and left. Even though he cultivated blood path, he had learned in Crane Gate in the past. Becoming a disciple of Master Tenchiru, he was very familiar with flying cranes. When he was in Langya blessed land, he participated in the 3 continents war and did not have the chance to subdue flying cranes, but he still had some feelings for them. Fate changed, he was saved by Feng Jioga and returned to Crane Gate, he was favored by the celestial court and even became an immortal. With Gu immortal cultivation level and the position of Crane Gate's supreme elder, Fangzheng could easily send a flying crane as a means of transportation. There were no guards in front of the White Crane Information Tower, but there were 2 desolate beasts, flying cranes, living nearby. If anything unexpected happened, these 2 wild beast flying cranes would appear in time to act as qualified guardians. Fangzheng rode the flying crane. Just as he neared the White Crane Information Tower, the crane beneath his feet started to tremble, and its soft cries turned into wails. Fangzheng could not help but sigh internally, this flying crane of mine is a rank 5 mutated beast. Back at the Crane Gate, I felt that it was very powerful, but now it is only a so-so. The difference between immortals and mortals is indeed like the difference between clouds and mud. Fangzheng landed on the ground in front of the White Crane Information Tower, the flying crane under his feet almost fell. Fangzheng sighed, keeping it in his immortal aperture. He had the status of a supreme elder. White Crane Information Tower's door opened by itself, and Fangzheng entered. Every floor of the information tower had large numbers of information path mortal goo. If Fangzheng wanted to obtain information from them, he would need to use his sect contribution points to exchange for it. The information tower itself could store information, but Crane Gate could not do that. Because if the information tower was destroyed, the information would also be destroyed. The information tower was a one-sided immortal goo house, like the immortal goo houses in Celestial Court, it only had the power of information path. If it were a complete immortal goo house with defense, it would not need the protection of 2 desolate beast white cranes. Fangzheng's information path foundation was lacking, he could not see the profundity of the information tower. But he could guess that the information tower had arrangements to preserve, transport, or even destroy these goo worms. White Crane Information Tower had the ability to gather information and correct information. Most information could be obtained. Of course, the true secrets were only exposed to the higher-ups. Even though Fangzheng was a supreme elder, it was impossible for him to become a true higher-up of Crane Gate. His identity was special, he was ostracized. In the past, Fangzheng was inexperienced and ignorant, but now that he had experienced a lot, he could see things clearly. This thoroughness did not make him feel complacent. Instead, it made him smile even more bitterly. He thus understood Fang Yuan's situation back on Qingmao Mountain. With Fang Yuan's situation back then, he was not favored by the higher-ups. If he wanted to improve, he could only swindle and rob. The truth is, isn't Crane Gate's current actions like this? They occupy resources forcefully. Many of the resource points were once controlled by lone immortals and demonic path goo immortals. And Celestial Court is known as righteous, but it is nothing more than this. Looking back in history, their territory was taken from the mutants. Celestial Court is only the righteousness of humans. Fangzheng thought. If it were any other central continent righteous path goo immortals, they would not think this way, it would be disgraceful. But Fangzheng had lived among hairy men before. Even though he was ostracized, he had experienced the customs of hairy men, he understood them better. If it were other goo immortals, how could they survive and grow in an environment surrounded by variant humans? This unique experience gave Fangzheng a unique perspective. And the hardships he faced in the past had now turned into his wealth. Even though his vision was not broad, it was unique. But my position determines my brain, I like the righteousness of Celestial Court. Fangzheng smiled bitterly, he started to search for information. Desolate Beast Golden Mountain Bull, this is it. After climbing a few levels, he found the corresponding information path Mortal Goo. His divine sense entered, immediately, waves of information flowed into his mind. The Golden Mountain Bull was as large as a mountain, only females like to eat gold essence. After eating hundreds of kilograms of gold essence, they would enter a cave and fall asleep. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat? This is a good life. Fangzheng smiled. He continued to see, among the entire body of the Golden Mountain Bull, its horns were the most valuable. The horns grew by 10 feet every 100 years, they were tough and curved, they continued to extend until they coiled around the head and neck, all the way to the abdomen. When the Golden Mountain Bull's horns reached the abdomen, the sharp horns would touch the belly of the bull. The Golden Mountain Bull only needed to raise its head slightly, and it would be able to move its horns from the back to the front, cutting open its entire belly. And the Golden Mountain Bull's descendants, golden calves, would jump out of this huge wound. Fangzheng's eyes moved, he muttered, this reproduction method is similar to the rock men. Fangzheng continued to browse. After the Golden Mountain Bull gave birth, because of the huge wound, it would cry out in pain while bleeding non-stop. If the newborn golden calves chose to lick the wounds of the female calves, the unique Dao marks on their tongues would allow the Golden Mountain Bull's wounds to heal rapidly until they were completely healed. If the golden calves did not use their tongues to lick the wounds, the female calves would die. If the calves ate the blood of the female calves, they could rapidly strengthen themselves, skipping the period of weakness. Interesting. Fangzheng sighed. The Golden Mountain Bull's lifestyle was to eat and sleep, sleep and eat. This meant that when the female calves gave birth and the golden calves saved the female calves would not take care of them, they would eat a lot and fall asleep. For the calves, it was better to not save the female calves, it was more beneficial to their survival. Thus, most of the calves would watch the female calves die, only a few would lick their wounds and save the female calves. When a cow gives birth, it usually means a tragedy. Although it is for survival, I prefer the calves who save the lives of the female calves. After reading the information, Fang Zheng had a countermeasure. He immediately left the letter tower. His grasp of this sect mission was completely different from before he entered the tower. He decided to act on the Golden Mountain Bulls according to their habits. Didn't Golden Mountain Bulls like to eat gold essence? Then he would make a portion of gold essence. Others used fishing bait, but this portion of gold essence would be the bull bait. Fang Zheng was strong. After staying in his immortal aperture for a while, he had familiarized himself with many blood path killer moves. He could already fight against the Golden Mountain Bull. But if he could use 50% of his strength, why would he use all of it? The safest choice was to use intelligence to fight, using all of his advantages, and leaving some strength to deal with any unexpected situations. This was a habit that Fang Zheng had developed in the years of war. A few days later, Fang Zheng arrived at his destination. He quietly entered the valley, and placed a huge portion of gold essence at the edge of the Golden Mountain Bull's range of activity. When the Golden Mountain Bull came here, its nose twitched, golden light flashed in its eyes. It quickly found the gold essence buried deep underground. The Golden Mountain Ox used its hooves and its huge horns to dig. Rocks and dust flew as it dug. The gold essence was soon exposed. It was devoured by the joyful Golden Mountain Bull in a few bites. I fell for it. Fang Zheng saw this and was secretly happy. He waited patiently as the Golden Mountain Bull went back into the cave it came from and fell asleep again. After 3 days and 3 nights, the cries of the Golden Mountain Bull could be heard from deep inside the cave. Fang Zheng, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the cries. After reacting, he was overjoyed. The poison has finally spread to the whole body. It is working. But he did not enter the cave. He waited patiently at the entrance. The intense pain from the poison made the Golden Mountain Bull go crazy. It charged around in the cave. The entire mountain was shaking. The surrounding forest was in chaos. A large number of living beings escaped in all directions. After a long while, the frightening noises in the cave gradually died down. Only then did Fang Zheng enter the cave and engage in an intense battle with the crippled Golden Mountain Ox. After fighting for a while, Fang Zheng saw that the Golden Mountain Bull was completely enraged. He left the cave. It was too dangerous to fight the Golden Mountain Bull in this cave. Once it collapses, even though Fang Zheng was a rank 6 Gu Immortal, he would be in trouble. Moreover, Fang Zheng came here to capture the Golden Mountain Bull. He was not here to destroy the forest and kill the living beings. Fang Zheng left the cave. The Golden Mountain Bull followed closely behind. The two fought in the valley again. Eventually, Fang Zheng used blood turning cold to freeze the Golden Mountain Bull, capturing it alive. However, when he was about to keep this Golden Mountain Bull in his immortal aperture, a strong aura burst out of the Golden Mountain Bull's body. At the same time, a bronze cauldron flew out of the Golden Mountain Bull's body. This is... Fang Zheng was shocked. At the next moment, a rank 8 Gu Immortal jumped out of the bronze cauldron. A bit of spirituality hidden within gold, 300,000 years of divine light. Today, I have seen heaven once again, righteous martyrdom in blood. This rank 8 female immortal sang as she landed in front of Fang Zheng, smiling at Fang Zheng. Little friend, it seems that you helped me awaken. Chapter 1832. Immortal Killer Move, Golden Thread Sword. Fang Yuan roared, activating his killer move. In an instant, countless golden threads shot out from his body. Like a hedgehog, they covered the surroundings and shot out indiscriminately. Chi 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 chi, the 3 Gu Immortals beside him turned pale with fright. They could not dodge in time. Their bodies and souls were pierced by countless golden threads. Plop plop plop, the 3 Gu Immortals fell to the ground. They had no signs of life. Fang Yuan was panting heavily. After this bitter battle, he had finally killed a powerful enemy and was extremely exhausted. The world he was in slowly dissipated, until it was completely gone. Only Fang Yuan's desolate soul was left in the sovereign immortal aperture's mini-green heaven with injuries. I've finally passed the final scene. How difficult. If I had not used Unravel Dream at the most crucial moment and found the tiniest flaw, I would not have been able to kill him. I will still fail. After Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body, he sighed in his heart. This was a dream of the sword Dao. In this dream realm, Fang Yuan's strength was low, especially in the final scene. Every Gu immortal enemy was stronger than him. Only by constantly trying and making use of the mutual interference between his enemies to create and seize their flaws could he gain a foothold. Eventually, he killed 3 Gu immortal enemies. He had tried over 100 times, and there was still a lot of luck involved. Fortunately, I passed. Not bad. Your sword principle has also reached the Grandmaster level. Fang Yuan examined it and was very pleased. He had many sword path immortal Gu, but his sword path attainment level was not high enough. This time, it could be said that he had made up for his shortcomings. He believed that in the future, his strength in the way of the sword would also improve in all aspects. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan recovered and continued to explore the dream. This might very well be a human Dao dreamland. Fang Yuan's famine arrived in front of the next dreamland, its eyes filled with anticipation. Extorting and blackmailing the southern border righteous faction was the correct choice. This allowed Fang Yuan to obtain and explore a large number of dreams. The value of these dreams was especially important to him. Because Fang Yuan did not lack resources, he did not lack immortal Gu, killer moves, or immortal Gu recipes. What he lacked was attainment level and practical experience. Famine entered a dreamland. The world in his eyes changed again. This was a battlefield. Smoke filled the air and battle cries shook the heavens. Patriarch, be careful. Fang Yuan had just taken a glance when he heard someone shouting in his ear. Fang Yuan immediately realized that something was wrong and immediately dodged. However, his body could not keep up with his mind, and a sharp pain suddenly struck him. Fang Yuan fell to the ground and saw a basin-sized hole in his chest. Only half of his heart was left. This. Fang Yuan was speechless. He shouted with all his might, "Where is the healing Gu master?" No one answered. Heaven and earth changed drastically, and the sky quickly darkened. In the next moment, Fang Yuan's soul suffered heavy damage and he was expelled from the dreamland. Using Guts Gu, Fang Yuan's desolate soul quickly recovered. After resting for a while, he entered the dream realm again. I'll dodge. Using Guts Gu, Fang Yuan's desolate soul quickly recovered. After resting for a while, he entered the dream realm again. Clan leader, be careful. The Gu master beside him shouted. Fang Yuan's movements slowed down as he suffered a fatal blow again. The moment he fell to the ground, he realized, the Gu master who warned me earlier was clearly a traitor. He used an information path method to warn me on the surface, but the truth was that he used a mortal killer move to restrain my movement. There is no healing Gu master with me, and there is a traitor. It seems that I can only rely on my own strength to pass this round. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan's strength was greatly restricted. He could only use the methods of the characters in the dream realm. Originally, Fang Yuan did not want to do this, because he had too little time to react. He could not inspect his Gu worms. Before he could inspect them, he would definitely be killed. Fang Yuan could only accept failure and try a third time. Plop. He died again. Returning to reality, Fang Yuan was vexed. How can this be? I cannot inspect my aperture. I don't even know what Gu worms I have. How can I fight? The dream realm restricted him, making him unable to check what Gu worms he had. Guess? That was not realistic. Fang Yuan tried a fourth time. Different from the previous 2 explorations, this time, Fang Yuan used Unravel Dream. Clan leader, be careful. The Gu master beside him shouted. Plop. Fang Yuan suffered a fatal blow. He fell to the ground. Clan leader. Impossible. Lord Clan leader clearly has Justice Gu. how can he be defeated so easily? The traitor beside him shouted. The exploration failed, Fang Yuan's desolate soul was expelled from the dream realm again. Immortal killer move unravel dream, it only gave me one hint. The traitor beside me added one more sentence, it pointed out that I have justice goo. Then I will use it. Fang Yuan explored for the 5th time, at the crucial moment, he activated justice goo. Clan leader, be careful. The traitor shouted. Fang Yuan's dodging movement froze. Justice goo. Piercing white light shot out of Fang Yuan's body, Fang Yuan's speed recovered to normal, he successfully dodged the fatal blow. Huff. Success. Fang Yuan rolled on the battlefield, he raised his head and looked around. This was a village. But there were broken walls and corpses everywhere. The war between two clans? They are already at the point of clan extermination? But Fang Yuan found that he was not the victim, he was the invader, his force had the absolute advantage. This is a mortal level battle, and I am the clan leader, I can win just by commanding the Gu masters around me. Fang Yuan had a calm mind. But is winning this battle the condition for me to pass this dream? Let's give it a try. Next, Fang Yuan was surprised to find that his aperture could be inspected. The Dream Realm character had rank 5 cultivation level, he had many mortal Gu, there were 5 to 6 rank 4 Gu, and only 1 rank 5 Gu, Justice Gu. Fang Yuan understood immediately, he smiled, with these Gu worms, I can settle everything myself. Be it commanding or acting rashly, obtaining victory was a piece of cake for Fang Yuan. Lord Clan Leader. At this time, the traitor ran over with a concerned expression. Fang Yuan sneered, good traitor, I will kill you first. He immediately attacked, using a killer move to kill the traitor. Clan leader, what are you doing? The vice clan leader is dead, he was killed by the clan leader. I knew it, Chen clan wants to attack our Shan clan. Rebellion. Rebellion. Take revenge for Lord Shan. Fang Yuan was shocked, after he killed the traitor, almost half of the Gu masters rebelled and started a rebellion. The scene turned into chaos, a three-way battle ensued. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss, I have rank 5 Justice Gu, I can amplify myself greatly. With my own strength, I can still win and kill anyone who refuses to submit. But, this traitor should not be dealt with so easily. As expected, when Fang Yuan obtained a Pyrrhic victory, there were only a few Gu masters left standing on the battlefield. Broken corpses and limbs were everywhere, blood flowed like a river. Heaven and earth dissipated, Fang Yuan's desolate soul was expelled again. But this time, he did not suffer any injuries. This result made Fang Yuan have another guess, it seems that winning is the standard for passing the first stage of the Dream Realm. However, there is a more detailed standard for winning. It seems that if the losses are too great, I will not be able to pass the first stage. Fang Yuan had this thought as he entered the Dream Realm again. This time, he tolerated the existence of the traitor, he took the lead, using Justice Gu and other killer moves, he slaughtered the enemies and obtained a beautiful victory. Lord Clan Leader is brave. We won, we won. Nya clan was finally eradicated by us. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, the Dream Realm reached the second stage. The hall was brightly lit. Fragrant wine and delicacies filled the table, dozens of Gu masters were gathered in the hall, drinking and drinking, it was a lively scene. Fang Yuan found that he was sitting at the secondary seat, Chen clan's leader was sitting at the main seat to his left. What is going on? Fang Yuan was shocked, in the previous stage, I was acting as Chen clan's leader, this time, I am, the vice clan leader, the traitor. This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Next, he realized, no wonder this traitor could not be killed in the first stage. So I have to act as him in the next stage. But how can I pass this stage? Fang Yuan observed coldly from the side. Chen clan leader drank a mouthful of wine, putting down the empty cup as he sighed, "We finally won. Dear younger brother, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Only now have I calmed down. Ever since I heard that Nya clan had a scheme to destroy the mountain root, I could not sleep. They could not win against the alliance of our two clans, they had to carry out such a crazy plan, they did not care about the lives of others. Thankfully, heaven has eyes, those who commit evil deeds are doomed to destruction, these people ended up like this, they asked for it." Fang Yuan was speechless. This Chen clan leader had a straightforward appearance, he actually did not notice the vice clan leader's disloyalty. But it made sense. Fang Yuan recalled, in the first stage, even though the vice clan leader used an information path killer move, it was disguised as a concerned warning, there were no traces left behind, it was hard to detect. Because Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal, he had sharp insight, he was able to notice the vice clan leader's sinister scheme. Earlier, when he tried to kill the traitor in the first stage, it caused a rebellion. Wait, even if the vice clan leader's subordinates saw the vice clan leader being killed, they would not be so united, right? There have to be some hesitant and chaotic people. But these people rebelled in unison, seeing that the vice clan leader was killed, they all attacked Chen clan's Gu masters in a frenzy, they showed no mercy. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration, he understood, this means, the vice clan leader's disloyalty, he wants to harm Chen clan's people, it is not a single case, it is the collective intention of the entire Shan clan. Chapter 1833. The wine is poisoned. Chen tribe leader's body shook as he looked at Fang Yuan angrily. Vice tribe leader Shan, you are the one who offered the wine, what are you doing? This change was too sudden, Fang Yuan was stunned. Before he said anything, the Gu master sitting next to him stood up and snickered, what am I doing? I am going to kill you and get rid of Chen tribe. Since ancient times, this mountain has belonged to Shan tribe, be it Chen tribe or Nya tribe, you were all servants of Shan tribe from the start. Bullshit. This is clearly Chen tribe's mountain, back then, our ancestors were kind and took in two tribes whose homes were destroyed and forced to wander. Chen tribe's Gu master rebuked loudly. That Shan tribe Gu master continued to snicker, shameless servants, there is no point in talking to you. It is too late now, your tribe leader has drunk the poisoned wine. This wine was made from woman's heart Gu, it counters your tribe leader's justice Gu. Without your clan leader, how can you Chen clan Gu masters fight our Shan clan? Chen tribe's Gu masters turned pale, their weakness was exposed. Fang Yuan was dazed again, he said to the Shan tribe Gu master beside him, who told you that the wine made by woman's heart Gu can counter justice Gu? That Shan tribe Gu master was the vice tribe leader's trusted aide, he was dazed as he asked in a daze, ah? Lord, didn't you say so? Oh. Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. Boom. Chen tribe leader's body burst out with a dazzling white light, his pale expression and anger faded, it turned into a solemn expression. He stared at Fang Yuan angrily as he shouted with a righteous tone, Shan Xing. You shameless and despicable scoundrel. You actually dared to use such a sinister scheme. I really misjudged you. You had eyes but failed to see. I thought you were really willing to sacrifice yourself and hand over the position of patriarch to me for the sake of the big picture. So you were wary of my justice Gu and my strength, that's why you did not use it. Fang Yuan felt a headache as he thought rapidly, Chen tribe leader has rank 5 cultivation while I am only rank 4, and my Gu worms are also weaker by a grade, if we really fight, I am not Chen tribe leader's match. The confidant next to him cried out in fear, what's going on? He had clearly drunk the poisoned wine, but Justice Gu was still effective. Lord Shan Xing, didn't you say? Fang Yuan's eyes lit up as he thought of a solution. Indeed, as long as Justice Gu failed, Chen tribe leader would be poisoned, the poison would take effect and his strength would fall, he would be able to defeat him. So that's how it is. Fang Yuan died to the Chen clan patriarch's attack, but he still had a slight smile on his face. The second scene was another dream. The hall was brightly lit. Fragrant wine and delicacies filled the table. Dozens of Gu masters gathered in the hall, toasting and exchanging cups. It was a lively scene. Chen tribe leader drank a mouthful of wine, putting down the empty cup as he sighed. We finally won. Dear younger brother, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Only now have I calmed down. Ever since I heard that Nya tribe had a plot to destroy the mountain root, I could not sleep. They could not win against our two tribes, so they carried out such a crazy plan. They did not care about the lives of others. Thankfully, heaven has eyes. Those who commit evil deeds are doomed to destruction. These people ended up like this, they asked for it. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, saying softly, there is a hidden story behind this. Nya tribe did not have such a sinister plot. I was the one who arranged it. I purposely deceived you. The people you killed were all innocent. What? Chen tribe leader was shocked. He looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Brother Shan, did you drink too much? What nonsense are you spouting? Fang Yuan looked at Chen tribe leader eerily. You are too naive. I kept you in the dark. You are an executioner. How many innocent people have you slaughtered? Your hands are stained with blood. Your righteousness is fake. You are just a brute, an idiot. Also, you are the one who drank too much. What? You poisoned the wine? Chen tribe leader was poisoned. He clutched his stomach in shock as he fell to the ground. Chen tribe's Gu masters were shocked, while Shan tribe's Gu masters were prepared. They attacked. Chen tribe leader wanted to resist, but his body was too weak. He could only watch. Fang Yuan's aide shouted excitedly. The poisoned wine worked after all. Chen tribe leader's Justice Gu was countered. Fang Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. To activate Justice Gu, other than primeval essence, the Gu master also needed to believe that they were on the side of justice. Fang Yuan's words earlier made Chen tribe leader's mind go into chaos. He doubted himself and felt ashamed. Justice Gu could not be activated. The battle erupted and ended quickly. Shan tribe came prepared. Chen tribe's tribe leader and Gu masters were all ambushed. By the time the hall calmed down, Chen tribe's Gu masters were either dead or injured. Those who were still alive were captured. The second scene passed. The third scene arrived. Fang Yuan was in a cage. The only prisoner in front of him was Chen tribe's leader. He was covered in injuries. His aura was extremely weak. His face was pale as paper. His eyes were purple-black. He was heavily poisoned. Fang Yuan looked at his injuries. He was clearly tortured. He was on the brink of death. Even so, Chen tribe's leader's limbs and neck were chained. He was lying on the ground, breathing in but not out. What is going on? Fang Yuan looked at himself and was speechless. He was also chained up. His body was old and weak. He was skinny like Chen tribe's leader. Even though he had a rank 4 aperture, it was destroyed and he did not have any Gu worms. What am I supposed to do? I am no longer the traitor vice tribe leader. I have another identity now. Right now, other than me, he is the only one in the prison. I need to talk to him and ask about the situation. Fang Yuan laughed dryly. He was about to speak when Chen tribe's leader spoke. Don't mock me, father. Father? Fang Yuan was surprised. He was acting as Chen tribe's leader's father? Then why was he locked up here? And looking at the situation, he had been locked up for a long time. He was not a new prisoner like Chen tribe's leader. Chen tribe's leader continued, Father, I defeated you and locked you up. But I have never regretted it. Because you are corrupt, the evidence is clear, you have no justice, you are not fit to be Chen tribe's leader. According to the tribe rules, this is the punishment you deserve. So it was you who cheated me. Fang Yuan grinned. Chen tribe's leader continued, similarly, I have never regretted this outcome. I deserve to be punished for my crimes. I killed so many innocent people, my hands are stained with the blood of Nya tribe. I deserve death. He. Chen tribe's leader laughed bitterly. Dan tribe tried all ways to force me to hand over Justice Gu, but so what? Their roars, the sound of their whips, and the sound of the branding iron on my skin, in my ears, were the wails and complaints of the entire Nya clan. I would rather they beat me a little more, and let me suffer a little more. But none of this can make up for my sins. It cannot make up for my mistakes. I deserve death, just let me die. This is what I deserve. Ugh. Chen tribe's leader grunted, his head tilted as he died. His death alerted the guards. Soon, Dan Xing, who had succeeded in taking over the position, arrived. He is really dead. Damn it, I can't get Justice Gu anymore. Dan Xing was furious, he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes spewing fire. Old fool, didn't we agree to persuade your son? What did you do? You're of no use at all. Go down with your son. Crack. Dan Xing acted immediately, he cut off Fang Yuan's head. The exploration failed, Fang Yuan's desolate soul was chased out of the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan rested for a long time. The third scene of the dream realm was clearly the final scene. Fang Yuan's exploration failed, his desolate soul was heavily damaged. While recovering, Fang Yuan thought in his mind, in the third scene, I am the father of Chen tribe's leader, but I am a cripple, I cannot escape on my own. The true key is Chen tribe's leader himself. Then, what are the conditions to pass the third scene? Fang Yuan had a lot of experience in exploring dream realms now, he was the #1 person in the world. This question did not trouble him for long, he soon understood. I had 2 different identities in the previous 2 scenes. But the conditions to pass the dream realm are the same. That is to satisfy the needs of the person in question. In the first scene, I am Chen tribe's leader, I need to lead my tribe to victory, this victory has to be beautiful, my own force cannot suffer too much losses. In the second scene, I am vice tribe leader Dan Xing, I need to succeed in usurping the throne, I need to suppress the other party's Justice Gu. In the third scene, I am the father of Chen tribe's leader, he was defeated by his son and imprisoned for many years. Of course, he wants to regain his freedom. Thus, he agreed to cooperate with Dan Xing and persuaded his son to hand over Justice Gu in exchange for freedom. Fang Yuan entered the dream again. Fang Yuan snickered coldly. Chen tribe's leader spoke first, don't mock me, father. You are my son, if I mock you, wouldn't I be mocking myself for not teaching my son well? I only regret that I sacrificed myself to help you, I wanted you to use justice to lead Chen tribe to glory and prosperity, but you became a prisoner, you did not even believe in yourself. I misjudged you, if I knew this, I would not have faked evidence of my corruption. Fang Yuan said. Chen tribe's leader was dazed, his curiosity was piqued, father, what do you mean? Fang Yuan snickered coldly but did not speak. Chen tribe's leader shook his head, no, father, you are corrupt, the evidence is clear, how can it be fake? Fang Yuan snickered again, just because you think it is true, it is true? Then let me ask you, what is going on with Nya tribe? Chen tribe's leader was speechless. Fang Yuan continued, on the surface, I am not close to you, but I have been nurturing you in secret. To activate Justice Gu, the Gu master has to believe in their own justice. Back then, you were too young, your understanding of justice was too shallow, so I had to do this, I sacrificed myself to let you carry out your justice. Father, tell me, what was the truth back then? Fang Yuan chuckled, is the truth important? Chen tribe's leader did not hesitate, he replied, of course it is important. Without the truth, how can justice be carried out? That is why, your understanding of justice is too shallow. Is justice really related to the truth? Fang Yuan said slowly, let me ask you, when you exterminated Nya tribe, was there justice? Even if they really had a plot to destroy the mountain root, in their eyes, you are a butcher, an executioner who slaughtered their entire tribe, resisting you, defending their homeland, taking back their wives and children. Was that not righteous? This Chen tribe's leader pondered. To them, the so-called destroying the mountain root was just a form of threat. They were afraid of our Chen and Dan tribes working together. In the end, you exterminated their entire tribe, but they did not destroy the mountain root, isn't that so? Am I not? Fang Yuan said. Chen tribe's leader was silent. Fang Yuan smiled. It seems that you also recognized that they were righteous. You started a war and slaughtered others, even your own tribe suffered casualties. You felt that you were righteous. Was that wrong? You were afraid that they would destroy the mountain root, that way the mountain would collapse, the spirit spring would dissipate, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering, losing their homes. For the sake of the tribe, you eliminated the threat in advance. It was not wrong. Naturally, it was also righteous. Look, both sides have their own righteousness, don't they? Chen tribe's leader fell into deep thought. He had never considered such a question in depth. Fang Yuan observed his expression and changed the topic. Let me ask you, is it righteous for a sheep to eat grass? How is it righteous? Chen tribe's leader was confused. In the sheep's eyes, without grass, there will be no food, and it will starve to death. It must eat grass. In the eyes of the grass, it finally gained life, burrowed out of the soil, and grew with all its might, all for a bit of rain and sunlight. It worked so hard, but was eaten by the sheep. Not only were the leaves and leaves eaten, even the roots were not spared. They were swallowed into the sheep's stomach and digested, with no hope of survival. Is the grass the victim? Isn't it too pitiful? Chen tribe's leader shook his head. Isn't it natural for a sheep to eat grass? I have never felt that grass is pitiful, because this is the way of nature. Exactly. Fang Yuan nodded. The truth of heaven and earth is that big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. It is born this way, it is natural. How is it sinful? There is no pretense of righteousness. Sheep eat grass, humans eat sheep. It has nothing to do with righteousness, it is only for survival. There has never been justice in heaven and earth, only in the human world. Since ancient times, humans have to be united to have more power, to be more conducive to survival, to fight for their lives in the cruel environment. Then, how can we make people more united? Organizations, laws, and morals. We form families or sects, and according to our individual abilities, we carry out different tasks. We mainly use laws to restrict people, telling them what they cannot do. Then, we use morals to provide direction, to encourage people to do what they can. Mothers are kind, children are filial, neighbors are harmonious, and following justice, these are all morals. Whether it is intentional or not, since ancient times, all organizations have been promoting this, because organizations also follow the instinct of survival. In other words, organizations with sound laws, practical morals, and superior systems are more likely to survive. These kinds of things have been passed down, and become very popular. Chen clan's leader was tongue-tied. Fang Yuan's words had truly shocked him. He had never thought of this. He knew that justice was right, but he did not know why it was right. He knew that virtue was good, but he did not know why it was good. Now, Fang Yuan told him the answer: justice, virtue, are all created by humans. This creation can be conscious, it can also be unconscious. People followed these standards in order to have a better living environment for themselves as individuals, as well as for the long-term survival of the collective. Fang Yuan concluded, when you understand the essence of justice, you should be clear, the so-called justice is like armor, a tool of humans. You wear it on your body, to use it as a tool. But look at you now, the armor on your body has become your shackles, imprisoning you. Chen clan leader looked at Fang Yuan in a daze, not saying a word. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Truth and justice, are they important? What is the truth of Nye clan? What is the truth of my corruption? What has this got to do with upholding justice? You need to understand, my son, your justice is only a tool, you need to use it, not be restrained by it. Chen clan leader was silent for a long time. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "Father, I understand." After saying this, a white light slowly blossomed from his body, filling the sky and earth. The dream realm also vanished in this white light. Fang Yuan's desolate soul returned to reality. The dream realm exploration was a success. It seems that I was not wrong. Chen clan's father and son are both clan leaders, they hate Dan clan's usurpation. If I help Dan Xing and persuade Chen clan leader, even if I regain my freedom, I will not be able to pass the final scene. At most, my soul will be unharmed, I will be expelled. Only by teaching Chen clan leader and helping him resolve this knot in his heart, allowing him to regain justice Gu and escape. This is the condition to pass the final scene. This dream realm is quite interesting. Chapter 1834. Celestial Court. Qin Ding Ling stood on heaven overseeing tower, looking at the distant celestial court with a reminiscing expression. After a long while, she sighed, even though the changes are huge, it still has the outline of my memories. It has been over 300,000 years. Beside her was Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle had a respectful expression. This female immortal senior in front of her, even though her seniority was lower than Duke Long, she was still shockingly old. She was originally a certain generation's first supreme elder of Heaven's Envy Manor, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. She was supposed to become a member of Celestial Court on the second day, but because of Giant Sun Immortal's words, she was forced to become his concubine. Giant Sun Immortal had a harem, he created palaces in Northern Plains, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Central Continent. Qin Ding Ling was the immortal empress of the Central Continent Palace at that time. After Giant Sun Immortal died, Qin Ding Ling mysteriously disappeared, but to think that she would suddenly appear a few days ago. Senior Qin Ding Ling's identity should be correct, but according to historical records, she should have cultivated Metal Path. How did she become a Luck Path Gu Immortal? Fairy Myrtle had some doubts in her mind. At this time, Qin Ding Ling slowly turned around, her long and thin eyes shined with a light that could see through the world. She was not a beauty in the traditional sense. Even though her nose bridge was high, the tip of her nose was slightly sharp, her lips were thin, and her eyes were long and thin. However, all these things mixed together to form a unique sense of beauty that would leave a deep impression on anyone who saw her. Her body was taller than normal people, her shoulders were broad, she stood straight and had a heroic aura. A large cloak draped from his shoulders to the ground. The cape was made of a special material, it seemed to be made of pieces of golden armor that were embedded together. From time to time, traces of golden light would flow on the surface of the cape. The wide cloak accentuated her figure, making her look even taller and more fit. Especially her long legs, they were also tightly wrapped in black and gold-colored armor. She had an outstanding aura, as if she was born to be a noble that ruled over all living beings. When she looked at others, because of her height, she often had to look down on them. She naturally exuded an awe-inspiring aura that made people unconsciously lower their heads, not daring to look at her. It was as if they could only stare at their feet in order to not offend her. Qin Ding Ling said softly, "Fairy Myrtle, I know what you're thinking. In fact, my disappearance was intentional. Back then, the Giant Sun Immortal was unrivaled under the heavens, controlling the entire era. No one could resist him. Fortunately, he was not the Demon Lord. Although I was forced to become one of his immortal queens, I also had my own intentions. I wanted to learn the mysteries of Luck Dao from him. After Giant Sun Immortal died, I gained many insights and decided to abandon Metal Path and cultivate Luck Path. However, I had rank 8 cultivation level at that time, and I wanted to cultivate Luck Path. It was very risky. With the help of the celestial court, I was given the opportunity to sleep and prolong my life. I abandoned all my metal path Dao marks and turned them into a golden coffin. I buried myself deep in the earth vein and went into closed cultivation to comprehend luck path. To think that I slept for over 300,000 years, when I woke up and roamed the world, everything had changed. Qin Ding Ling sighed deeply. Over 300,000 years, the world had changed. The huge shadow that shrouded her in the past, giant sun Immortal, had already passed away. Furthermore, spectral soul demon Venerable and paradise earth Immortal Venerable appeared after him. Right now, the entire world was facing the waves of the Great Era. According to all sorts of signs and prophecies, an unprecedented Supreme Venerable was about to appear. So that's it. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air as she showed a joyful smile. Senior, you appeared at the right time. I am ashamed of my lack of talent. I caused the Celestial Court to suffer many defeats. One of the main reasons was my lack of luck path. I was restricted and that demon kept showing off his might. Qin Ding Ling nodded slightly. I have read the information. To think that a demon like Fang Yuan would appear. In the history of humanity, he is an extremely rare individual. However, Fairy Myrtle, there is no need to belittle yourself. Your decision was correct, but the other party is crafty and sinister. He also obtained a venerable inheritance. Especially the latter, Fang Yuan is very hard to deal with. I woke up this time and returned to the human world. It is likely to deal with Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle was curious. Senior, what do you mean? Qin Ding Ling smiled with deep meaning. Fairy Myrtle, there is a reason behind my awakening. Let me ask you, who awakened me? It was Guyue Fangzheng. That's right. Qin Ding Ling said slowly, otherworldly demons are not part of fate, they are natural variables. Providence used such a pawn to deal with spectral souls' heaven-defying actions. It naturally had methods to suppress otherworldly demons. Just like where venomous snakes reside, herbs that can neutralize snake venom grow. Guyue Fangzheng is the heaven path's guarantee to suppress Guyue Fang Yuan. Saying so, Qin Ding Ling looked at Fairy Myrtle with an admiring gaze. You know very little about luck path, but you were able to deduce this and nurture Fangzheng to become an immortal. It is not easy. Senior is too kind. I only know how to do my best to protect the Celestial Court and protect the justice of the human world. Ha ha ha, well said. This is the spirit of our Celestial Court. Even after 300,000 years, it has never changed. Qin Ding Ling laughed with a joyful expression. She paused for a moment before continuing. The otherworldly demon Fang Yuan is a variable. Guyue Fangzheng is the existence that suppresses him. It will change according to Fang Yuan's changes. Spectral soul failed to defy heaven, but Fang Yuan escaped from Providence's control. He is getting stronger and stronger. He has no flaws. His growth is shocking. Even the Celestial Court is helpless against him. Thus, to prevent this change, Fangzheng woke me up and made me come out. Fate is fixed, luck is a variable. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the Gu Immortal, the greater their luck. This is because with one thought or one action, they can cause huge changes in their surroundings. Fang Yuan is very strong in terms of luck path, but you nurtured Fangzheng and made him become an immortal. Thus, the variable was large enough to allow me to awaken and restrain him. Next, I estimate that similar situations will occur. This demon Fang Yuan will not be able to survive for long. Saying so, Qin Ding Ling instructed Fairy Myrtle, you need to focus on nurturing Fangzheng and ensure his safety. As long as we focus on this and follow Providence's arrangements, we will be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. I understand. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. All along, she had not been able to deal with Fang Yuan. The main reason was that Fang Yuan was crafty, his defenses were impenetrable. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce his location. Even though Fairy Myrtle understood Guyue Fangzheng's significance, she did not place much importance on it. She believed in her and the Celestial Court's strength. Her arrangements on Fangzheng were only supplementary. But now, After Qin Ding Ling's reminder, Fairy Myrtle understood, Guye Fangzheng was the best way to restrain Fang Yuan. Her nurturing of Fangzheng's immortal ascension had already produced a good result, it led to Qin Ding Ling's appearance. As long as she continued to nurture him, more people like Qin Ding Ling would appear. The stronger Fangzheng is, the greater his luck will be. Only then will he be able to trigger more changes. And these changes are part of Providence's arrangements to restrain Fang Yuan. In that case, we will use Fangzheng as the main force, and the Celestial Court as the support. Fairy Myrtle assessed the situation, she was wise, immediately making the most appropriate adjustments to her strategy. Oh, there is one more thing. I have many Immortal Goo remnant recipes here, I secretly obtained them when I was with Giant Sun Immortal back then. These Goo recipes are related to Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path Immortal Goo, I need you to deduce them and refine them. Qin Ding Ling took out an information path Mortal Goo. Fairy Myrtle quickly received it with both hands, I will do my best to deduce them, Senior, don't worry. Immemorial White Heaven, 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan had been cultivating here recently. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall. Rumble. With a loud sound, a grand waterfall descended from inside by Xiang Killer Move. The silver-white waterfall had a grand aura, it crashed into the rigid will at the bottom of Heaven Form Killer Move. Every drop of water in the waterfall was a will, they had the appearance of a sword. The waterfall crashed and created a huge pit, destroying a vast number of wills. After a few breaths of time, the waterfall vanished, a huge lake appeared on the rigid will continent, the water in the lake was flowing with small sword thoughts. Immortal Killer Move, Swordsman. Fang Yuan willed as he used another move. After this move was used, the lake water rippled like it was boiling, next, warriors jumped out of the lake one after another. They all looked like Fang Yuan, they held swords and slashed at the rigid will, each attack created a huge ravine. These two moves had a huge origin, they were compound killer moves created by Fang Yuan. Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall used Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo as the core, it contained the profundity of Sword Path, it was far better than using Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo to deal with the rigid will. Meanwhile, the killer move Swordsman contained the profundity of Sword Path and Human Path, this was created by Fang Yuan after he became a Human Path Grandmaster. 2 hours later. Suddenly, a crane cry resounded in the whole of 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven. The sleeping white crane seemed to have woken up from its dream, it stretched its body and spread its wings, it was elegant and calm. I finally grasped Heaven Form again. Huh, I saved more than half the time compared to the previous life. It seems that it is time to go and find Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan smiled, bright light flashing in his eyes. Good things come in pairs. At this time, he heard Land Spirit of Langya's report, another Luck Path Rank 6 Immortal Goo was refined. Fang Yuan had not obtained Regret Goo yet, he did not want to advance his Immortal Goo on a large scale. But he had extorted Southern Border's Righteous Path and obtained many Luck Path Immortal materials, he had been refining Luck Path Immortal Goo recently. Immortal Goo were unique, if he succeeded, others would not have a chance. Chapter 1835. According to my memories, it should be here. Fang Yuan stopped at a certain location in Immemorial White Heaven. There was nothing here, but according to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, he knew that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was here. The Grotto Heaven's entrance was closed, it was hidden in the void, no matter how he looked, he could not find any clues. In the previous life, Fang Yuan relied on Heaven Form to discover the existence of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. In this life, he did not need to go through so much trouble, he could directly go to Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's entrance. Go, Heaven Form. Fang Yuan willed. Heaven Form was a one-legged white crane, its feathers were pure white like snow, it was untainted by dust, its long beak was red in color. After it flew out, it immediately flew around the empty space in front of it. Information was transmitted from heaven form to Feng Yuan's mind. This information was related to Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan soon learned a lot about it. Even though I successfully annexed this Grotto Heaven in the previous life. But in this life, I came rather late, there might be no accidents. If the celestial court is making arrangements inside, I will be in deep trouble if I go in. Feng Yuan was very vigilant. After investigating for a long time, he confirmed that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was still a paradise outside, it did not have any relations with the outside world. Only then did he relax, he started to prepare a killer move that he had prepared. After spending some time, the killer move was ready. Feng Yuan opened his mouth and spat. A gray soul ball shot into the Grotto Heaven with lightning speed. It was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it was just an illusion. The gray soul ball entered Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and charged downwards. Anything that entered Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven would be affected by the Grotto Heaven's myriad beings assimilation transformation killer move, it would turn into a Beast Calamity. The last time Feng Yuan personally attacked this place, he'd suffered such treatment. He'd transformed into an ox-headed devil god and slaughtered innumerable people, causing corpses to cover the surroundings and blood to flow into rivers. Even though he was invincible at that time, forcefully seizing the Beast Calamity inheritance, he was not acknowledged by the Qilin heavenly spirit. He barely obtained myriad beings assimilation transformation and other killer moves, but he did not obtain the immortal goo, he only obtained half of the inheritance. Later, when Feng Yuan saw that the battle for the Dragon Palace had broken out in the East Sea, he stopped attacking here and rushed to the East Sea, but he gained nothing. In the end, he still came here and changed his strategy, taking down the Beast Calamity Paradise and devouring it. This was not only inefficient, it wasted a lot of Feng Yuan's time and energy. Feng Yuan even destroyed a lot of the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that he obtained. Almost all of the goo immortals inside were killed by him. This won't do. In this life, Feng Yuan used another method to attack the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. He wanted to obtain the complete Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and recruit the goo immortals here, filling up his sovereign immortal aperture and expanding the scale of his subordinates. The gray soul ball descended rapidly from the sky. The influence of myriad beings' assimilation transformation was exerted on it, but on the surface of the soul ball, all sorts of transformation path Dao marks appeared. The transformation path Dao marks continued to decrease, resisting the power of myriad beings' assimilation transformation, maintaining the soul ball's original state. Feng Yuan was outside, using heaven form to observe this scene. The gray soul ball had a limited time, because it was separated from Feng Yuan, it was like water without a source. Even though it had a lot of transformation path Dao marks, resisting myriad beings' assimilation transformation expended a lot of energy. Not long later, it would be completely destroyed. Without the protection of transformation path Dao marks, the exposed gray soul ball would be turned into a beast calamity by myriad beings' assimilation transformation. It would likely become an ancient soul beast. By then, not only would he expose himself, he would even be hunted down by the goo immortals who came after hearing the news. In that case, Feng Yuan's plan would fail. But thankfully, all of this went through Feng Yuan's meticulous planning. Soon, the soul ball landed on the ground and quietly entered a bustling city. It moved through the alleys, sometimes hiding in dark corners. It was fast like a fish in water. Beat him up. Bam bam bam. Deep in a small alley, several rich youngsters were beating up a poor person of the same age. The poor youngster had a thin body, his clothes were tattered and he was covered in injuries. His face was swollen from the beating, he could not resist, he could only hug his head and curl up into a ball. Finally, he fainted from the beating. Seeing this, the rich youngsters stopped. Don't tell me someone died. No, I was scared to death. This lad is too weak. Such a lad dares to get close to Miss Lin, he did not take our young Master Lin's warning to heart. Humph, even if he dies, he deserves it. The youngsters were indignant, but they left happily. Good chance, my luck is not bad. The gray soul ball arrived at this place, its surface rippled. This luck was not an accident, it was Fang Yuan's own luck that affected this place. Seeing that there was no one around, the gray soul ball did not hesitate, it directly shot into the poor youngster's chest, wrapping around his soul. The young man's soul was very weak, he relied on his instincts to resist. But Fang Yuan's gray soul ball was a clone of his desolate soul, it was very powerful, how could a mere mortal soul resist it? Almost instantly, the young man's soul was completely destroyed by the gray soul ball. The gray soul ball quickly expanded, turning into the young man's appearance. It occupied the young man's body, controlled his mind, and had the identity of a native. From today onwards, I am young Zhan Budu. That's right, this gray soul ball was none other than the soul path killer move, soul penetration. In the past, Shadow Sect used this move to successfully plant several spies in Langya Blessed Land. Until now, the spy's sixth hair was still alive. The gray soul ball originated from Fang Yuan's desolate soul, it could not be sensed by the land spirit or heavenly spirit. This was the profundity of soul transmission. If not for this, back then, land spirit of Langya would have discovered the secret of Shadow Sect spies long ago. And Fang Yuan modified the foundation of soul penetration, adding many transformation path immortal goo to it. Thus, the gray soul ball had all sorts of transformation path Dao marks, it could resist the influence of myriad beings' assimilation transformation. However, from now onwards, I have already succeeded in soul penetration. My every action will be sensed by the heavenly spirit, I will have to be careful in the future. Thankfully, after the soul transmigration, I destroyed the young man's soul and seized his memories, allowing me to understand his personal history. Even though the heavenly spirit was unlikely to pay attention to this tiny corner of the mortal world, what if it did? At the next moment, Fang Yuan's clone started his performance. The young man groaned as he slowly opened his eyes. His face showed hatred and helplessness. Damn it! He crawled up with difficulty, he seemed to be gasping from the intense pain from his injuries. Eventually, he held on to the wall of the alleyway as he slowly walked out. Fang Yuan's main body observed for a while, seeing that this clone was adapting quickly and was in good condition, he stored heaven form and left. He quickly went to profound literature Grotto Heaven. This information path Grotto Heaven was quite troublesome to attack. Fang Yuan's information path attainment was insufficient, there was also a rank 8 information path Gu Immortal guarding the Grotto Heaven. In the previous life, Fang Yuan's attack failed because this rank 8 Gu Immortal blocked his path, he was stuck outside and could not even enter the Grotto Heaven. Like before, Fang Yuan first investigated the situation. There was nothing strange about profound literature Grotto Heaven, it was not affected by the ink effect, there were no changes that were disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan instilled his immortal essence and activated heaven form, forming a path of white light. Such guts! Which evildoer dares to invade my homeland? A righteous voice was heard. Next, an old man with the appearance of a white-robed scholar appeared on the other side of the white light path with rank 8 aura. They came after all. Fang Yuan was not surprised, he opened the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out large numbers of desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Heaven form could not transport killer moves by itself, once Fang Yuan used a killer move, it would destroy the white light path. But the white light path could transport living beings, just like how Fang Yuan used it to invade Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Don't even think about it. The white-robed old man shouted angrily, activating information path offensive methods, all sorts of characters rained down like a storm, killing countless beasts. A few breaths of time later, the white light path collapsed, an immemorial desolate beast was in a miserable state, it had just poked its head in when the path was destroyed. Thus, its head was left in profound literature grotto heaven while its body was sent to the outside world. No matter who you are, if you want to invade this place, you will have to pay an unimaginable price. The white-robed old man shouted. Fang Yuan smiled, not minding it. He moved to another location and continued to use the same method. But like in the previous life, the white-robed old man arrived quickly and killed all the invading beasts. Fang Yuan changed several locations, but his efforts were all in vain. No matter who you are, with me here, don't even think about it. The white-robed old man's morale was high. Is that so? Fang Yuan sneered, retracting his hand. Chapter 1836. Immemorial White Heaven. Fang Yuan rode random auspicious cloud, flying in the sky. Heaven form white crane followed him, flying in the sky. Random auspicious cloud was Fang Yuan's loot from Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. After some modifications, it was used for movement. But the auspicious cloud's direction did not follow Fang Yuan's will, it followed the profundities of luck path. The auspicious cloud's path was definitely a path with good luck. Random auspicious cloud and heaven form complemented each other. Fang Yuan had benefited from it in his previous life. He found profound literature grotto heaven and beast calamity grotto heaven. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had already transmigrated to two heavens. He had placed his pieces in profound literature grotto heaven and beast calamity grotto heaven. After that, Fang Yuan waited for his pieces to develop while continuing to cultivate and accumulate strength. His chi path killer moves were still being familiarized with. He already had the ability to fight against rank 8 Gu immortals. However, the trump card unlimited chi C killer move was still unfamiliar to Fang Yuan. Other than practicing killer moves, Fang Yuan's main body was still roaming around immemorial white heaven. He used random auspicious cloud and heaven form to search for more grotto heavens. Up until now, Fang Yuan had no gains. Even though heaven form has a wide range, compared to immemorial white heaven, heaven form's range is still tiny. But along the way, I have made great gains. I have obtained many rank 8 immortal materials. This is indeed the best path. I have been lucky all along the way. There are many surprises. The time path clone has made some progress in his deductions. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. His main body cultivated bitterly but had no results, while the time path clone had made some progress after this period of accumulation. Another immortal Gu house has been deduced. Great! Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He immediately diverted most of his attention into his immortal aperture, starting to assemble it. Immemorial white heaven was very dangerous. Immemorial desolate beasts roamed freely. One would often encounter immemorial desolate beast groups. Ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals were very careful when exploring this place. Some rare rank 7 experts would come to immemorial white heaven to explore and plunder resources. They were all fearful. However, Fang Yuan had the random auspicious cloud, so he had good luck along the way. More importantly, with the protection of the heavens, any danger could be discovered in advance, allowing Fang Yuan to deal with it calmly and easily avoid it. Iron Wall Gu. This was a rank 6 metal path Gu worm. It was the size of an adult's fist and was very heavy. It looked like a rhinoceros beetle, but whether it was its head or back, they were all Fangjing square with almost no curves. Evidently, Iron Wall Gu was a defensive Gu. It came from Langya sect's treasury and was being used by Fang Yuan to construct his second immortal Gu house. Iron Wall Gu was the first to be activated, followed by large numbers of mortal Gu. There were many types of mortal Gu, over 3,000 of them. Metal path and fire path mortal Gu were the most common. Almost all of them were rank 5 Gu. Iron Wall Gu guarded the center point, while the other mortal Gu revolved around it and flew around it. A black light that resembled ink rippled out of the mortal Gu, spreading rapidly and enveloping all of the Gu worms, forming a huge black ball of light. The black ball of light floated in the air. Its surface was uneven. The Gu worms inside were flying faster and faster. After reaching a certain speed, the black ball of light's surface became extremely smooth, there were no more bumps, it became very round. At this time, Fang Yuan activated Fire Path Immortal Goo. He activated 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo and a large number of Mortal Goo, forming a fire. The fire was like red weeds, it coiled around the surface of the black ball of light, burning it continuously. An alluring fragrance spread out, any mortal who smelled it would be immersed in it, they would have endless desires and fantasies, unable to extricate themselves. After burning for several hours, the black ball of light was burned to a dazzling golden color. The previous black color was like the ashes at the bottom of a pot, and it was wiped clean. Fang Yuan maintained the golden ball of light as he stopped activating the fire. He used Water Path Immortal Goo and Wisdom Path Immortal Goo to condense a clear spring. The clear spring water poured on the golden ball of light, giving off a sizzling sound. It was like a layer of cold water was poured on the burning metal ball. But there was no steam, the clear spring water completely fused into the golden ball of light. The golden ball of light's rotation slowed down, the goo worms inside were like golden meteors, flying around. Their trajectories were profound and complex, it was dazzling to look at, but none of them collided with each other. At this time, Fang Yuan took out a second supplementary Immortal Goo. Food Path Immortal Goo, Cook. It looked like a field turtle, it was quite large, about the size of a basin. It had a triangular head and short antennae, below the antennae were 2 protruding compound eyes that flickered with golden light. Its body was flat and wide, it was oval in shape, it was dark red in color, it felt like sand when touched, it was very warm. It had 3 pairs of legs, the pair at the front was the strongest, when opened, it was like a pair of thick pincers. Immortal Goo Cook was obtained by Fang Yuan from extorting Southern Border's righteous path. By now, Fang Yuan had basically returned the bodies and souls of the Southern Border immortals, he was exchanging Immortal Goo with the Southern Border clans. Fang Yuan spent an hour before he placed Immortal Goo Cook into the golden ball of light. The golden ball of light expanded to more than double its original size. Fang Yuan's main body was covered in sweat, this was the first difficulty, he had finally passed it. Constructing an Immortal Goo house was not easy, it was many times more difficult than activating killer moves. If the construction failed, not only would the Goo Immortals suffer backlash, the goo worms involved would also be damaged or even destroyed. Thus, Fang Yuan was very careful and vigilant. Like this, Fang Yuan fused Dog Shit Luck, Chi Luck, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, Time Luck, and many other Luck Path Immortal Goo into it. His Luck Path attainment level was Master, and his Formation Path attainment level was Grandmaster, he had already developed an intuition. Thus, during the construction process, if he felt anything amiss, Fang Yuan would immediately be vigilant and defend against it. Most importantly, his method of constructing the Immortal Goo house was deduced by the Time Path clone using the light of wisdom, it was excellent. More than half a month passed in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan succeeded. The golden ball of light exploded, a brand new Immortal Goo house appeared. Different from myriad-year flying warship, this Immortal Goo house was small, about the size of an ordinary basin. It was golden in color, covered in a pure white light, it was indescribably noble. It was a pot, the sides of the pot were as thick as a thumb, the pot's mouth was wide open, but there was nothing inside. Outside the pot, there were 8 dragons, 6 of them were vivid and lifelike, while the remaining 2 were blurry and rough. These 8 dragons had their tails gathered at the bottom of the pot, they coiled around each other and extended downwards, forming 8 claws. The 8 dragon tails were facing east, south, west, north, northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest. Each dragon's claws were attached to the outside of the pot, their bodies were moving upwards, their heads were at the edge of the pot, looking into the pot. The dragon eyes were shut, as if they were sleeping. Rank 6 Immortal Goo House, Cooking Luck Pot. Even though it used Rank 7 Immortal Goo, like Food Path Immortal Goo Cook. But the core luck path immortal gu were all rank 6, so this immortal gu house's rank was quite low. This immortal gu house was recorded in Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance, and had been modified by Fang Yuan's time path clone. Evidently, this was a luck path immortal gu house. It could not carry gu immortals in battle, it was small, but had other uses. In comparison, it was similar to star constellation chessboard. Fang Yuan immediately injected immortal essence, cooking luck pot buzzed and turned into a golden light, flying above Fang Yuan's head before vanishing. Even Fang Yuan could not see this immortal gu house with his naked eyes, he could only sense its existence in the dark. Of course, it was easy to see it. Fang Yuan willed as he continued to inject immortal essence, activating one of Cooking Luck Pot's killer moves. Luck Inspection. There was a change in Fang Yuan's vision, he saw his own luck flowing into Cooking Luck Pot. In a short while, Cooking Luck Pot's luck was filled to the brim. Luck Inspection Immortal Gu is only rank 6, and I have rank 8 cultivation level, this Immortal Gu alone cannot check my luck. Cooking Luck Pot is also only rank 6, so I can only see the luck inside the pot, I cannot see the entirety of my luck. Even so, there was still some luck outside the pot, Fang Yuan could see it. A river-like luck shined brightly on the water surface, it was like a miniature river of time, it was closely connected to Fang Yuan. One end of the river was connected to the luck inside the pot, while the other end extended outwards into the void. This was the luck of Fang Yuan's time path clone. The time path clone's luck was quite stable, but there was a trace of black qi that was being produced continuously. This was the weakness of spring-autumn cicada, it easily caused bad luck. Every once in a while, Fang Yuan would have to use luck path methods to deal with this. There was also a lump of luck that was like a layer of pink mist, it floated around the pot and revolved around it. This was the luck of Fang Yuan's dream path clone. The pink mist was faint and weak, it constantly changed, it was like a layer of faint light. Only after the dream path clone advanced to rank 6 could it compare to the time path clone's luck. Other than that, there was also the Dragonman clone's luck, it was like a purple dragon that swam around the pot. Fang Yuan's clone in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was like a bird, it was grey and dull. There was also Fang Yuan's clone in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, his luck was like a flower bud, it was dispirited. The luck of these two little clones is a little weak. It seems that the grey soul ball used up a lot of luck. My main body and my clone are separated by a world, there are obstacles. In that case, Fang Yuan willed as he activated Cooking Luck Pot. The temperature inside Cooking Luck Pot rose rapidly, the luck started to boil. The two dragons around the pot slowly opened their eyes, they opened their mouths at the same time and breathed into the pot. Immediately, the two luck were sucked into the dragons' stomachs. The dragons moved, they turned their heads and breathed out towards the grey sparrow luck and flower bud luck outside the pot. The two luck shot out and entered the grey sparrow and flower bud luck. Great Scholar Shen pressed his hands together and said, "Brother Jiang, we are evenly matched, we might as well stop here. Next, why don't you choose 3 students to present poems, let me appreciate the literary talent of the younger generation, how about it?" "All right." Teacher Jiang thought for a while, then nodded in agreement. Instantly, the eyes of the students below the stage lit up. This was a rare opportunity, with 2 great scholars on the stage, no matter how good the poem was, as long as they appeared on the stage, their name would spread far and wide. The drums began to beat. Choose me, choose me. Pass it over to me. Sigh. The drums have stopped. Who took the red flower? Please come up and present a poem. Great Scholar Shen opened his eyes and smiled. Li Xiaobai smiled bitterly. Teacher, I dare not hide anything from you. There were only 3 lines in this poem. The last line was just now. I thought of it in a moment of desperation. To think that it caught the eyes of the 2 sirs, I am truly surprised. Teacher Jiang was stunned before laughing loudly. Great Scholar Shen shook his head. Li Xiaobai, you are quite honest. It turned out that he had secretly used a method to inspect Li Xiaobai's literary aura, talent aura, and many other information. He found that they were all mediocre. It is just a flash of inspiration. It is not rare to have some performance that exceeds one's standard. Great Scholar Shen did not have any doubts. Teacher Jiang looked at Li Xiaobai in a new light. He looked at Li Xiaobai with a completely new gaze, thinking, even though Li Xiaobai's poems are average, I can see that he has been working hard. That is why he has 3 poems. He can still perform on the spot and have a flash of inspiration. It shows that he has potential. But what I admire the most is what he said on the 3rd stage. He apologized to his classmates. This shows that he is proficient in human relations. Proficient in human relations is an essay. This is not bad. Wait a minute. Teacher Jiang suddenly thought, this literary duel will definitely become famous in the world. I am already famous in the world, so it is fine. But Li Xiaobai will also become famous because of this. It would be fine if there were 3 students, but all 3 opportunities helped him. This way, he will become everyone's target. This time, Brother Shen and I fought to a draw. No one will find me in a literary duel for the time being. But this does not stop some despicable people from finding my students to suppress me. But Li Xiaobai was just an ordinary student. Teacher Jiang frowned. He made up his mind on the spot. After I return, I must nurture Li Xiaobai, secretly give him special treatment. In this literary duel, everyone in the world will know that Li Xiaobai is my student. Even though I have many students, he is the only famous one. In the future, as long as Li Xiaobai is mentioned, he will definitely mention me. I'm bound to him now, so I have to nurture him well. Otherwise. Teacher Jiang felt immense pressure. He decided that no matter how much effort and price he had to spend, he had to carve Li Xiaobai up. Even if he was a piece of rotten wood, he had to carve him up to look like a piece of jade. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. Gu Lu stopped his killer move. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a breath of air. It's done. I have already adjusted his immortal aperture's time to the limit. Calamities and tribulations will be very frequent. Thank you for your trouble. Qin Dingling smiled at the side. She looked at the unconscious Gu Yufangzheng, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What is it? Gu Lu asked in confusion. Qin Dingling said, I am using a killer move to inspect luck. I found that after your killer move took effect, Fangzheng's luck suddenly changed again. His luck was originally like a mountain, lush and green. Fangzheng was upright, but now, it has become, a strange shape that looks like a pot lid. Gu Lu was even more confused. What kind of omen is this? Qin Dingling shook her head. She was also troubled. I can't figure it out in the short term. 2 months later. A piece of news made Fang Yuan's main body stop his secluded cultivation, which was rare. You finally found out the exact location of Dragon Palace? Pure dream reality seeker physique bodies appeared from the dream realm one after another. The Dragonman avatar's progress was quite smooth. But this dream realm was too huge. At this speed, it would take several days and nights to form. Not to mention anything else, just this dreamland alone is a huge fortune. In the previous life, when it fell into the hands of the Celestial Court could not make use of it. Now that it is in my hands, it is different. Fang Yuan's main body could clearly see the situation in the deep sea. A moment later, Fang Yuan raised his head to look above him. After activating his luck path method, he saw that cooking luck pot above his head. This pot was floating in the air above his head. It was slightly moving up and down, like it was floating in water. Fang Yuan could not observe his own luck, but he could observe the Dragon Man avatar's situation. He saw that beside Cooking Luck Pot, the purple luck dragon that corresponded to the Dragon Man avatar was coiled in the air, not moving at all. It tried to open its mouth, it had an uneasy expression as it looked around vigilantly. Around it, wisps of black chi were rapidly condensing into balls of black clouds. This black cloud luck indicates the possibility of death. Looks like the Dragon Man avatar is in danger of dying. Fang Yuan frowned. He immediately started to calculate, in this life, according to the time, I should have discovered the Dragon Palace much earlier than the Celestial Court in the previous life, so I should have acted earlier. Now it seems that I was indeed the first to act. But this process is progressing slowly, but in the next few days, there will be a bad change. In just a short while, the black clouds became denser, they surrounded the purple dragon from all directions, as if they wanted to bury it and drown it. Fang Yuan immediately activated Cooking Luck Pot. The dragon carvings around Cooking Luck Pot started to move, it swallowed the black cloud luck into its stomach, then spat it back into the pot. The wok began to boil the black cloud fate energy, and then it boiled, turning it into beneficial fate energy. This luck was then swallowed by the dragon carvings, then spat out towards the purple dragon. With such help, the purple dragon became more spirited and full of fighting spirit. Even though the black clouds were still dense and did not change much, the purple dragon was eager to try it out. Fang Yuan saw this and gasped lightly, thinking, even though this Cooking Luck Pot is only rank 6, it is the peak crystallization of Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance, it can control the luck of rank 6 Gu Immortals, it can even affect rank 7 Gu Immortals. Right now, my Dragon Man avatar has rank 7 cultivation level after being nurtured by me. Thus, it is normal for it to affect the purple dragon. But this black cloud luck. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, saying, this black cloud luck is barely affected by me, it is at least a rank 8 level danger. But looking at the purple dragon's expression, this black cloud luck seems to have some sort of attraction to it. Dragons rise with wind and rain, and this black luck is in the form of clouds. It seems that this problem is not only dangerous for the Dragon Man avatar, it also contains a huge fortuitous encounter. Of course, this was under the premise that Fang Yuan's main body did not move. Once Fang Yuan's main body moved, the luck would change drastically. Because Fang Yuan was not an ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortal, once he made a move, there would be a huge change in the situation. Sigh, it is a pity that I cannot observe my main body's luck. The self-luck true inheritance has the killer move luck inspection, from rank 1 to rank 9. But my luck inspection Immortal Gu is only rank 6, even if I use it to form a killer move, I can only use the profundity of the killer move itself to barely observe the luck of a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan already had Cooking Luck Pot, he used Luck Inspection Immortal Gu as the core and placed it inside. Thus, he did not need to use any Luck Inspection killer move, as long as he used Cooking Luck Pot, he could observe the Dragon Man avatar's luck. Cooking Luck Pot's rank is still too low. In the future, not only will I need to raise the rank of the Immortal Gu, I will also need to infuse the profundity of the all-living being's luck true inheritance into it so that it can influence other people and objects. Fang Yuan planned to himself. Right now, even though Fang Yuan could use Cooking Luck Pot to help his avatar, both the avatar and the main body were one person. Thus, he could only help himself, that was the range of the self-luck true inheritance, it did not extend to all living beings' luck. Fang Yuan sensed the danger that the Dragon Man avatar was in, he did not move for now. On one hand, he monitored it, on the other hand, he continued to activate Cooking Luck Pot. Even though it did not have much help to the purple dragon luck and had little effect on the black cloud luck, even if it was a drop in the bucket, it would accumulate and be worth looking forward to. There was a saying, having something was better than nothing. The Dragon Man avatar naturally received the information from the main body, he continued to transform dream realms. Like this, after a day and a half, 4 Eastern Sea Gu Immortals arrived. From the east was a young man in a white robe, he had a handsome face, he was Yang Zihe. From the west was an old woman with a hunched back, she had deep wrinkles on her face, the wrinkles were in a strange pattern, they formed into purple venomous python markings that extended from her face to her arms and her entire body. It was Granny Rong. From the north was a Gu immortal with a muscular body, his triangular eyes shined with cold light. It was Shi Miao. From the south was a Gu immortal wearing a black robe, his face could not be seen, he was silent, he floated like a ghost, he was filled with Yin energy, his name was Zhang Yin. For rank 8 Gu immortals? It's them. Fang Yuan's main body did not move, because he saw some clues from the Dragon Man avatar's luck. At this time, the little purple dragon's luck was completely surrounded by a thick and dense black cloud. It was impossible for it to break through. And within this black cloud luck, there was a slight change. From the east, there was the sound of surging water, as if there was a river hidden inside. From the west, a purple venomous python could be vaguely seen. The dark clouds in the north condensed into the shape of a mountain, while the dark clouds in the south were even more serene and serene, spinning into a black hole. Fang Yuan took a look, it was a rank 5 Gu, it was called Commander Gu. Commander Gu had the appearance of a sawtooth tree, it was a longhorn beetle. The longhorn beetle's body was long and cylindrical, its back was slightly flat, there were 2 long feelers on its head. This Commander Gu was the same, its body was like green jade, it had a pair of long feelers that were 10 times longer than its body, they were like 2 long red ropes. The Dragon Man clone was slightly shocked. Fang Yuan had many immortal Gu, he did not care about mortal Gu. But this Commander Gu was different, even though it was a mortal Gu, it was a human path Gu worm, it had enslavement path effects, it had appeared briefly in Central Continent before vanishing. According to the rumors, Commander Gu's effect was very good, and there were many other similar Gu worms that complemented it in a complete set. The Dragon Man clone's attainment level was interlinked with Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's main body had Human Path Grandmaster and Enslavement Path Master attainment level, the Dragon Man clone was the same. As long as one had Master attainment level, they would have the corresponding intuition. At this moment, the Dragon Man clone had a feeling, as long as I pass this dream realm, I will be able to obtain Commander Gu's recipe. No wonder my luck little purple dragon is so eager. This enslavement path dream realm is truly my fortuitous encounter. Thinking of this, the Dragon Man clone became even more excited. While running here earlier, he had already investigated how many Gu worms Wu Shuang had, what they were, he had some preparations regarding the methods he could use. But he did not know how to make the bet. Immediately, Fang Yuan smiled, in that case, come at me, I will let you go first, you can make the first move. Zhang Shuang was mocked like this, anger appeared on his young face, alright, Wu Shuang, since you are so arrogant and look down on me, I will grant you your wish. He took out more than 10 yuan stones and scattered them on the ground of the drill ground. The drill ground was an immortal formation, when the yuan stones landed on the ground, it was like falling into water, they were immediately devoured by the ground. Next, ants started to crawl out of the ground. Zhang Shuang stared with wide open eyes, using his method to enslave these ants. The Dragon Man clone was shocked, these are not ordinary ants, there are natural markings on their backs, they form human characters. Are they army ants that are being transported? Dragon men were not born naturally, they were a man-made variant human race. Army ants and dragon men were similar in nature, they were not born naturally, they were created by Gu immortal great experts. These army ants were created by enslavement path Gu masters, to a large extent, they could alleviate the problem of feeding them. A small number of army ants could be used for daily training, while a large number of army ants could form an ant tide, they were also very powerful. Zhang Shuang had great strength, he soon enslaved more than 10 yellow ants. At this time, new ants crawled out of the ground. They were slightly larger than the previous ones, they were black in color. Zhang Shuang was overjoyed, he quickly shifted his attention and started to enslave these black ants. The yellow ants had natural words on them, worker. The black ants also had natural markings on them, soldier. Seeing this, the Dragonman youngsters were anxious. The Dragonman girl beside Fang Yuan shook Fang Yuan's arm. Brother Wu Shuang, quickly start. If you lose this duel, you'll have to lose your vital goo. The other party is shameless, he already has more than 10 worker ants and 3 soldier ants. Alright. Fang Yuan smiled and sat cross-legged on the ground, concentrating on the ants on the ground. He activated a killer move that used his sight to enslave the ants. It was extremely effective. In a few breaths' time, dozens of ants on the ground gathered around Fang Yuan. Among them, there were worker ants and soldier ants. With this result, he immediately surpassed Zhang Shuang. The human youngsters gasped in shock, the Dragonman youngsters were stunned before they cheered excitedly. Zhang Shuang looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. When he saw that there were more and more ants in front of Fang Yuan, there were several times his number, his face turned pale as paper. I lost. Zhang Shuang said straightforwardly, but what killer move did you use? The killer move was exquisite and powerful. Most importantly, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was very strong, it far surpassed mortal goo masters, not to mention this youngster. Fang Yuan did not know either, he had just created it. He avoided the topic. Since you lost, what are the stakes? Zhang Shuang snorted coldly, handing command gu to Fang Yuan before turning around and leaving. Chen Fu had a dark expression, he left behind some harsh words before leaving. Wu Shuai, to think that you are so insidious, you secretly refined a powerful enslavement path killer move. Don't be too pleased, we will get back at you sooner or later. Yay! We won, Wu Shuai. You are amazing. As expected of Wu Shuang. Huh, so funny, Zhang Shuang and Chen Fu's expressions were really unsightly earlier. Fang Yuan smiled, he was about to reply to the excited youngsters around him, but he saw that these youngsters' eyes were wide open, their expressions and movements froze as they looked behind Fang Yuan. Father! They said in a soft voice. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a Dragonman Gu Immortal staring at him with a dark gaze. Chapter 1841. After taking a closer look, the Dragonman clone realized. Even though the person in front of him was a Dragonman Gu Immortal, he was not Duke Long, he only looked similar. Even so, this person is likely to have a close relationship with Duke Long. I wonder if he is the father of my identity? Fang Yuan was thinking when this Dragonman Gu Immortal walked in front of him. Wu Shuai. You have guts, how many times have I told you not to cause trouble, don't provoke them. But you actually beat them again this time. Do you know that Zhang Shuang and Chen Fu are the direct descendants of our sect's supreme elders? The Dragonman Gu Immortal who resembled Duke Long had a solemn expression, his gaze was spewing fire. The Dragonman youngsters who were laughing earlier were silent, they did not even dare to breathe loudly, they lowered their heads and looked at their feet. It could be seen that their father had high prestige in their hearts, he was very strict in disciplining them. Fang Yuan could not confirm the true identity of this Dragonman Gu Immortal, he could only imitate the other Dragonman youngsters, lowering his head in silence. The Dragonman Gu Immortal was furious, he stretched out his hand and knocked on the back of Fang Yuan's head, he used so much force that Fang Yuan almost tumbled. Fang Yuan staggered, he took a step forward and stabilized his body. Wu Shuai, come with me, come to my study room and kneel as punishment. The Dragonman Gu Immortal snorted coldly, turning around and leaving. Fang Yuan turned around and looked at the Dragonman youngsters, they were all looking at Fang Yuan with expressions of pity, guilt, and joy. It seems that I can only follow this Dragonman Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He lowered his head and followed. After just a few steps, the world around him suddenly changed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan was in a study room. The study room was huge, there were beautiful and exquisite flower vases, the study table was 10 feet long, the table was wide, there were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones on it. At the center was a half-written banner, there were only 3 words, Long Xing Tian. This Dragonman Gu Immortal is called Long Xing Tian? No, judging from the length and the blank space at the back, there's obviously one more word. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Right at this moment, a stern reprimand resounded in his ears. Unfilial son, quickly kneel down for your father. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw that the Dragonman Gu Immortal was standing behind the table, staring at him with a grim and cold expression. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and thought to himself, if you had said that earlier, who would have known about our relationship? Immediately, he knelt on the ground with a thud. The Dragonman Gu Immortal was stunned for a moment before smiling coldly. Your attitude towards admitting your mistake has improved quite a bit. I wouldn't dare. Father's teachings are reasonable. I'm still young and ignorant, so I can't fully understand Father's painstaking efforts. I hope Father can forgive me. Fang Yuan immediately replied perfunctorily, but his expression was very appropriate, giving people a feeling of sincerity. The Dragonman Gu Immortal was stunned again. He laughed even more coldly. Humph. He looks obedient on the surface, but he's arrogant on the inside. He actually dares to patronize his father. You deserve a beating. Saying so, he picked up the paperweight on the table and slammed it on Fang Yuan's back. This paperweight was made of metal, it was long and had straight edges, it was thick and heavy. It was originally placed on the 2 sides of the banner to make it flat. The large paperweight on the table was about the size of a normal door plaque. One could see the specifications of this paperweight. This paperweight hit Fang Yuan's back, causing intense pain. Fang Yuan's soul foundation fell by a huge amount. If the Dragonman Gu Immortal really endured it, how could he not know? Why did he not stop it? Look at the decorations of this study room. The furniture is huge, the layout is grand, it shows the ambitions of the Dragonman Gu Immortal. In front of the Dragonman youngsters, he called me Wu Shui, but in the study room, he called me unfilial son. He was saving my face and prestige. He wants to nurture me into his assistant and successor. But who could have predicted that such a situation would occur? I lost. A moment later, Zhang Shuang cupped his fists with a pale face, his body was shaking. Thanks for letting me win. The young lady Tian returned the greeting with an indifferent expression. She then turned to stare at Fang Yuan. Finally, it was the final battle. Fang Yuan walked up. He brushed past Zhang Shuang. Zhang Shuang had a complicated expression. He wanted to encourage Fang Yuan as they were from the same sect after all, but thinking about Fang Yuan's Dragonman identity, he only opened his mouth but did not say anything. After resting for a while, the double Fangjing style started. The youngsters formed a tight circle, paying close attention to the battle. Chapter 1843. Fang Yuan immediately used all his strength to enslave these ants. Tai Qin did the same. These ants were invented by Green Ant Ascetic. His disciple selection test was naturally to see who was better at controlling ants. Fang Yuan controlled 38 worker ants and 6 soldier ants. With a thought, he controlled his army and charged towards Tai Qin. Tai Qin also had over 30 worker ants and 5 soldier ants. Her tactic was different from Fang Yuan. she used worker ants to build an ant nest and soldier ants to protect them. Fang Yuan had a slight advantage in terms of military strength. His tactic was also very radical, causing the youths to exclaim in shock. Tai Qin frowned and panicked. Why does this dragonman youth Wu Shuai seem to have changed into a different person? So radical. She quickly mobilized her troops, first sending out worker ants from the ant nest, followed by the soldier ants that were outside to defend. They were prepared to rely on the unfinished fortifications to defend to the death. Soon, the two armies clashed, an intense battle ensued. I did not expect such a situation to occur at the start. Wu Shuai's tactic is completely different from before. This is too risky. That's right, as long as Tai Qin can defend against this wave of attacks, she will have a huge advantage. Wu Shuai did not build an ant nest, but Tai Qin did. This is the difference between them. Now, it will depend on their ant manipulation techniques. Because this is the early stage, one or two ants will tilt the scales of victory. Even though Wu Shuai is strong, Tai Qin has deep attainments, they are evenly matched. In my opinion, Tai Qin has a high chance of winning. How can Wu Shuai be so rash? However, moments later, the victor was decided. Tai Qin suffered more losses. She slowly retreated while Fang Yuan's side pressed forward. How is this possible? Wu Shuai is actually superior to Tai Qin. Did Tai Qin make a mistake? She did not. Tai Qin is performing normally, but Wu Shuai has exceeded it. Did he use some enslavement path method, or is he at this level to begin with? No wonder he has the confidence to charge forward. Tai Qin's expression was solemn. As she retreated, Fang Yuan took the chance to kill more ants. When she retreated into the incomplete ant nest, she only had 12 ants left. It was a pitiful sight. Of course, Fang Yuan was only slightly better. There were only a few tunnels to the ant nest, and Tai Qin naturally knew her own ant nest like the back of her hand. She deployed her troops at the important areas, and at the same time, she split her attention to enslave the ants outside. Fang Yuan thought for a while, but he was not in a hurry to attack. Now that he had trapped the enemy was like a turtle in a jar. Fang Yuan did not understand the layout of the ant nest. If he attacked rashly, it would not be good if he only had a few troops. Thus, he split his troops to guard the entrances, surrounding the ant nest and activating enslavement path killer moves to enslave the ants outside. Ants kept emerging from the ground. At first, there were worker ants, then soldier ants, and now arrow ants. The arrow ants could shoot out sharp thorns from their mouthparts. After shooting out the 3 spikes, the arrow ant would be extremely weak, and it wouldn't even be able to defeat the worker ants. Even so, the arrow ants were still an extremely powerful unit, and they could often defeat many with fewer troops. If they reached a certain scale and shot arrows together in battle, they would be even more threatening. The arrow ants are something that both sides will fight for. That's right, if Tai Qin had the arrow ants, she could have killed all of the ants at the entrance. That way, the troops inside and outside would be able to fight back. Even though Wu Shuai has the upper hand, it is not stable. He can easily turn the situation around. Could it be that someone is cheating? How is that possible? This battlefield was personally created by Green Ant Ascetic. If Tai Qin could cheat, she would have defeated Wu Shuai long ago. Fang Yuan's gaze became even colder. I'm in trouble, he thought. According to his luck, even if he lost contact with his main body, he would not be so unlucky. The biggest possibility is that the dream realm manifests, forcing me to fail and not be able to defeat Tai Qin. That is why, whenever I am about to win, the dream realm will change, causing me to lose the chance of victory. In that case, should I purposely hold back and accept defeat? If it was during normal times, he would be able to probe like this. But now, the Dragonman clone only had one chance. If he guessed wrongly, it would be the same as him giving up. If that happened, the Dragon Man clone would be trapped in the dream realm, and his main body would have to take action. The main body and the 4 great dragon generals would fight intensely, and the situation would go out of control, causing the Dragon Palace to fly away. Fang Yuan's previous plan would also fail. What should he do? These dragon men are not important, but there is a clue hidden deep in the blessed land that leads to the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Senior Qin, you are right, Fang Zheng is truly our lucky general. Fairy Myrtle said happily. Because one of the main creators of Dragon Palace was Wu Shuai. The Celestial Court had been searching for Dragon Palace, but their progress had been very slow. Now that they had this crucial clue, as long as they deciphered it and combined with the Celestial Court's hard work, they should be able to deduce Dragon Palace's location. There is no time to lose. Qin Dingling had a solemn expression. Fang Zheng was arranged by Providence to suppress Fang Yuan. He found this blessed land and lured out Dragon Palace. This means that Fang Yuan is likely to be secretly plotting to seize Dragon Palace. After Xu Jiuling woke up, she insisted on holding a marriage contest. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady could not convince her daughter. She felt that someone else might be able to give her happiness. Even if her daughter did not like him, holding a marriage contest would divert her attention. She would not be depressed and think of suicide. When Tai Qin said that, she had an expression of watching a show. She was overjoyed, treating it as a joke. Fang Yuan had laughed back then, but he could not laugh now. He thought, the Dragon Man race wants to be independent and rise. They are very ambitious. This is a good chance. Firstly, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady is a rank 8 lone immortal. She is also opposing Black Heaven Temple. If I can become Calligraphy Pavilion Lady's son-in-law, I can use this relationship to pull her into the Dragon Man race's war chariot. As for Xu Jiuling's appearance, character, and the child in her womb, it was not a problem. Fang Yuan did not care. Compared to the ambition in his heart, what was this little sacrifice? Only by enduring what others could not endure could one create achievements that others could not. Junior sister Tai Qin's feelings for me are growing deeper. If I do this, I will be letting her down. The little girl will definitely be very sad. Fang Yuan felt a sense of guilt. But soon, he felt a chill as he woke up. Wait, what's wrong with me? This is clearly a dream realm. I am Fang Yuan, not Wu Shuai. Why would I feel guilt? What a powerful dream. It actually managed to evoke the emotions in my heart. The recent scenes of the dream realm seemed to be very stable, but it was actually a subtle influence. My emotions were actually triggered. So close. If there was cold sweat, Fang Yuan's forehead would definitely be covered in a layer of cold sweat. Unfortunately, this was a dream realm. In the past, when Fang Yuan explored dream realms, his body was outside while his soul went in. He often came out. Thus, the difference between reality and dream realms was very clear. But now, Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone's body and soul were inside the dream realm. He was exploring it day and night, immersed in it. Even though Fang Yuan could still differentiate between dream realm and reality, his emotions were unknowingly triggered. This was a very dangerous decision. When exploring dream realms, one was afraid of being immersed in the dream realm, unable to extricate themselves. Emotions were the best support. Once he was troubled by emotions and got entangled in all sorts of emotions, Fang Yuan would sink deeper and deeper until he was devoured by this dream realm. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal carefully observed Fang Yuan's expression. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction. My son is indeed not troubled by emotions. I will go and meet Green Ant Ascetic now. I will tell him about this and ask for a long leave for you. I will listen to father's arrangements. Fang Yuan quickly said. River of Time. Boom boom boom. Amidst the thunderous roar, waves of water surged and sprayed. Swoosh! A flying ship suddenly flew out of this surging wave. It was like a silver rainbow. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. And behind Myriad Year Flying Warship, there were 5 immortal Gu houses chasing after it. Inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, Bai Ningbing and the rest performed their duties. They fought with tense bodies and minds. This celestial court is truly rich. They built present and past pavilion and eternal yacht again. Not just that, they also have 3 autumn yellow crane platform, shark flow lever, and that mysterious immortal Gu house. Celestial court is indeed the #1 force. Their foundation is terrifying. Bai Ningbing and the rest did not recognize Celestial Court's moment stage. In order to build this time path immortal Gu house, Fairy Myrtle even took out the core immortal Gu of Million Heavenly King Gallery from Celestial Court. Forget about the other 4 immortal Gu houses. The crucial thing was that moment stage was also a rank 8 immortal Gu house. There was also rank 8 time path Gu immortal Gu Lu Ru inside moment stage. Myriad Year Flying Warship could fight against moment stage, but the other 4 rank 7 immortal Gu houses were not useless either. Thus, the situation changed. Bai Ningbing's side could only fight back and forth. No problem, we have the advantage of luck path. We can use the complicated environment of the River of Time to harm Celestial Court. That's right, we can weaken them and find a chance to counterattack. A few days later. Celestial Court. Duke Long was about to set off. Qin Dingling, who had a pale expression, and Fairy Myrtle sent him off. Qin Dingling's condition was very poor. In order to help Duke Long improve his luck, she could not travel with Duke Long, nor could she go to the River of Time to defend it. She could only stay in Celestial Court to recuperate. Fairy Myrtle had to stay in Celestial Court to prevent Northern Plains Longevity Heaven from attacking. The battle of the immortal Gu houses in the River of Time has already gone on for several days. Fang Yuan has not shown up yet. But with Feng Jioga's Dao Guardian luck, we can completely offset our weakness in luck. Thus, we, Fangzheng, have the upper hand. But Fang Yuan cannot be underestimated. Ziwei, you need to pay attention to him. Duke Long said in a meaningful and heartfelt tone. Yes. Fairy Myrtle had a solemn expression. Fangzheng is also prepared. He is currently controlling Pine Crane Pavilion at Crane Gate. He is already on Lord Duke Long's way. Very good. Duke Long nodded. He turned into a purple dragon-shaped chi and disappeared at lightning speed. Fang Yuan observed the clone's luck again. The Dragon Man clone's purple dragon was several times bigger. It was energetic and full of energy as it galloped in the black clouds. The black clouds were already mostly purple in color. This meant that Fang Yuan's clone had a higher chance of becoming the Dragon Palace Lord. But in the sky above this black luck, a huge blood light luck was already pressing down. It was extremely close. Within the blood light luck, the golden phoenix silhouette had already vanished. Only the purple dragon silhouette was left, but it was getting larger and more ferocious. Compared to this blood light luck, the black cloud luck and the purple dragon were very small and weak. It seems that only my main body can stop this variable. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind. It's here. At the next moment, his eyes shined with lightning. He saw that in immemorial white heaven, an immortal Gu house was flying over. It was Crane Gate's Pine Crane Pavilion. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply as he activated his battlefield killer move. He had prepared this Chi Path battlefield long ago. He was waiting here to stop any changes. What? Inside Pine Crane Pavilion, Fangzheng was shocked. The world changed at once. he was trapped like a fish in a barrel. There is an enemy ambush. But I have Pine Crane Pavilion, thankfully, ugh. Fangjing showed fear on his face. Endless air currents shot toward the pavilion of pines and cranes like spears and arrows. The terrifying might made Fangjing's heart skip a beat. Rank 8 killer move. Fangjing's expression turned pale. Pine Crane Pavilion was only a rank 6 immortal goo house, how could it block such a killer move? At the crucial moment, a figure appeared. Who else could it be but Duke Long? It turned out that Duke Long did not meet up with Fangjing, he only followed him secretly and instructed Fangjing to move Pine Crane Pavilion to Eastern Sea alone. This was also Qin Ding Ling's suggestion. She wanted to give Fangjing some freedom so that it would be easier for Fang Yuan to act against him. But Fangjing's journey had been peaceful until now, when he encountered a strong enemy. Without Duke Long's help, Fangjing would have died for sure. Duke Long pushed with his palms, the surrounding qi currents broke apart. Who? Come out! Duke Long shouted. Chapter 1847. It is Lord Duke Long. Fangjing saw Duke Long and was surprised and joyful. He knew Duke Long's identity, in fact, he had met Duke Long before. If not for Lord Duke Long's appearance, I would be dead already. With Lord Duke Long here, should be safe. Fangjing was no longer fearful, he felt a sense of security. He knew what kind of person Duke Long was, he was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. Fangjing focused his gaze on the person who almost killed him, Qi Si Ancestor. This old man was dressed in a white robe, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. His long white beard extended all the way to his feet. His expression was solemn, and his aura was vast and mighty. Clouds floated around him, giving him a sense of immortality. Fangjing could not tell that this was Fang Yuan's disguise. He was curious about this old man's identity. This old man has rank 8 cultivation level, but he is not a rank 8 great expert in Eastern Sea. Who is he? Not only was he curious, Duke Long was also curious. But Eastern Sea was vast and had the most resources in the 5 regions, it was normal for a rank 8 expert to be hiding here. Immediately, Duke Long smiled. Qi Si Ancestor, as a rank 8, you can call yourself an ancestor. But in front of me, you call yourself Qi Si, you are truly arrogant. Fangjing heard this and had a thought, that's right, Lord Duke Long cultivates Qi Path before Transformation Path, he is a rare dual extreme cultivator. This Eastern Sea rank 8 old man also cultivates Qi Path, but he offended Lord Duke Long he. Fangjing felt a moment of silence for Qi Si Ancestor. At this time, he heard Duke Long's deep voice as he shouted, "Speak, you purposely waited here and ambushed us with malicious intent, what is your motive? What's your relationship with that Fang Yuan?" Fang Yuan was slightly surprised and thought to himself, how did he connect my identity to my real identity? On the surface, Fang Yuan smiled coldly. I am a secluded cultivator of the Eastern Sea. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. However, your celestial court is extremely ambitious and intends to annex the 5 regions and unify the world. In the future, you will find trouble with this old man and get rid of me as soon as possible. Duke Long frowned and retorted, Qi Si Ancestor, you must have been incited by that demon Fang Yuan. There's no enmity between us, and this is the first time we've met. Why would I make things difficult for you? Demon Fang Yuan is cunning by nature. He's trying to sow discord. You can't ignore it. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. I didn't believe it at first, but Fang Yuan told me many of my secrets and provided conclusive evidence. He was reborn from the future. If I don't believe him, should I believe you? Duke Long's frown deepened. Fang Yuan's accusation was a little shameless. If he accused the Celestial Court of their past and present actions, Duke Long could still provide evidence. But accusing the Celestial Court of their future actions, Duke Long could not refute it, even he himself was not sure. In fact, even Duke Long had some thoughts in his mind. How can a rank 8 Gu immortal be deceived so easily? Since Fang Yuan persuaded this Qi Si ancestor to deal with the Celestial Court, at some point in the future, the Celestial Court might really attack Qi Si ancestor. Since that's the case, words of persuasion are useless. Duke Long sighed internally, thinking about how he came to find Duke Long but was obstructed here. Qi Si ancestor was clearly here to stop him. With this deduction, Fang Yuan was likely to attack Dragon Palace. It seems that I need to end this battle quickly. Determination flashed in Duke Long's eyes. He was deceived by Fang Yuan in the end. This was not only because Fang Yuan modified familiar face and complemented it with Qi path methods. The main reason was that Qi Si ancestor was truly displaying rank 8 cultivation level now. Duke Long had always thought that Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Not just Duke Long, Wisdom Path Great Expert Fairy Myrtle, the entire Celestial Court, even the whole world was the same. Different from the previous life, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's secret was not exposed in this life. Fang Yuan was very good at this. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Duke Long made up his mind, he attacked without hesitation or hesitation. This was a transformation path killer move. Immediately, a claw mark appeared in the air. Fangzheng, who was inside Pine Crane Pavilion, gasped. He did not expect Duke Long to attack first, and it was a sneak attack at that. But Qi Si ancestor's body turned into mist and dissipated even though he was hit. Fang Yuan was already on guard against Duke Long, and because this was his immortal battlefield, he dodged easily. Duke Long's expression did not change, this move was just a probe. Now, he found out that this was a Qi path battlefield, transformation path's power was greatly suppressed. In that case, he would change his methods. Duke Long did not turn around, he pointed behind him. Air currents surged, forming a layer of bubbles around Pine Crane Pavilion, wrapping it inside. Thank you, Lord Duke Long. Fangzheng did not dare to be slow, he quickly thanked. Duke Long ignored him, he used another killer move. After preparing for a while, he pushed with his palms, sending out several Qi dragons. The translucent Qi dragons roamed around, once they found Fang Yuan, they would attack. Lord Duke Long is not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal after all. Fangzheng saw that these Qi dragons were over 100 feet long, they were majestic and powerful, they were agile, he praised internally. But right at this time, Duke Long raised his head, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. What is that sound? Fangzheng also heard the loud sound, he quickly raised his head. At the next moment, his mouth opened wide, his pupils shrunk. He saw a majestic blade Qi that was over 100 feet long, it was thick and broad, it was like the saber of a god, it slashed down as if it was going to split this world in half. The saber Qi was majestic and mighty, stirring up countless winds and lightning. Fangzheng was horrified. Under the massive saber Qi, he was as tiny as an ant. The mighty aura dragons from before were instantly reduced to earthworms and tiny snakes. At the moment of danger, Duke Long roared, activating his killer move. Qi Wall. Qi Wall was the most common defensive killer move of Qi Path, but Duke Long's method was not simple. He used consecutive moves, activating the Qi Wall 3 times. The Qi Wall first had one layer, before expanding twice, it was thicker and tougher, it was like 3 Qi walls had fused together. Boom! The blade Qi landed on the Qi wall, emitting a deafening explosion. Chapter 1848. Wait! This is just a dream realm, I am not the real Wu Shui, what is there to be angry about? The Dragon Man clone was shocked as he woke up. He blinked as he subconsciously touched his forehead. Unfortunately, he did not feel cold sweat, instead, he felt a pair of warm coral-like dragon horns. This made him feel a chill in his heart. "Brother, what do we do now?" The dragon man Gu Immortal who reported them asked again. Fang Yuan looked at him. This dragon man Gu Immortal's youthful appearance could be vaguely seen, it was Huang Wei. He had once competed with Wu Shuai to become Green Ant Ascetic's disciple, but he did not succeed. However, this person was talented. In addition, the dragon-human race was very diligent, so they were more united than the human race. There were very few internal conflicts, so the talents in the race were almost never buried. Especially a genius like Huang Wei, who was heavily nurtured. Fang Yuan, who was acting as Wu Shuai, knew of his talent and purposely befriended him, saving his life by chance. They became sworn brothers. Several dream realms had passed, the time span was huge. Fang Yuan's identity in these dream realms was already a Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan thought about it before snorting coldly. Impatience will spoil great plans. We will act like before, we will act like we don't know anything. This Xu Jiuling was once pregnant with Fan Ji's child. She was abandoned by him. In a fit of anger, she went to find a husband. Wu Shuai obeyed his father's orders. He wanted to get close to Central Continent's rank 8 lone immortal, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. He became Xu Jiuling's husband. Honestly speaking, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady helped Wu Shuai a lot in becoming a Gu Immortal. She provided him with a lot of resources. But Xu Jiuling was infatuated. After giving birth to her son, she still could not forget about Fan Ji. After some time, Fan Ji also remembered Xu Jiuling's kindness. He took the initiative to get close to her. Xu Jiuling could not control herself. She connected with Fan Ji again. They got closer and closer. It was almost an open secret. Originally, Wu Shuai's success in finding a husband made him the laughingstock of Central Continent's Gu Immortal world. It was even more so now. If it were ordinary Gu Immortals, it would be fine if they were timid and weak, but Wu Shuai was a heroic and talented person. It was not easy for such a person to endure this. It seems like the higher my cultivation, the easier it is for me to fall into a dream. After staying in this dream for so long, I almost think that I'm Wu Shuai. Maybe, this is the real purpose of the Dragon Palace's test. Fang Yuan's clone suddenly had a flash of inspiration, realizing the truth. As a test for the successor of the Dragon Palace, this dreamland wasn't just a test of the successor's temperament. This was because the choices made in a dream could go against the source and be falsified. The dream was not only a test, but it was also a way to create a successor. Even if they did not meet the requirements, as long as they passed the dream realm, after going through such a long series of modifications, the Gu Immortals that came out would hate the Celestial Court, they would favor the Dragon Man race, they might even be like Wu Shuai, they would take it upon themselves to revitalize the Dragon Man race. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s from before were likely to have explored this dream realm, but they did not succeed. However, during this process, his temperament changed, and he became a dragon general. What do I do? I am already immersed in it now. It is not easy for me to extricate myself. If I continue to explore, the situation will only get worse. If I fail, I might become a dragon general as well. If I succeed, I will accept the modification and become the Dragon Palace Lord. My main body might even have to take a secondary position. I will focus on revitalizing the Dragon Man race. The more Fang Yuan's doppelganger thought about it, the colder his heart became. No matter if he succeeded or failed, he didn't want either outcome. More terrifyingly, he could not leave even if he wanted to. His main body did not know about this. He could not send any information out of the dream realm. I was actually tricked by an immortal Gu house called Dragon Palace. Realizing this, Fang Yuan's doppelganger did not know whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly thought of his previous life. Wait, why was Bai Ningbing able to manipulate Dragon Palace and become its Dragon Palace Lord? Fang Yuan had not been able to deduce this secret. In my previous life, Dragon Palace was forcefully taken by Duke Long. Duke Long did not pass the Dream Realm's test. But later, it became by Ning Bing's possession in an unimaginable manner. This means that Duke Long did not truly subdue Dragon Palace, he forcefully suppressed it. But even if he forcefully suppressed it, how could Duke Long not know about it? If he knew, why would he place Dragon Palace in Hidden Dragon Cave instead of keeping it in the depths of Celestial Court? Dragon Palace is an enslavement path immortal Gu house. According to the battle in my previous life, Di Zongsheng also participated in the battle, he was likely enslaved by Dragon Palace. So, Duke Long wanted to use Dragon Palace to subdue Di Zongsheng? In the end, Dragon Palace subdued Di Zongsheng, but betrayed Celestial Court. Bai Ningbing should not have time to explore the Dream Realm. Even if she had time, how could she have the ability to do so? But, it is also possible that the Dream Realm was taken away by Celestial Court, so Bai Ningbing took advantage of it? The Dragon Man clone shook his head, thinking about it made his head swell. There was too little information, he could not deduce the truth. Sigh, the only thing I can do now is to stall for time until my main body realizes something is amiss and comes to save me. The Dragon Man clone did not know the situation outside. Fang Yuan's main body was already fighting with Duke Long. With his current situation, if he actively explored the Dream Realm, he would definitely be modified by the Dream Realm, he would sink into it and be unable to free himself. If he failed, he would become a Dragon General. If he succeeded, he would become the Dragon Palace Lord, but he would betray his main body, his personality, values, and life goals would all change. However, neither of them was what he wanted. Immemorial White Heaven. Chi Path Battlefield. Boom! A huge explosion occurred, creating huge air currents. Air currents surged and surged. Pine Crane Pavilion was like a paper boat, moving up and down in the tsunami. It seemed like it would break apart at any moment. Fang Zheng was feeling dizzy inside, his face was pale without a trace of blood. I am already a Gu immortal, but I do not even have the qualifications to watch the battle here. Chapter 1849. Dream Realm. This is Censure Peak? The Dragon Man clone looked at the floating mountain in the sky with a strange expression. This is not a real mountain, it is like a phantom image. Yes, brother. The first time I saw it, I was shocked too. The Dragon Man Gu immortal Huang Wei was beside him. Right now, two scenes had passed in the Dream Realm. Right now, it was Gu immortal when Xiu's grotto heaven, because the disaster was too severe, it was damaged and connected to the outside world, it was discovered. When Xiu was an extraordinary woman, she was an information path great expert, she had died long ago. She was a lone cultivator and lacked resources. Rumors said that she could cultivate to rank 8 because she had control of a mystical place, Censure Peak. A central continent Gu immortal looked at it and exclaimed, "When Xiu is truly amazing, this Censure Peak was created by a person, it contains abundant information path Dao marks, it is almost half a secluded domain of heaven and earth." There were other central continent Gu immortals with Fang Yuan's clone, there were quite a number of them. The immortals looked at Censure Peak. Undeniably, this was the essence of this grotto heaven, it was also the most valuable resource. Everyone wanted to obtain it. Huang Wei transmitted secretly, "Brother, when the fight starts, please use your full strength, I will protect you and stall for time." Okay. Fang Yuan clone replied, but suddenly, the surrounding Gu immortals attacked him. He who strikes first has the advantage. Wu Shuai is the strongest here, if we fight him alone, none of us are his match. How can the great Censure Peak fall into the hands of a dragon man? As it turned out, when Huang Wei and Fang Yuan clone were discussing, the surrounding human Gu immortals had also come to an agreement. In an instant, Fang Yuan clone and Huang Wei fell into the encirclement. Killer moves came from all directions. Such guts. Fang Yuan clone shouted, his dragon man body erupted with a towering aura. A vast number of ants flew around, forming a golden river that protected Fang Yuan and Huang Wei. Boom boom boom. The human goo immortals attacked heavily. Soon, Fang Yuan's meticulously nurtured army ants suffered great losses. Fang Yuan brazenly counterattacked. His methods were superb and exquisite, and he quickly reversed the disadvantageous situation. After a few rounds, he broke out of the encirclement and was in a stalemate with the immortals. After more than 10 rounds, the surrounding goo immortals were suppressed by him. Enslavement path goo immortals could fight many alone. Fang Yuan's dragonman goo immortal Wu Shui was even more talented. He eventually forced the central continent goo immortals to retreat. Of course, Fang Yuan's doppelganger also paid a heavy price, and Huang Wei's injuries were even more severe. What a bitter victory! Fortunately, we obtained the censure peak. Huang Wei smiled bitterly. However, just as Fang Yuan's clone was about to take control of this place, an obstacle appeared. What happened? The two of them quickly found the reason. Someone had taken advantage of the situation while they were fighting, and had taken over the censure peak for themselves. And this person was none other than Fan Ji, who had an affair with Wu Shui's wife, Xu Jiuling. Fan Ji was unconscious. With his soul foundation, it was too difficult for him to refine the censure peak. This fellow. The Dragonman clone gritted his teeth. He was furious. He almost wanted to kill him. You can't kill him. The Dragonman goo immortal Huang Wei shouted. Why not? Fang Yuan's clone turned around. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was filled with killing intent. Huang Wei said earnestly, Elder brother, I understand your pain, but you know this person's identity better than anyone else. If you kill him, his grandfather will definitely come out. Duke Long scoffed, if not for Celestial Court, how could humanity exist today? Even if Providence is affected, how much can it affect? Do you think we can send you to your death? If Providence had such ability, Celestial Court would have unified the 5 regions long ago. Why would we wait until now? Since you said this, I might as well take it a step further. Qi Si, why don't you join Celestial Court? You have cultivated alone for so many years, you have such strength, it is indeed due to your talent. But you should know the pain of lone cultivators. Let's not talk about other things, just the tribulations. How many people in this world can help you? In Eastern Sea, who can match you? Do you expect these people to help you? In fact, these two were the ones who ruined your Chi Path battlefield. Chapter 1851. Duke Long made such a huge offer. But no one felt it was strange. Fang Yuan's strength was right there, his attitude would greatly influence Eastern Sea and Central Continent. This was his value. In the world of goo cultivation, strength was everything. Song Chi Yuan was getting more and more anxious. He sneered, Lord Duke Long, you are truly shameless. You were fighting with Senior Qi Si earlier, now you want to recruit him. Who will believe your words? Duke Long smiled calmly, whether you believe me or not depends on the person. You do not believe me because you are afraid that Celestial Court will take over your benefits. You all have your own clans and sea areas to protect your own forces. But immortal friend Qi Si is alone, he is different from all of you. Laughable. Senior Qi Si is an Eastern Sea goo immortal, he wants to join Central Continent's Celestial Court? It would be strange if he is not ostracized by you. Shen Tsongsheng said. Ostracized? Duke Long looked at Shen Zongsheng in disdain. With such a mindset, no wonder Shen clan has not improved even after so many years. The sect system is one that accepts all talents, only those who are capable are worthy. Furthermore, Central Continent and Eastern Sea? When the 5 regions merge, all Gu immortals in the world will belong to the same place. Duke Long was very eloquent. Song Qi Yuan and Shen Zongsheng were speechless at once. However, even if Duke Long was right, how could Fang Yuan join Celestial Court? If Duke Long knew that the Qi Si ancestor he was persuading was Fang Yuan himself, who knew what expression he would have? Shen Zongsheng opened his mouth. He did not want to give up. Duke Long snorted coldly. Ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Your tiny Shen clan wants to take over the world? Ambition is matched with ability. If heaven does not give you retribution, it is not time yet. If you can't wait, I will also punish on behalf of heaven and give your Shen family some retribution now. Shen Zongsheng was shocked and angered by Duke Long's direct threat, but he kept his mouth shut for the time being. He came to persuade Qi Si ancestor this time. He did not want Shen clan to be implicated and become a thorn in the side of the Celestial Court. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, the Shen family would become the vanguard cannon fodder. That was something he did not want to see. Song Qi Yuan knew that he could not show weakness at this moment. He clapped. Good attitude, Duke Long. You are a Central Continent Gu immortal. You are threatening 3 Eastern Sea rank 8s in Eastern Sea. Are you trying to bully us Eastern Sea Gu immortals because of our good temper? Fang Yuan snorted coldly and said with an ugly expression, this old man is also very familiar with this tone. In the future, when your Central Continent Celestial Court's Gu immortals attack me, you will use this tone, thinking that your Celestial Court is the King of Heaven, number 1 in the world, everyone should submit to you. Once he said this, Shen Zongsheng and Song Qi Yuan's spirits rose. They straightened their backs. But they did not know that Fang Yuan saw that they were intimidated by Duke Long's aura. He purposely spoke up to support them. The current situation was strange. Earlier, it was Duke Long and Fang Yuan fighting, but now, it was the 2 Eastern Sea immortals and Duke Long fighting for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. He stood in the middle and watched the 2 sides fight. If one side was at a disadvantage, he would help the weaker side. This is a rare opportunity. Who knows, with this, your Shen clan and Song clan might become the enemies of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan decided to sow discord. He used this chance to intensify the conflict between the 2 sides and influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Duke Long saw Qi Si ancestor's ugly expression and felt annoyed internally. But the target of his anger was not Qi Si ancestor, it was Fang Yuan. This demon has ulterior motives. He is most skilled at scheming and scheming. He is trying to persuade Qi Si ancestor to help. He is definitely exaggerating things. Qi Si. Duke Long thought about it and said, if we work together, we will both benefit, but if we are divided, we will both suffer losses. Many people are trying to sow discord. They want to use you as a tool. His tone was soft but firm. He was not just trying to tempt them, he faintly displayed the power of Celestial Court. On the other side, the 2 Eastern Sea rank 8s saw that Qi Si ancestor was protecting them. They quickly thanked him and started to speak ill of Celestial Court. They were even more daring than before. Fang Yuan sat in the center, sowing discord. He watched as both sides criticized and undermined each other. In just a while, both sides' anger rose, their tones became sharper. Fang Yuan observed their expressions and saw that Duke Long was getting more and more impatient. He knew that going too far was as bad as not going far enough. He smiled with deep meaning. How can I not know about that Fang Yuan scheme? But that junior is quite interesting. He promised me many things. He is even willing to give me a venerable true inheritance. Even though I cultivate Qi path, I have descendants who are reproducing in my immortal aperture. It's good to leave another path for our descendants. Fang Yuan spoke shamelessly. These true inheritances were already in his hands. It was not an exaggeration to say anything. Duke Long heard this. Fang Yuan was also trying to recruit Qi Si ancestor. He quickly thought, that's right. Such a person was a peerless expert. As long as an immortal venerable did not appear, the whole world would have to listen to him. If he were to fight him, he would also be on par with him. The difference between them was about the same. Even though his killer moves were not exquisite and he did not have many Chi Path rank 8 immortal Gu, his Dao marks were of a terrifying scale and vast. Who knew how he cultivated them? Duke Long did not know that he was deceived by Fang Yuan again. He laughed loudly. Fang Yuan is just an upstart, he is a pawn of a venerable, the venerable used him in his scheme, thus he gave him some benefits and let him work for his life. In terms of foundation, how can he compare to my celestial court? Qi Si, if you join celestial court, you do not need to give up your immortal aperture, you can keep it. Forget it, let's not talk about you joining celestial court, I am just expressing my sincerity. In the future, if you are interested, I, Duke Long, will definitely welcome you with open arms. Let's talk about reconciliation first. Since you cultivate Qi Path, my celestial court is willing to provide a batch of Qi Path rank 8 resources. These are all extinct in the outside world, as well as Qi Path inheritances. They are all excellent and can be used as reference. Duke Long decided to take things step by step. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly when he heard the few Qi Path resources he mentioned. They were truly unique in the world. Only a force like Celestial Court, which had existed since the remote antiquity era, would have such a collection. The other powers couldn't compare to the Heavenly Court at all, so they wouldn't have such a collection. Shen Tsongsheng and Song Qi Yuan saw that Fang Yuan was moved. They quickly said, Senior Qi Si, you might not know, but Duke Long secretly came to Eastern Sea this time for the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. We captured Guyue Fangzheng earlier and soul searched him. We obtained a lot of information. That's right, Duke Long wants to calm Senior down and take this crucial Immortal Gu House first. Once he succeeds, it is hard to say what his attitude will be. Song Qi Yuan added fuel to the fire. Fang Yuan was secretly happy. This Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace was rank 8, Shen Tsongsheng and Song Qi Yuan were very moved. They were even more anxious than me. They wanted to stop Duke Long by all means. On the surface, Fang Yuan had a solemn expression as he said, I know a thing or two about Dragon Palace. I have also obtained a venerable true inheritance and reached an agreement with Fang Yuan. Duke Long, just stop. Since you want to show your sincerity, this is the best way. I will let bygones be bygones in the future. Furthermore, we might have a chance to stop fighting peacefully. Otherwise, even if I cannot beat you, I can go to Central Continent to take a look. Duke Long snorted coldly, cursing internally. This Qi Si ancestor might look like an immortal on the outside, but he is actually very shameless. Fang Yuan said that he would go to Central Continent to take a look. It was naturally not as simple as just taking a look. Duke Long did not doubt that Qi Si ancestor would really do such a thing. Because earlier, Fang Yuan had been attacking Pine Crane Pavilion, Duke Long was forced into a passive state and suffered many blows. Just like how the two Eastern Sea immortals had their own businesses, they were worried about the threat of Central Continent's Celestial Court. Central Continent's Celestial Court was much larger than Shen Clan and Song Clan. They were even more wary of people like Qi Si ancestor coming to cause trouble. Qi Si ancestor was a lone cultivator. He was alone and did not have any territory to restrict him. He could come and go as he pleased. Most importantly, he was strong. The Celestial Court did not have any methods to deal with him. Other demonic path, lone immortals, and even Fang Yuan, Celestial Court always thought that Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. Duke Long was not on guard against them. Because they were not strong, even if most of them gathered together, they might not be Duke Long's match. But Qi Si ancestor was different. After the fight, Duke Long was wary of him. He had his killer move Triple Qi Retraction, but did Qi Si ancestor not have one? He definitely had one. Frankly speaking, it was extremely rare for a lone immortal to reach Qi Si ancestor's level. Such a person had a huge influence on all forces, even if he cultivated in seclusion. He was a huge obstacle to the Celestial Court's grand plan. According to Duke Long's opinion, such a person had to be eliminated. Because the threat to the restoration of Fate Gu was too huge. Thus, when Fang Yuan lied to him that he would be besieged by the Celestial Court in the future, Duke Long believed it from the bottom of his heart. But now that Fang Yuan had revived and ruined the plan, Qi Si ancestor became vigilant. But Duke Long did not want to give up on the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. What should he do? Duke Long felt a headache. He thought, clashing with Qi Si ancestor would be something that Fang Yuan would like to see. This might even be Fang Yuan's scheme. But if he did not clash with Qi Si ancestor, would he really have to give up on Dragon Palace? Impossible. Qi Si, those things earlier were only compensation from the Celestial Court. Duke Long said, next, we can talk about the transaction with Dragon Palace. That demon Fang Yuan is very crafty. He paid a huge sum of money to get you to stop us. It is truly a good plan. But he is a mere rank 7 Gu immortal, he thinks he can toy with us rank 8s, it is truly laughable. Saying so, Duke Long said solemnly, no matter how many resources he paid, my Celestial Court paid more than him. Furthermore, I do not need you to take action, you just need to watch from the sidelines. Oh? Are you serious? Fang Yuan was slightly dazed. Of course. Duke Long said straightforwardly. Senior Qi Si. The two Eastern Sea immortals wanted to stop him, but Fang Yuan raised his hand and stopped them. But Fang Yuan had his own thoughts. This cheap brother of mine, not only was he saved by the Celestial Court, he was even nurtured and became a Gu immortal? Interesting. Central Continent's Celestial Court must have a reason for placing such importance on him. I don't know the exact reason, but it doesn't matter, I will ask for him later and kill him. As for Fangzheng, Fang Yuan had wanted to refine blood deity in the past, but because of the pressure from the Celestial Court, he had no choice but to let Fangzheng live in Langya blessed land for a long time. In the end, an accident happened, Fangzheng was saved by Feng Jioge. Although this was not a mistake, since Fang Yuan discovered it, he decided to make up for it. Fang Yuan did not place much importance on Fangzheng, but since the Celestial Court placed importance on him, he would settle it. In this aspect, Fang Yuan had always been very stable. As for the development of Blood Path, it was because he had no other choice, he wanted to raise his battle strength. But that was then and this was now, Fang Yuan's interest in Blood Path's development was already very low. As long as Demon Judgment Board was not destroyed, cultivating Blood Path was the same as taking the initiative to send information to the Celestial Court, telling them where he was. Sometimes, Fang Yuan guessed that in his previous life, he cultivated Blood Path because of Providence's influence, digging a hole for himself in advance. Fortunately, he had always been careful, he did not covet the path he was good at in his previous life, he did not seek instant gratification. The more Duke Long talked, the more excited he became. He could tell that Fang Yuan was sincere, he was very interested in a venerable true inheritance. That's right, this Qi Si ancestor has great strength. In the entire world, only a venerable true inheritance might be of interest to him. There's actually such a person hiding in the Eastern Sea. I must thoroughly investigate his origins after this. Qi Si ancestor was actually Fang Yuan, and not only did Fang Yuan want to obtain the Celestial Court's venerable true inheritance from him, he also wanted to kill Gue Fangzheng. If Duke Long knew this, he might vomit blood on the spot. Dragon Palace Dream Realm. The study room had a heavy atmosphere. Fang Yuan's clone, who was acting as Wu Shuai, looked at his father with an ugly expression as he interfered, regarding the ownership of Censure Peak. are we really going to give it to that Fan Ji? I clearly won, he took advantage of this opportunity. If I did not go easy on him, he would have died without a complete corpse. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal shook his head. Censure Peak has huge benefits and deep connections, Black Heaven Temple is not giving in. What makes us even more helpless is that we have contacted Calligraphy Pavilion Lady in Green and Ascetic, but these two are not helping us, they are not pressuring us. Damn it. Chapter 1854. Eastern Sea Dream Realm. The battle was at its most crucial moment. Song Tao Zi was covered in injuries, but his aura was strong, suppressing Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai, you did not stop my killer move, this is your greatest mistake, you shall lose. Song Tao Zi raised his head and shouted, his body shining with green light. This green light surrounded Song Tao Zi and spread rapidly. The traces of green light were like the leaves of a pine tree. Layer upon layer, stacked upon stacked, as if there was no end to them, they surged towards Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai did not move, he laid in a pit on the ground, seemingly resigned to his fate. The spectating Gu Immortals saw this and sighed. Wu Shuai is going to lose. Of course. Song Tao Zi is a top-rank 7 Gu Immortal of Wind Cloud Manor. With his battle strength, he is among the top 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals in Central Continent. Wu Shuai said that he wanted to challenge him back then, he was simply too arrogant. He is only a Dragon Man Gu Immortal, it is already quite impressive that he could do this. Hehe, so what? Before the battle, Wu Shuai had already signed the bet, he divided South Flower Island's ownership with Wind Cloud Manor. It is a pity that he lost this time. All the painstaking efforts of the past 100 years have gone down the drain. That's right, I heard that Wu Shuai and his Dragonman tribe managed South Flower Island very well, it has abundant resources. Wind Cloud Manor benefited greatly this time. You can't say that. Back then, Wu Shuai had used crafty schemes to seize South Flower Island from Wind Cloud Manor. He deserves this loss. The human Gu Immortals were gloating. Tai Qin stood at a corner, watching the battle alone, her eyes were filled with tears as she said worriedly, Wu Shuai, most of the Dragonman Gu Immortals had ashen expressions. Only a few Dragonman Gu Immortals who knew the situation were nervous and expectant. Brother, use it, shock the world. The former Dragonman youngster Huang Wei protected and respected Wu Shuai from the bottom of his heart, he shouted in his mind. At the next moment, Wu Shuai looked at the endless green light that pressed down on him like a mountain, he smiled. You finally used this move, Song Tao Zi. Do you know that I have been waiting for this move for a long time? Wu Shuai laughed. What do you mean? Humph, just a bluff. Can a Dragonman Gu Immortal like him make a comeback? This move is Song Tao Zi's famous killer move, Green Heaven Pine Wave. In Central Continent, no, in the 5 regions, how many rank 7 Gu Immortals can take this move head-on? However, at the next moment, a palace suddenly rose up. Wu Shuai threw himself into it and drove the palace straight up. The palace soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. What is this? An immortal Gu house. I have never seen such an immortal Gu house, was it created by Wu Shuai? It should be so. This wager had already been announced to the world, and both sides were using their own items. Since Marshal Wu can use it publicly, it must be in line with the rules. Oh heavens, the Dragon Men also have an immortal Gu house, and it is a rank 7 immortal Gu house. Look, this palace doesn't move at all. It's as if the green sky pines don't exist, and a path has been easily created. This is not an ordinary rank 7 immortal goo house, it can definitely resist rank 8 existences. The crowd was in an uproar. Song Tao Zi was shocked and furious. He looked at the killer move that he was most proud of being ignored like a spring breeze, his heart sank to rock bottom. Wu Shuai was activating Dragon Court. Dragon Court charged over, Wu Shuai's voice could be heard from inside, Song Tao Zi, kneel and beg for mercy, I can spare your life. Song Tao Zi's expression was pale, he shouted furiously, don't even think about it. You are a dragon man, you dare to insult me? He was clearly at a disadvantage, but Song Tao Zi did not retreat. Have mercy. The surrounding Wind Cloud Manor Goo immortals saw this and screamed in shock. In the Dragon Court, Wu Shuai sneered when he heard this call. The killing intent in his dragon eyes was so dense that it was about to overflow, and he urged the Dragon Court to directly crush it. Ah! Song Tao Zi could not dodge in time, he screamed as he was crushed to death by Dragon Court. What? Song Tao Zi is dead. He actually killed Song Tao Zi. Is he trying to pierce the heavens? A dragon man Goo immortal slaughtered humans, what is he trying to do? The crowd was furious, most of the dragon man Goo immortals had pale expressions. Huang Wei had a nervous expression. At this time, Dragon Court floated in the sky, Wu Shuai shouted, shut up. My battle with Song Tao Zi, regardless of life or death, was announced to the world before the duel. If anyone has any objections, come to me and accept your death. At that moment, the entire place went silent. In the next scene of the Dream Realm, it was a celebratory banquet. There were 100 tables filled with delicious food and wine, everyone was toasting each other. Wu Shuai, who was at the main table, was the center of attention. Congratulations brother, you succeeded in this battle. From now on, South Flower Island will no longer have any conflicts. Wind Cloud Manor also lost a great general. Huang Wei came to toast, he was filled with excitement and admiration. Wu Shuai patted his shoulder, brother, not only did I contribute to this, you also had a part in it. Brother. Huang Wei choked. Senior brother, this battle made you famous in the world, I congratulate you. Tai Qin brought a cup over. She spoke plainly but her tone was filled with affection. Junior sister, thank you for your concern. Wu Shuai knew what Tai Qin was worried about. Thus, he said loudly, I fought with Song Tao Zi in this battle, heaven and earth can bear witness, no matter who dies in battle, they have to admit it. Song Tao Zi was a good opponent, the glory of dying in battle belongs to him. I believe Wind Cloud Manor has no objections. For this banquet, Wind Cloud Manor naturally sent an envoy, it was an unknown rank 6 Goo immortal. Song Tao Zi was killed by Wu Shuai, Wind Cloud Manor lost South Flower Island, but for the sake of the Righteous Path's reputation, to show their magnanimity, they still sent an envoy to this banquet. Wu Shuai's question made this envoy's face turn red, he hesitated before standing up and replying loudly, is my Wind Cloud Manor a small sect? Since this is a duel, we will not go back on our words. Envoy, please take a seat. Wu Shuai waved his hand, laughing loudly. The envoy gritted his teeth in hatred, he wanted to flare up, but everyone's gazes were on him, he had to take care of the sect's reputation, he could only sit down. Chapter 1855. After accumulating for 100 years, Wu Shuai created the extraordinary rank 7 immortal Goo House Dragon Court. Next, he had a public duel with Wind Cloud Manor, using Dragon Court to kill Song Tao Zi in front of everyone, he became famous. At the banquet, Green Ant Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady showed up, it proved Wu Shuai's influence in this battle. He had some qualifications to speak with rank 8 existences on equal terms. On the night of the banquet, Wu Shuai had a beautiful dream. In this dream, he realized all of his dreams, all of his goals that he was willing to fight for. He became the Dragon Man leader. He had peak rank 8 strength. Duke Long gave up his position to him. He controlled Dragon Court. He led the Dragon Man race to live freely. They were on equal terms with the humans. He imprisoned Fan Ji and executed him in front of Shu Jiuling. Then, he wanted to attack Shu Jiuling. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady rushed over. After a huge battle, she lost and was willing to use her own life as the price to beg. Wu Shuai agreed to her request. He only made Shu Jiuling a slave, while Calligraphy Pavilion Lady became his subordinate. He made Green Ant Ascetic and Wine Fairy the Dragon Man supreme external elders. They were unwilling, but the Dragon Man race was too powerful. Wu Shuai was too strong. They had no choice but to obey. What made Wu Shuai the happiest was that he made Tai Qin his only Dragon Empress. They had many children. These children were all talented, shining like a group of stars. Even though they were young, they would one day become as grand as the sun and moon. On the second day, Wu Shuai woke up with a smile. He looked at the sleeping Tai Qin lovingly. He covered her with a blanket. Next, he slowly got up and started his work. His battle with Song Taozi not only caused his own rise, it also gave the Dragon Man race a huge boost in morale and motivation. Under this influence, the Dragon Man race became more aggressive and assertive. In the next few decades, the conflict between the Dragon Man race and the humans became more intense. Duke Long learned of the situation and summoned Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai flew over from afar. He was scolded by Duke Long. All these years, he was the main culprit behind the conflict between the Dragon Men and the human race. Then, Duke Long ordered him to issue an edict to abdicate and give up his position as the Island Lord of South Flower Island. At the same time, he had to change the name of Dragon Court to Dragon Palace. Of course, Wu Shuai was unwilling, but he was still too weak against Duke Long and the Celestial Court. His face was ashen, full of anger. He returned to South Flower Island, but he had no choice but to follow Duke Long's instructions. Gu Liang came to visit. The first time Wu Shuai met him was during the celebration banquet for his victory over Song Taozi. Over the past few decades, Gu Liang had always been very close to the South Flower Island's Dragon Man race. Both sides had made many transactions and cooperated very happily. Fellow Daoist Wu Shuai, I heard about the shocking change in South Flower Island. Why do you want to issue an edict? Is there anything that I can help you with? Wu Shuai sighed deeply. Fellow Daoist Gu Liang, this is an order from old ancestor Duke Long. I have no choice but to obey. Wu Shuai's tone was bleak. Fellow Daoist, when I killed Song Taozi, I thought it would be a turning point and I would be able to lead the Dragon Man race to rise. But over the past few decades, I feel like I am stuck in a swamp. No matter what I do, I feel pressured from all directions. Gu Liang smiled and consoled. Fellow Daoist, why do you have to belittle yourself? I've seen fellow immortals hard work all these years. If you weren't in charge of South Flower Island, this banner force of the Dragon Man race would have been devoured by the evil forces long ago. Even though he did everything according to Duke Long's instructions, causing a huge commotion and the Dragon Man race to be fearful. But when news of him becoming a rank 8 Gu Immortal spread, the Dragon Man race's morale soared. It was even higher than before. Wu Shuai became the second rank 8 of the Dragon Man race. His achievement surpassed his father's generation. Only Duke Long could suppress him in terms of cultivation level. Wu Shuai had true rank 8 cultivation level. He could finally speak on equal terms with Green Ant Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. Duke Long's attitude towards him also changed. He was no longer as harsh towards him as before. Like he had broken through a huge encirclement, Wu Shuai felt the pressure on him disappear. the undercurrents that had surrounded South Flower Island for decades had mostly dissipated after he advanced to rank 8. The scenery of rank 8 is truly different. From today onwards, I am at the peak of Gu immortals in this world. Wu Shuai was very grateful towards Gu Liang, their cooperation deepened. Gu Liang told Wu Shuai many secrets. Celestial Court's foundation is Fate Gu. In history, 2 demon venerables attacked Celestial Court. Why did they fail? The reason is that they could not destroy Fate Gu. With star constellations Dao fusion, they could not shake Celestial Court's foundation. However, even though star constellations Dao fusion protected the legitimacy of Celestial Court, it angered the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao is about balance, but now, humanity is flourishing without any restrictions. This goes against the will of the heavens. Wu Shuai understood a lot. He had gained a lot from Gu Liang. Even though he was in Central Continent and had the identity of a supreme elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects, he did not know much about Celestial Court's true secrets. He did not have any channels to learn about them. Wu Shuai, if you really want to lead the Dragon Men to rise, your rank 8 cultivation level is not enough. In fact, even if the Dragon Man race gains several more rank 8 Gu immortals, they cannot shake Celestial Court's position. You have rank 8s, Central Continent Celestial Court has far more than you. In fact, to put it bluntly, if one day, your Dragon Man race's strength surpasses Celestial Court's bottom line, they will definitely make a move against you. Don't they always say? Those who are not of our race have different intentions. Wu Shuai thought about it. This made sense. He asked Gu Liang. Gu Liang told him, the rise of Dragon Men is extraordinary, we need to deal with the source. The source? You mean Fate Gu? Wu Shuai smiled bitterly. Fate Gu is being guarded by Celestial Court, it is too difficult. It is indeed difficult, but there is still hope. Especially now, this is a rare opportunity. Gu Liang's eyes flickered with bright light. Wu Shuai was moved. You mean, that Red Lotus? That's right. Originally, Celestial Court wanted to nurture Red Lotus into an immortal venerable, but he had other ideas. He chose the path of rebellion. Your ancestor, Duke Long, has been working hard on this matter. He has been lax in disciplining you. From this, your Dragon Man race should thank Red Lotus for sharing your burden. Gu Liang said. We need to borrow Red Lotus' strength? That is a good idea, but how do we contact him? Wu Shuai asked. Red Lotus's whereabouts are too mysterious, we cannot find him. We cannot find Red Lotus directly. Even if we meet him, he will reject us, he might even destroy us. Gu Liang's expression changed, he was filled with wariness. He said with deep meaning, Red Lotus, be he an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, he is a pure human Gu immortal. Since he is not willing to cooperate, how can we borrow his strength? Wu Shuai asked. Gu Liang laughed. Since Red Lotus wants to revive his family and lover, he will have to go against the heavenly Dao and fate. This conflict cannot be resolved. Because of this, the master and disciple fell out. Duke Long could not make Red Lotus change his mind. Red Lotus will definitely attack Celestial Court and destroy Fate Gu. When he attacks Celestial Court, we will be able to fish in troubled waters. Then when will Red Lotus Demon Venerable attack Celestial Court? I do not know. It might be countless years later, or at the next moment. Chapter 1856. Wu Shuai advanced to rank 8, he finally broke out of the encirclement, the pressure on him decreased. Not just that, he found the only hope of winning against Celestial Court, that was to borrow Red Lotus's strength. Even though Red Lotus had not become a venerable, he was destined to become a future venerable. Even though this was only a guess, many people in the Gu immortal world were inclined to believe it. If not, why would Duke Long and Celestial Court do all they could to make him stay? Back then, when Duke Long descended and took him in as a disciple, it was a clear sign. After communicating with Gu Liang, Wu Shuai decided to change his strategy. He laid low and did not act like before. Originally, the Dragon Man race was looking forward to his advancement to rank 8, they finally had a rank 8 great expert who could support them. However, Wu Shuai started to get close to Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Countless dragon men could not understand this. Wu Shuai put in a lot of effort and showed a remorseful expression. He gradually won the trust and favor of the 10 great ancient sections. He purposely got close to Celestial Court and tried to find out about Celestial Court's information. In fact, he even invested money to create an immortal goo house for Celestial Court. The conflict between the dragon men and humans caused him to change his stance. He suppressed the dragon men and protected the benefits of humans. After 100 years, Wu Shuai had many successes, but he did not gain the trust of Celestial Court. What should I do? Wu Shuai was troubled. He discussed with Gu Liang. Gu Liang said, "You are a dragon man. Celestial Court has always been wary of variant humans. Celestial Court looks down on variant humans from the bottom of their hearts. Our only hope is in Duke Long. It is time to use a strong medicine." Then how do I gain the trust of Duke Long? Ancestor treats me very well. Wu Shuai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Gu Liang looked at Wu Shuai deeply. It depends on whether you are willing to make a sacrifice. Wu Shuai did not hesitate. He answered, "I am working for the Dragon Man race. A little sacrifice is nothing." That's good. Gu Liang clapped. Only a person like you can achieve great things. Gu Liang suggested a plan. Wu Shuai hesitated. It was because Gu Liang had asked Wu Shuai to sacrifice Huang Wei. Huang Wei was already a rank 7 Dragon Man Gu Immortal. Not only had he followed Wu Shuai since he was young, he had been following Wu Shuai and managing South Flower Island. He was loyal to Wu Shuai. He had made great contributions. There was no way he would betray him. Gu Liang persuaded, "Everyone knows about the relationship between you and Huang Wei. We can trick you into making a choice. If you sacrifice Huang Wei for the sake of the human race, you will be able to change Duke Long's mind. But, you want me to kill the person who has done so much for me, the person who trusts and respects me the most." Wu Shuai clenched his teeth, still hesitating. "I believe that if Huang Wei knew the meaning of his sacrifice, he would definitely choose to sacrifice himself. Isn't that so?" Gu Liang's words dispelled Wu Shuai's hesitation. Wu Shuai sighed, and his eyes turned red. "Huang Wei knows me, and I know Huang Wei. If he understands my good intentions, he will be willing to sacrifice himself." "No." Gu Liang hurriedly waved his hand. "This plan is of great importance. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Just you and me are the safest. Oh friend, you need to understand, even a dead person can be found with a lot of evidence. We cannot let Huang Wei know about this." "This." Wu Shuai closed his eyes, shaking his head. Let me think. He hesitated for half a year, but he finally made up his mind. Compared to Huang Wei alone, the Dragon Man race's benefits were much greater. Dragon Man reigned supreme. "My son, we, the Dragon Man race, are destined to replace the human race. This is Fate Gu's revelation, we can definitely believe it." Wu Shuai's father's eyes shined brightly. "Do you know what this means? Quickly heal me and spread this news. I wonder how excited the Dragon Man Gu Immortals will be." "Father, rest well, I will do it now." Wu Shuai was also very excited. He quickly made arrangements for his father and left the room. Not long after, he ran into Gu Liang. Gu Liang learned that Wu Shuai's father had returned with heavy injuries. He came to greet him. Seeing Wu Shuai's hesitation and struggle, he asked for the reason. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang worked closely together. He already knew Gu Liang's true identity. He was not a human, he was a variant human Gu Immortal. Wu Shuai was silent for a while before telling him the truth. Gu Liang was also shocked. After reacting, he understood why Wu Shuai was hesitating. Wu Shuai, you did not gather the dragon men and announce this news. It was the right decision. Once the Celestial Court finds out that this secret was leaked, they will definitely slaughter and cleanse the Dragon Man race. But if we continue to hide it from the Celestial Court and make them think that no one knows about this secret, just this alone is not enough. Your father's actions are too strange. The fact that he came into contact with Fate Gu is something we can investigate. Next, members of the Celestial Court will come to investigate this information. Gu Liang knows me. This is what I am worried about. Wu Shuai sighed. What should we do now? Gu Liang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Friend, didn't you think of this already? The only thing we can do now is to sacrifice your father and make it seem like he died from heavy injuries the moment he returned. We can escape this calamity. Wu Shuai's expression was pale. He took 2 steps back as he shook his head. You want me to kill my father? This is impossible. These Dream Path Immortal materials were very rare. They were usually hidden in the corners of the world. They were inconspicuous. He secretly targeted Green Antiseptic, Wine Fairy, and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, enslaving them all. But he achieved his former dream. He could have imprisoned Xu Jiuling. He could have even captured Fan Ji and executed him in front of Xu Jiuling. But Wu Shuai did not do that. He let Xu Jiuling go and let her be with the person she truly loved. He no longer cared about his past glory. Even though he cared about it in the past, he felt pain and fought for it. Wu Shuai had experienced many things in life. He had let them go. Right now, Wu Shuai felt very tired, but he could not stop. Because the matter of Dragon Man extermination was not resolved yet. The Dream Realm enlightened him again. To resolve Dragon Man extermination, he needed to use Rank 8 Dragon Palace. He also needed to conduct experiments on the Dragon Man body. Dragon Man was the product of the Dragon Man life extension method, and the creation of Dragon Man extermination originated from this. The 3 were closely related. Wu Shuai had already grasped the Dragon Man life extension method. Using the power of Dragon Palace and reverse engineering the Dragon Man extermination killer move based on the 2, it was possible. But to do this, Wu Shuai could not do it alone. Thus, he gathered the Dragon Man Gu Immortals and told them the truth, asking for their help. In the huge Dragon Palace, there was an unprecedented gathering. Almost all the Dragon Man Gu Immortals were here. These Dragon Man Gu Immortals did not believe it at first, but Wu Shuai provided sufficient evidence and clues. They had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, Gu Liang was here as a witness. The secret of Wu Shuai's father and Heaven's will was made public. To do the experiment, we need a vast number of dragon men. Almost all of them will die. Even if they survive, they will suffer a fate worse than death. Thus, I cannot make this decision alone. If anyone objects, please speak up. Wu Shuai said. I object. Immediately, someone jumped out. Everyone looked at him. He was of the same generation as Wu Shuai. He was Wu Shuai's 7th brother in terms of bloodline, the 7th young master that ancestor Duke Long doted on the most. The 7th young master pointed at Wu Shuai on the throne, cursing, 8th brother, you scoundrel, you are truly crazy. To gain the trust of the Celestial Court, you killed your most loyal brother. To conceal the secret of Dragon Man reigning supreme, you caused the death of your own father. To refine Dream Token Immortal Gu, you actually used the woman who loved you as a Gu refinement material. Now, to deal with the Dragonman extermination killer move, you even want to harm countless innocent dragon men, you want to use them as experiments. Why are you so vicious? Why are you so cold? Do you think we will believe you just because you gave us this so-called evidence? Hee, you are too laughable. Do you think we are fools? Hee, no, you are not laughable, you are pitiful and lamentable. You wanted to give your woman happiness, but in the end? She was sacrificed to refine a goo. Hee. You wanted to be your father's pride, but in the end? You killed him. You killed him personally. You gave Huang Wei a great cause, you gave him hope. He might as well keep this trump card. At a crucial moment in the future, he could use it to catch Fang Yuan off guard. Of course, Duke Long also thought that Fang Yuan might know about Dragonman extermination. But if he knew about it, he would be on guard. Duke Long would not have much effect even if he used it. Thus, regardless of the situation, it was wise for Duke Long not to use this method for now. It is not appropriate for Dragon Palace to fall into Fang Yuan's hands. Taking Dragon Palace and dealing with Fang Yuan will become one matter. As the counter to Fang Yuan, Fang Zheng needs to be redeemed first. Thinking of this, Duke Long turned to negotiate with Shen Zongsheng. Guyue Fang Zheng was in Shen Zongsheng's hands. Shen Zongsheng was mentally prepared, he was not surprised by Duke Long's request. After all, his Shen clan and the celestial court behind Duke Long belonged to the righteous path, their styles were similar. Shen Zongsheng was naturally willing to transact with Duke Long, he would send Guyue Fangzheng away in exchange for a lot of benefits. He had no interest in Guyue Fangzheng was not of much use to him. Shen Zongsheng was secretly excited, he decided to extort a large sum from the celestial court. He had personally seen how rich celestial court was earlier. Fang Yuan stood at the side, inwardly moved. But if he competed with Duke Long now, it would not be good. Firstly, he had just negotiated with Duke Long, if he tried to undermine him in front of Duke Long, it would go against Qi Si ancestor's character. Secondly, Fang Yuan had no confidence in competing with celestial court. If he killed Shen Zongsheng and snatched Fangzheng, the possibility was low. However, Fang Yuan did not give up, he transmitted to Shen Zongsheng, asking intentionally. Shen Zongsheng heard that Qi Si ancestor was interested in Fangzheng, he quickly replied, I will not hide it from ancestor, I have already soul-searched Fangzheng, I know about his recent experiences. From the looks of it, he is indeed targeting Fang Yuan seems to be a counter to him. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he immediately enticed Shen Zongsheng, even though Fang Yuan is only rank 7 and I have only met him for the first time, he left a deep impression on me. Since Fangzheng counters him, I might as well make Fangzheng stay and negotiate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had many venerable true inheritances in his possession. If you negotiate with Celestial Court, will Celestial Court give you a venerable true inheritance? Fang Yuan tried to persuade Shen Zongsheng to detain Fangzheng himself, he would find a chance to make a move. After all, Fangzheng was in Shen Zongsheng's hands and in Celestial Court's hands, these were two different difficulties. Shen Zongsheng replied enthusiastically, he did not dare to hesitate, he smiled, Ancestor is right, this is a good suggestion. In the end, it was more daunting than dangerous, the situation was under his control, it was all thanks to Fang Yuan's strategic planning. Firstly, he was the most experienced person in exploring dream realms, he was the #1 in the world. Even though it was his clone who made a move this time, Fang Yuan also taught him pure dream reality seeker transformation and unravel dream. Secondly, Fang Yuan constructed cooking luck pot. It could inspect luck. Fang Yuan had indeed observed the azure purple qi, he knew there was a chance of success, thus he tried it. Thirdly, Fang Yuan also sent by Ning Bing and the others in the River of Time, myriad-year flying warship fought against the 5 time path immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court. It drew the attention of Celestial Court. Using his previous plan, Fang Yuan successfully deceived Duke Long. He skillfully maneuvered between Celestial Court and Eastern Sea's local super forces, borrowing strength from both sides. Finally, even if he failed, Fang Yuan would only lose a clone, his main body would still be safe, his foundation would still be intact. If the Dragonman clone betrayed him, Fang Yuan could rely on the connection between his main body and clone to pursue and kill him. Ignoring everything else, just the luck aspect alone could not be resolved by Dragon Palace. Because Dragon Palace was a product of Red Lotus era, while Luck Path was created by Giant Sun Immortal later on. Precisely because of these reasons, Fang Yuan was able to deal with Celestial Court, Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals, and the 4 Dragon Generals. He was able to take care of them, he had the advantage of attacking and defending, he was able to control the overall situation. Of course, there were risks too. If he lost the Dragonman clone, Fang Yuan would lose almost all of his current dream path methods. After all, Unravel Dream and Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation were in the hands of the clone. This was a risk that he had to take. How could there be no risk in doing something big? Moreover, this time, it concerned a rank 8 immortal Gu house like Dragon Palace. As for Wu Shuai's will, it did not exist. No will could exist in dream realms for 1,000,000 years. The reason why the Dragonoid avatar had once become Wu Shuai was, in fact, a result of the dream token's modification. It had warped his original will, causing the Dragonoid avatar to mistakenly believe that he was Wu Shuai and reincarnate. How could Fang Yuan's will be so easily twisted? Even if he was deceived for now, he would sense it in the future and realize it. Unless the Dragonman clone stayed in Dragon Palace all day and imprisoned himself, he would be affected by Dream Token at all times. Wu Shuai's considerations and arrangements were truly meticulous, this was praiseworthy. After Fang Yuan's main body learned of the clone's experience, he was moved, he praised, he is a character. Unfortunately, Wu Shuai failed. It was not that he was not skilled. These dreams within dreams were created by Fang Yuan, they belonged to him. This way, he would be able to create a base in the dream realm, a safe place to rest and recuperate. The most important thing was Dream Token Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu was similar to Fang Yuan's Soul Beast Token, the former was a Dream Path Gu Worm with Enslavement Path power, while the latter was a Soul Path Gu Worm with Enslavement Path power. Fang Yuan had already found out about the usage of this rank 8 Dream Token Immortal Gu from the Dragon Spirit. Back then, when Duke Long used Dragonman Extermination, Wu Shuai was not spared, but he had tried hard, he experimented with Dragon Men, there were some results that could delay his death. Wu Shuai used the last bit of time he had to activate Dream Token Immortal Gu. He not only expended his rank 8 Immortal Essence, he also expended all of his emotions, memories, and wills. After the arrangements were made, his body was thin, only a tiny bit of his soul was left, he sat on the dragon throne, because he expended too much energy, after a while, he breathed his last. In the end, he even sacrificed himself. He gave up everything. Thus, for now, the price of activating Dream Token Immortal Gu was huge. Wu Shuai was not killed by Dragonman Extermination, he only died because of Dream Token. Fang Yuan assessed, he was an Enslavement Path Gu Immortal at the peak of rank 8, he sacrificed himself to activate Dream Token and create Dragon Palace's Dream Realm. In recent times, the blessed land that Dragon Palace was hiding in was destroyed. Dragon Palace escaped and hid in the sea, subduing Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, and the other dragon generals. Even though there were 4 rank 8 battle strengths, the foundation of the Dream Realm was greatly reduced. When the Dragon Man clone explored it, Dragon Palace's Dream Realm showed signs of breaking down. There was an obvious detail: Wind Cloud Manor and Black Heaven Temple. These 2 sects were 2 of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They were not sects from Red Lotus era a million years ago. But the Dream Realm could not be created, it could only rely on the Dragon Man clone's memories. This exposed the fact that the Dream Realm at that time had already reached its limit. That is to say, by sacrificing a peak rank 8 Gu immortal like Wu Shui, I could enslave 4 rank 8s and 1 rank 7. If it was the complete Dragon Palace Dream Realm, the Dragon Man clone would have to rely on Unravel Dream to be modified. Thus, he had to thank these 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals. They expended a lot of the Dream Realm's power. If he used Dream Token alone, whoever used it would die. Dream Token Immortal Gu would drain the Gu Immortal's foundation and turn it into a Dream Realm. The size and power of the Dream Realm depended on the situation, depending on the Gu Immortal who activated it. Back then, Wu Shui's enslavement path attainment level was only 1 step away from Supreme Grandmaster. Even though he had the Dragonman's enslavement path talent, his talent was terrifying. Since ancient times, how many heroes had appeared after they were done with their work? In the long river of history, there were countless shining stars. These heroes did not lose their unique brilliance even though they were illuminated by the 10 Venerables. The gains were huge. Fang Yuan had basically inherited the Dragon Man inheritance. In order to digest such results, it would take months and years. Fang Yuan was a little helpless, he had limited time, he could only choose to replenish some of his gains. Army Ant had to be put aside for now. This method was only icing on the cake. Fang Yuan could already fight many rank 8s alone now. Furthermore, raising Army Ant would have to start from scratch, it would expend a huge amount of resources. Xian Kun Crystal Wall and Censure Peak were both Information Path Foundation. Fang Yuan lacked methods in this aspect. Earlier, he had even set up Li Xiaobai's clone in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. It was also for this reason. What made Fang Yuan feel some regret was that Dragon Palace lacked Dream Path defensive methods. If they had such methods, with the current situation, Dream Path would lead the world. It would be more useful than Winter Coat and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Look, it's little Do. He sneaked away after all, joining the battle behind our backs. This child. A middle-aged woman worriedly looked at Jean Budu's tiny figure. She was the daughter-in-law of Mountain Cliff City Lord. She had a son, but he died in his childhood. After Mountain Cliff City Lord took Jean Budu as his disciple, Jean Budu quickly assimilated into this family. This caused the middle-aged woman to treat him as her godson, and most of the love she had for her deceased son was given to Jean Budu. Beside her was a middle-aged man. He only had his upper body left, his lower body was cut off at the waist, but he had a healthy expression and was full of vigor. He looked at Jean Budu's figure for a while before praising, "Ha ha ha, this lad's battle standard is getting higher and higher. As expected of someone who was trained by me. Father, you have taken in a good disciple. That's still your good godson." The Mountain Cliff City Lord stroked his white beard, his heart filled with comfort. He had originally taken in Jean Budu, but because of a coincidence, the little arrow-tail eagle recognized Jean Budu as its kin. It could not be separated. But after teaching him, Mountain Cliff City Lord was pleasantly surprised to find that Jean Budu was like an unpolished jade. The more he polished it, the brighter it would shine. The comprehension that Jean Budu displayed, as well as his hard-working spirit, made Mountain Cliff City Lord very satisfied. And what made him even more satisfied was Jean Budu's temperament. He was willing to help others, brave, and warm-hearted, just like sunlight, it could directly shine into people's hearts. Be careful. In the sky, Jean Budu shouted, and his speed increased rapidly. He waved his right claw, and instantly shot out a wind blade. The light green wind blade was like a curved blade, and directly killed the fat but bird that was chasing after it. Thank you, Little Do. The battle beast envoy that was saved was a guard of Mountain Cliff City, and his mood was slightly complicated. Because normally, he looked down on Little Do, and teased him for his low strength, that he was only recognized by the little arrow-tail eagle because of his good luck. But now it seemed that Jean Budu's battle technique was clearly above him, and he even disregarded the past and saved him. No need to be so polite, we are all from Mountain Cliff City. Jean Budu opened its beak, and spoke in a human voice. Hearing this, the saved battle beast envoy's mood became even more complicated. Quickly regroup, fight the fat but birds, and protect the city. Jean Budu urged. Yes. The battle beast envoy nodded heavily, and continued to participate in the fierce battle. Mountain Cliff City Lord and the others saw this scene, and their evaluation of Jean Budu increased by another level. This child. The middle-aged woman's tightly knitted brows relaxed. When we get home, I will teach him a lesson. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan smiled and waved his sleeves, opening his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and letting out a large number of year beasts. These year beasts included desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The year beasts roared and charged out of the golden fog, charging into Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. As a time path grew immortal, when attacking blessed lands and grotto heavens, they would have a way that other paths could not control, that was the tributary of the river of time. As a time path quasi-supreme grandmaster, Fang Yuan naturally had such an offensive method. Fang Yuan was a giant demon of the current generation. Once he made a move, he immediately caused a huge impact to Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit was shaped like a qilin. It suddenly realized, oh no. The tributary of the river of time is changing. A time path great expert is forcefully changing the time flow of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. We must stop him. The goo cultivators in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had gone astray. They did not know about the real outside world. They only thought that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was the entire world. They could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies. But the Qilin heavenly spirit was formed from Beast Calamity Immortal's obsession, it was not part of this. The Qilin heavenly spirit was knowledgeable. After Feng Yuan made a move, it immediately understood that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. The time flow of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was raised by Feng Yuan by many times. This meant that calamities and tribulations would descend very frequently. Even though Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had the protection of myriad beings' assimilation transformation, it could not endure the repeated calamities and tribulations. The Qilin heavenly spirit did not offer itself, but it controlled Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. It naturally had many ways to warn the Gu cultivators here. Moreover, Feng Yuan wanted them to find out that the large numbers of year beasts that he sent out had already left the tributary of the River of Time. They were appearing everywhere in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. A grand calamity and tribulation instantly formed. It caught the Gu immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven off guard. Because of the year beast's destruction, the various places suffered huge losses, living beings were plunged into misery and suffering, the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was in chaos. Mountain Cliff City was naturally affected. Mountain Cliff City Lord, who had Gu immortal level battle strength, was mobilized. To resolve this calamity, we need to get rid of the source. After I leave, Mountain Cliff City will be in your hands. Mountain Cliff City Lord instructed. The core members of the city nodded, they had heavy expressions. Without the Mountain Cliff City Lord holding the fort, they lacked confidence. Master, don't worry, I am here.